the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always do the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No. Yeah. Real shit. Keith like sweat. Look, man, I swear to God, my nigga Rose really made us in the whip. Off the hip, there's some pussy call him, so we had to dip. We some pimps, nah, we some players from the Himalayas. I don't trust you, bitch, I sleep with one eye open like a raider. What's next? You been on my line. Face I never text, but that sex, then that shit the best. Take away the stress, left your ex. Now you breaking necks, out here chasing checks. I respect Serena body, your pics be serving on the net. Like, damn, girl, I just want you to know you really bad as fuck. Oh God, I see it glow. You know a nigga love it when you shake it to the flow. So is we on the high, we gon' keep it on the low. Let me know. Mama's in the kitchen with the sauce. Yeah. Shout out my nigga Roots, man. Yeah, man. Keith like sweat. TK. Look, what the fuck you mean, bitch? I be going in. I'm going off this hen. Recipes my brother hen. I yell his name to the end. That was my blood, was not a friend. He'll probably tell me, bruh, talk your shit again. So here I go, nigga. Oh, Ray Charles Shades can't see you. Yeah. D.O. bitch the chills when I breeze through. Yeah. Most you niggas fake like see-through. Talking to the cops so much you probably bleed blue. You telling on people, fool, I can't fool with you. You be making it hot, I can't be cool with you. And your baby mama want me up her skirt. But we don't fuck with wet pussy dry purse, that's first. So like a jet plane high skirt. If it's about some money, I'm gonna try to make it work. If it's gonna get me paid, then I cannot be afraid. Fly as dark skinned nigga since Blade. So I can cut you, nigga. Come through like fuck you, nigga. I come alive in the nighttime. My life is like a movie, a premiere on Lifetime. If it ain't wrong, it's at the right time. Slide like a motherfucker. With my brother, professional sucker duckers. Hey, always on to something, you ain't on nothing. My niggas got my back, so I'm never frontin'. Hey.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live, man. We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? Yeah, man. Yes, sir. We back like we never left, man. You know what I'm saying? So we got some good and some bad news. Bad news is Errol Spence will be fighting next week. The good news is it's not career ending. So, he'll be back. No, they'll get that fight sooner or later. I really wish that they could have got that fight in today, man. Next week. But you know how it go, man. Shit happens. Jalen, what's going on, big dog? How you feeling, man? What's going on? Yeah, man. Rob Brown, what's going on, big dog? How you feeling, man? Salute to you, brother. Yeah, man. So I'm kind of sad about that, bro. You know what I'm saying? A little depressed about that fight not happening. But shit, we ain't really got shit going on, man. The summer is over. Shit. It was no Wilder Fury, no Spence Pacquiao, no David Benavidez. The only fight we have, man, Guillermo Rigondeaux. Everything else, man, it's over with, man. Everything that we had for the summer, everything that we wanted for the summer, man, is over with. So it's like, damn, we don't got nothing that we wanted. We didn't get nothing that we wanted, man. So now it's kind of like, damn. But October, Well, September we got Cool Boy Steph, so hopefully Cool Boy can fight. We got Cool Boy on that card. Boots is on that card. Halim is on that card. So that should be a great card, man. That should be another great card. I don't know where that fight is going to be at, but wherever it is, I'm going to be in attendance. So I'm excited about that for sure. Yeah, I'm excited about that for sure. That is like, because it was going to be bang, 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 bang. You know what I'm saying? It was going to be back to 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 back great fights. So hopefully we can get Terence Crawford, Sean Porter. That'd be a good fight for us to have October. Hopefully we can get us. Hopefully we can get a great fight in November with that. Hopefully that Deontay Wilder and Errol Spence fight looks good, man. Jalen, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't talked to him, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he has an opponent yet. But as soon as I know, y'all know. L Dub ain't told me nothing, so he ain't told me nothing, and I ain't heard nothing from Boots and them, so I'm not even sure. So we're just waiting to see what's cracking. Shit, man, it's looking like it can. It's looking like it because shit's fucking up. Yeah, shit fucking up for sure. It's crazy, man. Every fight that I wanted, every fight that I thought was gonna happen, shit's just fucking up. Shit going south. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out. Now it's like shit. Now I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do now. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought I was gonna be traveling, moving around everywhere, but now it's like fuck. Yeah, we talked about that, but you know, the other people got to sign on for the fight, though. You know what I'm saying? That's what it comes down to. The other people that's a part of the fight, they have to sign off on that fight. So it ain't just drawing in and won that fight. They actually got to sign off on that fight. You know what I'm saying? Like it's got to be signed off on. So hold on, real quick, guys. Yeah. So yeah. Ronald Finkley, salute to you, my brother. Yeah, man. Hopefully Tank can get in there. I mean, they don't care about them statuses, man. You know that. They care about them wins and losses, man. Y'all know that. Santos, what's up, baby? Yeah, you know, that's all they care about, man. They care about them wins and them losses, man. They don't care about no they don't care about no rankings, man. Look at Oscar De La Hoya fighters. None of his fighters taking championship fights. You know, all of them are mandated, and they still haven't took no fight. So you know how that go. The link is in the chat. If you want to hop on the panel, the link is in the chat. Yeah, man, we're set, ready to go. Set, ready to go. Yeah, man, we're gonna get it in today, man. We're gonna watch The Wire today, man. Fuck the bullshit. We're gonna watch The Wire today. Appreciate it. I'm telling you, that's gonna be super fire. If that go down like we wanted to, like we needed to, oh yeah, for sure. Santos, what's up, baby? What's going down?
What's happening, Cal? I'm getting a very late start tonight, man. Truck come in extra late. Got me rolling late. But it is what it is. What's up, chat? All the homies in the chat. Well, that's doing a Wire Wednesday, right?
Oh yeah.
We're just gonna do whatever.
We watching The Wire today, man.
Right.
Either that or we watching another show. So we got it. We watching The Wire today, man. Fuck that.
Is Cam on board? I saw him in the chat, but is he gonna be on board tonight?
No, I don't know. Can't be bullshitting. You know, he be at his woman house now, so he don't fuck with us like that.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute before I get to that spot where I get knocked out. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Well, we'll figure it out.
You know, we'll get there together for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Have a Panel Sports, man. What's going on, big dog?
Man, we lost another one today, didn't we?
EG, man, fuck, man. This shit's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah. Yep. Tripped me out. I took my nap, woke up, I saw that. I was like, what?
The fight that I want to see, too. That's another fight I want to see.
Right. Yeah, me too.
Look. He said he had the house tonight, so we got action, boss.
Oh, Cameron's he's at home.
Oh man, if I paid better. Oh man. Cam been bullshitting for some weeks now. Ain't that right, Santos?
Look here, you're not getting ready to get me to talk bad about Cam because I be needing him and I like the brother. So I ain't getting ready to go that way. That's on you.
Yeah, pick a side, man. Pick a side. Choose ye this day. You know what I'm saying?
That's hey. Cam ain't done how they said. How they said on In Living Color. Shoot, I'll think of it in a minute, man. One of them old jokes. Now, Cam, my dude, man. I guess Cam doing Cam. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey, Ronald Finkley. You telling the truth, because I think that's a tough fight. Man, I want to see it though. Man, we got some shit going on, man. We got Ortiz versus Mean Machine.
We got Ronald Finkley.
Gary Russell, little brother in the house.
Yeah.
Well, shit, we got Guillermo Rigondeaux. So we got some shit going. Hey, that Casemiro dude though, he a fucking cheater though. Like I watched one of his fights today, dude. He a fucking cheater for real. Perez Jafar, what's going on, big dog? How you feel, man?
Hey, as far as I know, I think Cam Newton is still with New England, isn't he? As far as I know, Ronald Finkley.
I think he in New Orleans.
Yeah, if he paid better.
You can't disagree with niggas in the chat sometimes, man. You get blocked for nothing. I've seen people get blocked for absolutely no reason.
One cat came through last night. What was that cat's name? What did he call himself? I don't know, man. He came over talking some nonsense last night. He said somebody blocked him. And he may have got timed out for it. He wasn't blocked. He was probably timed out for a minute, which I don't know for sure. But I said, man, we don't really be blocking over here. But he came in being disrespectful. I don't know what he was saying, but he said, I see how it is. Y'all don't want to speak on something. I don't know. He was talking some nonsense, man. And I just told him, man, don't come over here with the disrespect, man. We're a mature panel. We don't be tripping like that over here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I had to let him know he talking with some real OGs over here for the majority of it. And on that late night thing, when you put all that little kiddie nonsense, I told him just talk about boxing, quit making things perfect. He was talking about doing something for somebody. You know, old school cats, we don't like all that. We feel like he's challenging our manhood. I know I do. I still feel young, man. So I might have a biological age of 54 for the last couple of days, that is, but I don't feel like what people visualize as 54. I feel like a person. I feel like I'm like in my 30s or 40s. You know what I'm saying? So I got a lot of vigor in my system. Normally I don't even entertain that kind of stuff, man. With that, they just some cats, they like to hop around from pound to pound. They like to go around, with the debates, talking crazy to each other, talking about what they're gonna do to each other and all that. Talking about the smoke, man. Later for all that, man. It ain't even necessary. We're supposed to be boxing fans first. And all that, you can like whoever you want to, but all that other BS, man, is unnecessary. Come like an Indian, come in peace, and everybody can get along. Come over and talk about doing something to somebody on a personal level and all that, man. That's when it gets a little crazy.
We just gotta chill.
Yeah.
You just gotta chill, have a good time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That was the first time I've seen that guy's name in the chat. I don't know what his name is, but I told him just chill, just talk about boxing. We good.
Man, I gotta finish out this wall, man. But I gotta get this fucking
You said wall?
Yeah, this wall. I gotta finish this wall, man. But I gotta get a laptop though.
It's about the wall for the
Yo, Bill, what's up, man? Huh? You said what, Santos?
You talking about for the boxing section, or you talking about a wall in your house?
For the boxing section, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You see all these empty spaces on the wall. I need to fill them up, man.
President Jafar's been blocked before?
Not on here.
Yeah, that ain't that. Okay. Yeah, he good people, man.
He can't be blocked over here. He got a wrench. He can't be blocked over here.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Cam said get a mural done.
Oh shit. Ooh, that's right. Shit, Jalen, you right, bro.
Southpaw reaching out to you, Cal.
Salute to you, brother. What's going on, man? Everything good? We good? Ooh, that's.
Young billionaire,
let me look
man.
That up. I gotta look that up. Hold on, we gotta look that up.
Trying to see if I can get a loan from Young Billionaire, bro. I need to buy a couple of trucks. Yeah, is there a code? Is there a...
Yeah, I'm trying to look this up real quick.
So I see they suspend that old hag, that old judge, for
Yeah.
6 months. I don't think that's good enough. Personally, I think she needed to be removed. Period. I think she's going to be I think she's going to be a what do you call a conflict of interest in any fight, no matter if it's people that look like her or people that don't look like her. I don't think she should be judging fights. Period, because her personal mindset is racist. So I don't think she, anybody that's obviously racist and has let it be known in their personal life, I don't think they should be, once we know that, I don't think they should be a judge in any kind of sport where you have to judge, the sport itself, because you're going to take a likeness to somebody that remind you of yourself, more or less, not, or the other, another person of another creed or race or what have you. I think they need to just, judges like her, I think they need to take them out of the business, period. She's married to an executive of the sanctioning body. I mean, how much more conflict of interest can you have? Man, even if she wasn't admittedly racist, man, just the fact that she's married to a high-ranking executive in that organization is a conflict of interest.
I got Rico, man. Casimero, I don't trust him. He a fucking cheater, dog. Rico better be careful because there were little punches that they'll come. Hey, Best Pews, man, join the panel, man. 817 Boston B, man. What's going on, big dog? Yeah, Casimero be hitting niggas in the back of the head and all type of shit. I gotta, man, that thing is in Tulsa. One fight is in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And let's see.
What's up, 817 Bucks? Robert Brown. Jalen, I know you've been in the chat. You the first one in, I think. I came over and checked on it earlier. He's always in the chat, man.
Yeah, that's the guy right there. I'm looking for where this fight is at.
Jose R. What's up? Jay said, yeah, I'll be live in the chat. Yeah, you do, bro. Hey, man, every time I come over and check before the show starts, I see your name, man. I see it every time. All right, Rob. Yes, sir.
Oh, they probably not even that far because one is in Texas and one is in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let me see how far it is. Let me see this.
Hey, I feel you on that, President Jafar. I haven't been following quite as long as you have, but I've been faithfully following since 2016 or 2017. Yeah, they got their reasons why they want to rent somebody up on certain platforms in the organization. I noticed that myself, but hey, I just do me, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've been following Blue Blood since he was somewhere between 4,000 or 6,000 subscribers.
Oh, shit.
He modded me up real early, but you were probably just like me. I wasn't even worried about or checking for that rent or anything like that. Whenever they happen, it happened. And that's for some other guys.
I got my rich from Blue Blood today.
Did you? I got a. I was wrenched up on some other platforms that I used to patronize
Jose R, salute to you,
a
brother.
lot, man. But I'm not as active on those sites as I used to be. I used to be at Junior. The Truth had modded me up early in the game when he first started going live daily.
D-Man
then my
Junior, salute
time,
to you, brother.
he real deal, man. But my schedule changed, so I went out there as much as I used to be with it. Then
Andrew Charles, salute to you, brother.
well, my man before he changed up on what he's doing, World Breaker, he had modded me up when I was going to him, and then it was a couple other casters that had me.
Earl Fitz Jr. Oh man. Oh my gosh. You can't make this shit up, man. That nigga called him Shane.
All right, I'm like you on that 817.
Man, that's
gonna
funny
just get some
shit,
booty
man.
for it.
He farts whenever he wants to. The old motherfuckers do too. They just be farting and shit. Oh man. All right, I need to relax so I get a fucking laughing headache.
That super chat is a quick way to get you rich.
Yeah, Kyle, we going over, man. Make sure y'all go to Kyle's, man. Go to Kyle's, man. Why not?
What's up, Andrew Charles? Hey, what was that, Cal?
Yeah.
What you checking? You were checking the
Fred.
shop?
Yeah, that's Fred.
They just now ended.
Yeah, he just ended now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, the man, Junior? Yeah, I hop back. I left from here and I checked some other stuff that I hadn't checked on earlier before I hopped on your live, and then I checked back over there. They were still going, man. I was like, God, no.
Yeah.
Then I came back to yours and you were live. I said, oh yeah, it's time to get it going.
You said super chats how you get a wrench?
Well, on certain platforms, man, in the LDBC, if you're consistently doing the super chats, and you're doing a lot of, you're doing a lot of chatting faithfully, yeah, you'll get your wrench pretty quick. Well, I ain't gonna say pretty quick, but you'll get it after a certain while. And see those super chats, they can keep up with how much each individual is sending and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm gonna send Blue Blood a super chat tomorrow.
Why hadn't they super chatted your?
Oh, your boy.
You got to get 1,000 subscribers, right, before you can get the super chat, right?
Yeah, I gotta get 1,000 subscribers. I'm almost there. We almost Chris Akin.
What's up, DB?
Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We got Best Pugilist, 817 Boxing Beat. What's going on, fellas?
Yo, what's up? What's up with it?
What's going on, man? We waiting on Tank ass to come on over so we can get this shit started. You know what I mean? I told him
I think he was in the barbershop earlier, wasn't
he? Yeah. What's going on, Denzel? Salute to you, brother. Tone, salute to you, brother. Appreciate you for coming through.
That's Puge, my brother.
Dave the Real Thomas, what's going on, man?
817, what it do, fellas?
Yo, what's up, Centos?
Hey, one fell off. I don't know how you fell off. Hold on, let me put that link back in the chat so we
fell off.
Good with it.
817.
What's good, Santos? How your day go, man? After you got off
Man,
the phone this morning.
man, I didn't do nothing I said I was gonna do, man. Fell asleep.
I hear you.
And then the truck to bring in my cargo from Memphis, Tennessee, came in late tonight, man. I mean, came in super late, so I'm just not really getting started a few minutes ago, man. I'm kind of upset about that. 'Cause that makes it for a late morning, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That gives me an excuse or a distraction. But oh man, I just thought about it. I got an appointment at 11 tomorrow too. Man, I got the boogie tonight, man. I got to make up some time. Shoot.
Mm.
Yeah, that'll screw me up, man.
Hey,
So
what's
hopefully I'll
that?
still make it.
He said he got a bad connection. We'll be here though. We'll be here for the long haul.
Was it 8:17?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah, I told Tank, man, if he ain't if he not doing the Wire Wednesdays, I might not really do them like that without him on here.
Mm-hmm.
So we might have to do some other shit for Wednesdays.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man.
Niggas been watching. Y'all been watching Power, the new one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, that
That shit
shit
good, man.
That shit
That
raw.
shit good. Yo, I can relate to that shit because I'm from Queens. So a lot of that shit they doing, they saying and shit like that shit like hitting hard with me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that shit hitting real hard. Like the areas that they in and all that shit. I'm like, like that shit, like, you know, that's my life. That's like my fucking life. Like, yeah, that shit is relatable to me like a motherfucker.
President Jafar, get your shit together, bro. Come on, man. President Jafar, get your shit together, bro. Come on, man.
What's up with him?
He ain't watched Power or The Wire. God damn.
Oh, for real? Maybe he's just not into those type of genre of movies, man.
Oh, man, fuck that. Fuck that.
See, some of us we like some of us like all that gangster stuff, man. You know, I love those type of movies, man. I don't care. I mean, I like gangster movies. Period. I don't care if it's black, white.
Ryan Jackson, Soul Team Makeup, 88. Salute.
I'm gonna tell you something else. I shouldn't be. I ever since I was a kid, man. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, man. I always knew I was going to prison, even when I wasn't breaking the laws.
God damn, Santos, really? Shit.
Yeah, because I was too infatuated with prison movies when I was a kid, man. And I always told myself, I said, "You stupid." I used to tell myself just like that. I said, "You stupid," but you really want to find out what that prison life is all about. You going one day, and man. It manifested itself, man. Unfortunately, and that was one of the most stupidest wonders I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
Yo, you gotta watch Power, and he gotta watch Power though, because he's saying that Snowfall is his favorite show. He gotta watch Raising Kanan. I'm waiting on BMF to come out though. That BMF is gonna be fucking crazy. I can't wait for that shit to come.
Yeah, that shit gonna be good. That shit gonna be good too.
Yeah, 50 got some shit working, man.
It'd be cool if your boy could get home before it airs. Big Meech. But I got a feeling it's gonna come out before he touched down though. I thought Big Meech was gonna touch down about 3 years ago, honestly.
Yeah, he gotta get let him in there, man. They gotta let him out.
Actually 4 years ago when right before Obama was in, I thought Obama was gonna pardon him, man.
Hell no. I knew Obama wasn't gonna pardon shit.
Man, Obama ain't shit, man. He wasn't gonna
pardon. He wasn't gonna. I knew damn well he wasn't gonna do no shit like that.
But I just from reading some of the articles that Meech's family was putting out there and stuff like that, I just assumed that it was going to happen, but it didn't.
Nah, hell no. Not from that motherfucker. Shit, he'd have been more likely to get out through Trump than that motherfucker.
Yeah,
I can't.
No, because Trump didn't give a fuck.
Looked like Trump was a little bit more lenient about that. I think Obama was more worried about what folks were going to say about him.
Yeah, because Obama's a part of. Because Barack Obama is how can I say this shit without getting up? He more of a real politician and shit. Like Donald Trump ain't a real politician.
Right. Well, see,
You understand?
yeah,
Donald.
that's true. That's true what you're saying. But I'm gonna tell you what my belief has always been
Uh-huh.
about certain things that Obama didn't do that we felt like he should have done. I think being that he was the first president of color, he was more worried about the future
Reckon
of
that
the
they
next
put into the
person trying to
public.
get in. Yeah, you know, if you go in that office and you're the first one, and then you do a whole lot of stuff that the opposition assumes you were going to do anyway, your people were going to do it anyway. They're going to do everything they can to try to keep that from happening again from somebody that look like you get hold that position. That's my thought process of it. That's my opinion. And I think he was cognizant of that. And I think he was trying to keep the door swinging so somebody else can have an opportunity, like a Cory Booker or somebody. Because anybody get that
I know
position
Cory
right now
Booker.
of color, yeah, anybody get that position, he
I
seems to be
know him.
straight up.
I
But
know Cory
anybody
Booker from Jersey.
from Jersey,
Yeah, I
anybody
know
get
him.
that position as the president that's of color,
Nah,
that
bro.
gets that position.
Nah,
Hold on,
bro.
let me finish.
It's still
Anybody
at
of
work
color,
though.
but let me finish, Cal. You can say what you're gonna say, bro. Anybody that get that position of color as the president of the United States is gonna have more scrutiny. I mean, more eyes and more magnification on them versus the norm that we've been having forever. So I think Obama was a little cognizant of that. Could he have done better? Yes, he could have. But I just think he did what he thought he was best for, not blocking the future possibilities. And I know y'all may see it different. I just can't see it no different than that though, man. For me. But
Let
go
me
ahead.
say this. Let me say this real quick, Kyle. Like when people say, like I always hear people say, "Oh, he could have done better. He could have done better." What exactly do you mean? Like, what exactly do you mean when you say he could have done better? In
Well,
which way?
I shouldn't have said better. I should have said more. And then when I'm saying more, I'm speaking. I know a lot of people don't agree with what he didn't do for our people
Okay.
as a whole. That's what I mostly hear. I put it that way.
hmm Okay.
That's what I'm
Now,
referring to.
yeah, the reason why I asked that question because the thing you have to look at is that, as far as I'm concerned, when you're looking at that, the realities of that job and that position is everybody like, well, he could have done more. You mean for blacks? You got to understand me.
That's
Like,
what
no,
they
but that's what
said. Go
yeah,
ahead.
but that's what I was telling people. And they be like, you could have done more. Y'all mean for blacks? That's what you mean. We're
Yeah.
gonna do more for everybody else. You got to understand the way that this system, political system work a certain way. Bottom line is,
Right.
United States of America, and this is what bothers me about our people. Like, as much as motherfuckers think they know so much, they don't know shit. Simple fact of the matter: the United States of America is a corporate entity.
Exactly.
It's a corporate entity, man. Barack Obama is and if you know anything about business, it's that why you think it's set up like it's the corporate structure. You got a president, vice president, treasurer, set up like that for a reason. You understand what I'm saying? And it's real simple. It's not fucking rocket science. So he's just whoever got that job for those 4 years, 4 to 8 years, you're just a president of that corporation. But at the end of the day, you still got your Senate and your Congress is basically like the shareholders of that shit.
Right.
And the United States of America, if to keep it in a simple form, I would say that's easily understandable as if you look at it as a corporation, it's still a minority, it's still a majority shared company in the sense of it's a majority white company. So they can put who they want as the face of that shit from time to time. But at the end of the day, it's still a majority white owned company. So you're not gonna be able you only could be able to do so much. See, I didn't expect Barack to be able to do like what everybody was thinking he could do. Like it's still America. Like it's still a majority white corporation. And they the ones who really control that shit. When you the president, you just the face for that shit for those 4 or 8 years. But at the end of the day, you can't get all that. You got to get them shits passed and so on and so forth. You can't do all that shit. Now you seeing Trump was signing those executive orders and shit. Is that one of the reasons why he can get away with certain shit?
Right.
that Barack couldn't get away with this because it's simple. It's not rocket science because he's white. That shit's simple. Like it ain't.
Exactly.
It
Exactly what I'm saying.
it's simple as that shit. That shit is they inherently racist, man. You cannot be. Why you see people like when you see people like the
Exactly.
teacher Jane Elliott, she white as white as can be, but she'll tell you you cannot be born in
Yep.
America and be
Yep.
white and not be racist. That lady's a teacher. She been doing this shit for fucking 60 years. She telling you the truth. Like you cannot be white. Like she said, you can't be white in this country and not be fucking racist, yo. It's inherent in them because
Right.
they was raised that way. You was raised that way. You understand what I'm saying? They get made that way from when they kids. You understand what I'm saying? They get made that shit. It's their lifestyle. They don't even. You got whites that don't even realize they being racist because it's just it's their natural way of how they were raised and everything. They don't even realize that shit. They don't see it the way we see it because it's inherent to this nation. So I didn't expect him to be able to do all that shit. Like everybody was like, oh, he should have done more. Like how? It's not our business. It's not our. You got a few sprinkled specks of black hand there in this shit, but yo, at the end of the day, the United States of America is a corporate entity that is a white corporation.
And she been speaking the truth the whole time.
Yeah. So my thing is this: like certain things you just can't overlook. I don't care. Like and racism, like you always say, like people always use and another thing that get me sick. People always using words and shit. Like when you always say, just because you say you don't like something about another group of people or they racist. That's not racism, man. Racism is a power dynamic. That shit got to do with money and power. With blacks in America, blacks cannot be racist in America. You could be a bigot. You could be a bigot, and you could be prejudiced. You can't be racist because black people don't control enough of nothing in America to be it. You can't. Black people as a whole can't determine where you can live. Black people in America can't stop redlining. Cause we don't have the power in this country to do that like whites and them can, who own every goddamn thing, for real. They racist because they can control that shit. They can determine where your ass live. They can determine where you work. They can determine where you work, where you live, what schools you go. They can really determine that shit. You understand? That's racism. You know, but just not liking somebody. Like if you black and you don't like I got one of my mentors, Sharp Brother. I learned so much from him in regards to our situation and our people as a whole. Very anti-white. Can't stand white people to save his fucking life. Like, but he's very educated and he's well schooled in the history of this nation and the world in regards to them. But he definitely cannot stand fucking white people. Like, I mean that shit with a passion. Like, but he making his arguments. When he making his arguments, because I've seen him debate with whites, his arguments they be on point. Because he's just using history, which is their thing. Like, just to show you exactly how in which this society is set up. You know, I guess it's a scary thing when you see a system that's so deeply embedded, and us being in this country having minimal to no power to maneuver in it in the way in which we once did in this world. Because, you know, we come from a people who once was in a position of power in the world and lost it. So now we under the thumb of another people for a couple of 100 years now. So things is different. So that shit done caused so much turmoil in our people. It's like there's so much turmoil from the mindset to just the very basics of living and existing in this world. Like, this shit done messed up a lot of our people, man. Like, trying to survive in this country, like trying to survive in a system like this. Like, it's amazing. Like, when I'm going around and shit, and I see a lot of our people out here. I be seeing them like the homeless out in the street, majority black and shit like that. you see some whites here and there, but like I was like, damn, it's amazing what the system could do to a people to break them so bad, like to the point that your life could end up like this. I had one of my closest homies, man. His mother came from a decent family. From his father was like a preacher. He ended up having a big church in Brooklyn. His mother was a teacher. And I remember it used to be this homeless dude walking around pushing a shopping cart with everything in like clothes and whatever little garbage shit he was picking up. And then it was crazy. One day I was with my homie and he was like, yo, that's my uncle. That was his mother's brother. And yo, couldn't find out that man had a couple of degrees and everything. But because he couldn't make it in the society in the way in which, the delusion he had of America being a certain way, and it turned out like his experiences and trying to deal with them and get into certain things and not seeing that it was not this false ideology, this false utopia they told him to be. It broke that brother, man. This man had like fucking 3 or 4 degrees, good degrees in college, man. Just like his mom, because his mother was a teacher, and that shit broke that man to the point he was out there walking around pushing a shopping cart, man.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what? That's more common than we realize too, man. Situations like that.
Yo, that shit bugged me out because I used to see that guy all the time before my man name is Voyle Burns. Before that day when me and him happened to be hanging out that day and we saw the guy and he's like, yeah, that's my. I was like, get the fuck out of here, And then I got to get the whole details behind that shit, man.
You know what?
So,
I bet you his family probably tried to pull him off the streets and he didn't want to come off the streets.
Nah, he didn't want to no more. Yeah, they tried because he said that. He said they tried to get him right, but after that shit broke him so much. He got so disillusioned with everything. He's like it crushed his world. Like he was so disillusioned by that shit. Like he didn't want no part of trying to be a part of this.
Right.
He'd rather live like that.
They got their freedom. I know a cat like that, man. Here, back here home in Nashville, man. I grew up and went to school with, and this dude had all the gals in school, man, and he was good in his books and everything, man. And he was very intelligent. When after high school, they said he was already starting to trip because I know a portion of his family real well, and they said he was already tripping a little bit, and then his mom died, and that just pushed him on over the edge, man. This dude will not come off the streets. They've been trying to get him off the streets forever, man. He will not come off the streets, man. And I even tried to talk to him one day, man. He acted like he didn't remember me, man. I was tripping out. I was like, "Come on, bro, you don't remember me?"
Yeah.
But
that's
just what
that should have put you through it. Like
once
this system, so
get it locked in their mind, man, that this is the best way for them to live and deal with it mentally, man. They're not trying to conform and come back to society, man. They want to stay as far away from it as possible, off the grid.
Yeah. And that's why we was talking about like the situation in the Obama shit. Like I hear a lot of people like, oh, expect him to do this and that. But I'm like, you're not understanding, man.
I think he got a raw deal, like you said, like you explained why he wasn't able to do certain things. Like you said, this country is a corporation.
He tried to do. Everything he tried to do,
Congress,
they voting down, they voting against that shit. Yeah,
they made sure before he got in the office, before he could warm the seat up, they told us, I'm gonna block everything I possibly can. He ain't gonna be a one-term president. They look, they brag about to this day how they did that, man.
Yeah,
and that's why I can't. When black folks don't want to support him because he didn't do what they think he should do, he could only do what he could do. Because no president runs this country. Congress runs this country.
That's right.
And the people with the money that support the congressmen, that's who run this country. And until we understand that, and see that they'll let a guy like Donald Trump get in there because Donald Trump understands business, but he don't understand other affairs about how the country operates around the world. And within itself, he understands business. And plus, he gonna do what they're bidding. So they'll put a guy in there and let him make it look like he's doing whatever he want to do. But no, the president don't run nothing, man. Nothing.
And you gotta understand. That's why the first thing I said was that he's a politician. See, when you're a true politician, you got a certain ideology and way of doing things. and the way
Yeah.
of doing things. See, Donald Trump ain't no politician. He don't give a fuck. Like, people not understanding that. Just because he
Right.
got that job, now he considered a politician, but Donald Trump is a hustling ass white businessman.
That's it. That's it.
He the
And
typical
that
arrogant, egotistical white guy who feel
that's
like
it.
I can do shit better than you. I
And
could
he's
do that
above.
job better.
He
I could do
always
that
felt like he
job
was
better than
above the
them.
law. Exactly.
But that's typical of many of them. Like that's how they raised to think. Like, fuck, I could do that shit that he doing. You understand what
Donald
I'm
Trump.
saying? So
Let me
that's
tell
why he
you,
was
Donald
coming in there
Trump.
writing those executive orders and shit like that. Because he's not thinking about it as a politician.
He don't care
And that's
about the
why a lot of
backlash. He
that's
got
right.
nothing to lose.
He ain't got nothing to lose. And a lot of them, that's why a lot of those politicians wasn't really feeling him. They wasn't feeling him. A lot of those politicians wasn't really feeling him. Even some of those Republicans wasn't
They
feeling him.
don't. They don't.
But
They don't like him. But the thing about
but
it, he got
they
so many people in this
politicians.
country following him, they can't refuse it. Look, they
And
still bow down to him to this day because he's running the Republican Party right now.
and
He is the
because of
man.
that, but those real politicians, they politicians. They loyal to that shit. You understand?
They loyal
It's
to
like
it.
you take.
And then
It's like
well,
when
see,
you
this
take.
other
It's
thing
like when
too.
you take an oath. You take a creed and you a part of that. It's like you taking a creed and you. Oh, those real politicians. They loyal to that shit. So if he represents, he said, "I'm a Republican." Those ones that's blue
When they get
blood
in
Republicans, they're
they
not gonna
get in
turn against that
their
shit.
biggest
Hello, Santos,
they get
you
their
breaking
biggest
up.
amount of donations also.
Yeah, so I heard like Kyle said why he didn't do those executive orders. It's a lot to that shit. Why he didn't do that shit? Because it's not. It's a different dynamic when you got somebody like him going in there, and then you got to remember, you got to
No,
remember, yo, this
no,
is America.
they,
You got to fucking
no,
remember this
they
is
stomp
America.
down. They stomp down when it comes. They can you hear me?
You
Yeah, can
breaking
you
up.
hear me?
You break it.
Yeah,
No,
they
you break it. Nah, you break it up. You're going in and out. You're going in and out. Bad. Yeah. But the sad thing is, like I said, you got to be realistic too. You're in America. See, this the same America. This the same America that in 1963 killed John F. Kennedy. That motherfucker was white. So you think they're gonna hesitate to kill somebody who got a drop of black blood in him?
Right, and they want to do too much for people in general.
And they see you trying to go out all hard for yours like that?
Yeah.
You think they wouldn't hesitate?
If you
They
go
wouldn't
against the
hesitate.
machine, you go against the machine, they're gonna get you one way or another. They're gonna try to shut you down some kind of way.
Look, they go at their own. They go. Look,
Exactly.
they kill their own. So what the fuck you make you think they not gonna go at you, man?
And that man,
You
he
understand?
had threats on him before he even got in office. Good.
And then the
Barack.
thing about it is, see, when you in our group and you really trying to do shit for our people, man. Sometimes as a conscious person, you got to make that decision. Like, is it worth doing this shit for these motherfuckers, man? Because are they gonna really have my back?
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Because our group is all disjointed. We not because you'll hear quick to hear black people say, "Oh, we not one monolith." You quick to hear them say that shit. You don't hear
Man,
other groups say that shit. Like you see like
we
Jews,
jump ship too quick, man. We jump ship
you
too
see
quick.
other groups of people, because you see other groups of people. Even you don't hear them saying shit like that. You see like Jews and Asians and other groups of people that's recognized as a group in this nation. What they'll do, and even the ones amongst them that do have what they would say is like an independent thought outside of that group, that shit is shut down for the bigger shit. Like people look at Jewish, like the Jewish shit. That's the big part of the Jewish shit is that Zionist movement. They don't give a fuck. They supersede all other thoughts. Because I've met Jewish people who don't agree with a lot of the shit you see. Like I have met here in New York. I have met Jewish people. They don't agree with Israel. Like that Israel should be over there doing that shit.
Right.
But they're a smaller group. But they can't. He said, but we can't do nothing against the Zionist movement.
Right.
He said we can't do nothing against that shit. Them Zionist motherfuckers will kill your ass straight up. You understand? They consider to be. They have the bigger. They look at the fucking group idea. They don't care. They say ain't no one individual gonna be bigger than the group movement. And see, that's what we don't blacks, the so-called blacks in America lack that shit. We don't have that shit at all.
But see,
This is why you see blacks got all kinds of you see blacks with all types of ideologies and shit. You see blacks that actually support this system in a certain type of way. You know, they're not willing to set it up. They're not willing to really, because when you try to risk it, you know, you see how these motherfuckers get down. Like, they're willing to do certain things. Like, they're willing to take it to the hilt. And you got to be willing to take that shit to the hilt too. So we too disjointed as a group. We not, because you always said, you've been hearing this same cry in the black community for hundreds of years. Let's unify, let's unify. Same shit. It's been hundreds of years. We saying that same shit. Unify.
You know what we don't have today that we used to have years and years ago when our folks was marching and protesting and doing what they were doing? Folks back in those days, they were willing to die for the cause, man. We're not willing to die for the cause this day. And that's one thing these political groups, Democrats, Republicans alike, when they're stomping down, no matter how their party is thinking, they won't waver from it. They're willing to die for those parties, the beliefs of those parties, man. And I'm not willing to die for either one of them parties. I don't consider myself Democrat or Republican.
Yeah, I'm not
willing to die for no party.
I'm not neither. I'm not associated with none of that shit. But see, it's a slight difference. It's a couple of differences in regards. Like you bring up like my grandparents. Like I know, like I took my family from Alabama, so my grandparents, even my mother and father, and they participated in that shit. Like that's when I got real authentic information from things like those protests. Like when I was a kid, I used to be thinking that they did the bus boycotts. Like that shit happened in a few weeks. My mother was like, no, son, that shit was a year. She said, we did that shit for over a year. She said, you had 80 and 90-year-old women walking.
Yeah.
She said the bottom of the motherfucking shoes was coming on. I was like, you serious? She's like, nah, that's how we was on it. Like that shit.
It was real.
My mom was born in 1930. And my mom was born in 1930. She's like, she was like, before she transitioned, she was like, yeah, no. She said that shit went on we did that shit for over a year, like a year. I was like, damn, as a kid, I'm thinking that shit was like a few weeks, and then she was like, no. But then again, that was they was raised up in straight Jim Crow. They was raised in straight Jim Crow, so that shit was way different. Like my moms and pops, they experienced, and my grandmother and all them, they experienced that. You can't go into this place. Whites only. Like that shit was a real thing for them. Like for me, even though I was born in the late, born in the end of Jim Crow late 60s, that shit wasn't really as bad for me, especially me being up here in New York. But for them, that was a real thing in their life. So it's different. So they dealt with a harder racism because by the time the 70s came, the 70s, the end of the 60s, and the 70s ushered in this false sense of success in the black community. Because you had those civil rights bills and laws that got passed, like affirmative action and shit like that, came into play. So you started getting black people in jobs positions that they never was able to get before. Because people don't realize, like in 1960 or 65, you would have had no black person, no chairman at Ford Motor Company and no shit like that.
Oh, heck no.
I'm talking about as close as something like 1960. It wasn't black people in those jobs like that. They was the workers.
Right.
You understand?
They said to keep their head down back then.
Yeah. So these positions that they started getting, like coming into the 70s, it ushered in a false sense of success. Because now that you can walk into a store and eat, you can walk into a store that blacks couldn't go into and spend your money there. We took those hollow victories and made them more than what they really were. Like something Malcolm even said one time. Malcolm was like, you happy about the fact that you can now sit on the crapper next to a white person. That's a hollow ass victory. We were supposed to continue to do more, but they made sure that they got rid of the mind. They made sure that they got rid of the mindsets who would try to push that agenda further. So that's why they was killing motherfuckers like Malcolm, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, destroying the Black Panther Party, or any of those people with that type of mindset. So by the time the 70s come, that shit was quelled. And you didn't have people really pushing hard like that. So it's like, oh, we succeeded. Because we integrated into the society now. So we don't have to fight for nothing else. We don't got to fight for nothing no more. We already in here. So that's why, as a whole, we end up getting stagnated. Because when people start getting those jobs and those positions and doing this and that, and then you start losing the fabric of we gotta still work harder to achieve more. And you start having people, well, I get it. I pulled myself up on my bootstraps and shit like that, not understanding that it's people that the government forced the society to do certain things, and all they did was adapt to that shit. They just adapted to it. But if I have to let them work here, I'm gonna make it work for me, and I'm gonna make it work for me in a way that's gonna keep them still somewhat suppressed. It's just like, I don't know, like I don't know if y'all ever seen a movie or read the book. Like I read the book, The Spook That Sat Behind the Door. So I read the book and I got the movie right now. I got the movie as well on DVD. You know? And like that, basically there's like, well, fuck it, sometimes you gotta let some of them get through. Because those same ones that they know that if you let them get through, those same individuals could be the ones that could have become the revolutionary type leaders that's going to try to raise up against the system. So let those people get in and give them some positions. Let them get positions, become mayors, head of corporation.
Security.
Yeah, exactly. And those same people, you won't have to worry about them trying to fight against the system. Like we did it, shit. Y'all can do it too. Oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. We could make it happen. But they very calculated. Like one of my great mentors told me that shit years ago. He said, yo, the whites is very calculated in everything that they do, man. Don't get it twisted. You think you forcing them to do some shit, they're gonna find a way to make that shit benefit them. That's why they'll take a job. Like my ex-wife, she's an electrician, electrical engineer. She went to all that school for that shit. They could hire her. If they hire my ex-wife to do a job, they feel they could hit her quota with just her. Cause they get their minority black, boom. They get their female, boom. They straight. So you got a black and you got a female on the job. You don't have to.
I don't know what just happened. Huge.
Hello?
Yeah, you back?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was still here. I heard you. You didn't hear me.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened to Santos.
He probably in the bad spot.
Yeah. He'll try to get back on. But yeah, that's all I be saying and shit when it comes to that shit. Like when I look at that overall shit when it comes to Barack or any of them motherfuckers like that, I'm like, I don't give a fuck, man. You get in there, you're only gonna be able to do so much, man. Cause they're gonna shut you down. At the end of the day, you could try that shit. You gotta be the only way it could work for us in situations like that. We would have to be the majority group in that situation. Because I don't think it's like people like, because I've heard people like, well, damn, he should have just an executive order, something like how they seen Trump was doing. So, yeah, but it's still different though. Trump white, I don't give a fuck. He gonna do that shit, and they gonna side with they gonna side with him, even the ones who don't like him. Because the ones that don't like him, they loyal to that Republican shit. Like because he representing that banner, they're gonna still hold on to that shit. Well, I can't stand that motherfucker, but I can't outwardly go against another Republican. You know? Because at the worst case scenario, you only got 8 years if you did 2 terms. You'll deal with this motherfucker shit for 8 years if we have 4. Yeah, you see, he only got 4. So, you know, they know you only gonna get 4 to 8 years. So they be like, all right, we'll deal with his shit for this time, but we'll get him out and we'll get one of our own back in there. Then we can restructure the shit we wanted. It's a slippery slope and a tricky game, man. They got this shit rigged for them, man. Overall, you know, we just gotta, as a group, man, we just gotta really just focus on ourselves and stop thinking about everybody else and shit, like the other groups do. They be focused on themselves. Like you look at Asians and shit. Asians in America, they don't be having a whole bunch. They don't be having a whole bunch of goddamn politicians and shit. But they doing quite well for themselves in this motherfucker, you know. They doing quite well here in America. And they don't got no a whole bunch of crazy politicians like that. But they doing good for themselves. And we could do the same thing. But it's just a mindset change. You know? It's a mindset change. And when you start doing shit and whenever you start trying to do stuff for our group, they make you feel like, oh, like the moment you start doing something for so-called black, they're gonna make you like you're a racist. Which if you black, you fucking cannot be. Can't be fucking racist if you black. You only could be a fucking bigot. You could be a bigot or prejudice or and shit like that. But you can't be fucking you cannot be a racist. You know, we don't have the powers. You know, it's a power dynamic, and you don't have that shit. Plain and simple.
All right. I think I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can hear you good.
Yeah. Who's that, Cam?
It's Kyle, nigga.
Oh, it's Cal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good, man. Good, man. But yeah, man, it's all a game, man. It's all a game. You just gotta know how to play it.
And yeah, you said it, couldn't have said it better. It's all a game, and we terrible at that fucking game too. We the worst at that shit.
Yeah.
That's the that's the saddest part. We the worst at it.
A big part of it is the fact that a lot of these organizations that we have to worry about, you know, dealing with, they have established themselves for, you know, probably 100+ years. Some of them. We haven't been able to stay solid like that long enough, and then we try to create these new organizations and stuff like that. We have so many deficiencies about the beliefs of how it should work and all that. So then we divide up, and we can't seem to get it together, man, on our end to get something solid. And that's strong enough to fight against the bigger organizations that's been around for a while. But the main thing we need to concentrate on doing, we gotta start paying. We gotta be more participant in our local offices and key positions that people have to be voted in for. We got to get more people to look like us, to have our best interests at heart, and then from there, once we get that together, we can have better understanding and put a little bit more concentration on getting people in Congress that look more like. We got a few, but not enough.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
that's
the biggest fight for them against us minorities, is to keep us at bay to a certain extent, keep us from getting certain positions. That's the biggest fight. They ain't caring nothing about a whole lot of stuff they camouflage in our face for us. They caring about the fight of political power. Because when you're in the right position, the people that support with money, they gonna back those guys. And that's why Donald Trump is so powerful. in the political, in the Republican Party, because the people with the money who really control things are more supportive of him. Why you look at Senator Cruz? He couldn't stand Donald Trump. He couldn't stand it, but he got on board because the powers that be got with it. So you either conform or get out of the way.
You gotta groom people from you to do this. You gotta groom kids. You gotta groom kids. You understand? And don't look at the reality of the world we exist in with this Disney World ass view that a lot of black people be trying to have. Like, you gotta be realistic. Like, you can't be looking at that view as, oh, shit is all the same and it's all good. Nah, kid. I learned as a kid, man. The shit ain't the same for me. The shit ain't the same for me as my white counterparts that I grew up with when I was a kid. I have white kids I grew up with, that was my friends. And I realized early on, the shit ain't the same for me as it is for them. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So I knew I gotta work differently. And a lot of black people don't have that mindset. They too caught up into trying to be like, oh, ain't everything. You got many blacks that feel like shit ain't oh, there's nothing wrong with the system, it's just you. You got a lot that feel like that, man. You got to look at this shit for what it is, not for what you want it to be. For what it actually is. The system is right in your face. So if you work from that perspective, we'd have a better chance as a group of thriving. And you start with the youth. You start young.
That's right, man.
You start young.
We implanted politics to my granddaughter. We implanted her mind with that. I know a lot of people don't agree with it because they figure kids need to be kids. I understand all that. Let me tell you something. Like you just saying, we got to start when they're young. Me and my wife implanted the importance of politics in my granddaughter, who was raised. She's 12 years old now. She's been very cognizant about the presidential election since she was about 4 years old. I mean, she knew who Obama was and everything. Trust me, no lies. To this day, this little girl's so infatuated with politics, she get on my nerves. But I love that about her because she was, Granddad, you hear what they said in the news, this, that, and the third, you know what I'm saying? I said, nah, baby, I didn't take that. You know, I ain't been watching the news lately. She's on top of it. She knows how important it is. It's just like with college. College wasn't invented. It wasn't told to me when I was a little kid that I have to go. We instilled in her that she have to go to college. That's a must. That's a part of your life. She don't use the words if I go to college. She uses the words when I go to college. There's a difference. You see, we got to implant and embed certain process of thinking in our kids. That's what they've been doing with their kids since day one, way back. They implanted the fact that they supposed to be running this. This is their country. They supposed to run this country. You're supposed to be above this and above that. It may not be right what they were teaching, but they implanted these things in their mindset, so these kids will know when they're growing up, they're destined to do these things. Yeah. They already see these things for themselves. We got to implement that in our kids and let them know you got to see these things for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And we haven't done a great job, generation after generation of that. I believe we need to implement that to our kids now.
Absolutely. The reality is. Hello?
Is that you, Peter? Is that you?
Nah, not me. Nah, that's somebody. Who's that driving?
I can tell the
Yeah, somebody's driving. That's coming from that one.
You got a radio on?
It's coming from, yeah. That was Champion. Yeah, because that started doing that once he got on. Yeah, but the bottom line is, like I told you, the area that I work in over here, where I get to where I'm working out here is in College Park, right?
Hold on real quick. Wait, when is that spot coming up, Centos? Because I don't know where Cam is at.
I just got back on. All right, I'm good. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You ready to clock out, man?
Man, I gotta be up at 4.
Oh,
I gotta be at work at 4, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what
Yeah.
because
I'm
been
messing
fucked
with
up
you,
at the
man. You know
job
what?
on me, man.
Hey,
So
hey, hey, you got to do what you got to do, my brother. I appreciate you hanging on so I
Yeah.
can get past that spot, man. Thank
yeah, man,
Yeah.
hold it down, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
you. Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
man. Kyle, get you some rest, man.
Hey,
For
Cam,
sure,
if
for
you
sure.
if you're out there, man,
Talk to you later.
bring up the rear if you can, my brother, because we might have a couple of cats want to get on. Champion Hard just jumped on, so
Just text
we're
me.
gonna rock out. Huh? He just
Yeah.
text you.
Yeah.
Oh, text
Yeah,
you.
No, he said it.
Okay,
just
okay,
He
text
said
me.
it.
okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got his number too, so we could both text him if we get like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. But that's what I'm saying. Like when it come down to like this area that I'm working, College Park Point, I got to pass through the area. I got to pass through to get to where I'm at. It's a big Asian. It's a big Asian area, right? That they took over years ago. And
Yeah.
here in New York, you got these two spots. You got, of course, Chinatown, which is in Manhattan, which they got all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everything up there, with all their language written on it, everything. That's what I'm saying. There's no
Right.
excuse for us to have been here as long
Right.
as we've been
Right.
here and not to be in a better position.
Right.
But the thing that they have going for them, being a unified force, is that cultural base. That's why I always go to that shit because
Right.
like I go through that shit and every time I go through there, you know, I'm looking at all the buildings, the banks. The banks got
They hang
the
on to that
writing on
culture,
it,
man.
and
Yeah.
it got the Asian writing on it, and then even the American stores like they got franchise. You see McDonald's or Burger King, you know, they got Burger King in English. Then it still got in the language as well, and we like that shit.
Yeah.
We like that because most blacks in America only speak American English. You don't have
Right.
something that designates you, that's separate, that designates you as a unique group
Right.
in America, like them. You understand? Like now, there's another part of Queens. It used to be a lot of blacks and whites there years ago, but now it's like a lot of Indian types over there.
Yeah.
And then you see around there where you're starting to see a lot of their buildings got the Hindu writing and
Right.
stuff like
Right.
that on
Right.
it as
Right.
well. So what happens is that, and you don't have to be overly politically strong like that. You know, just do your thing. Like
We too much
just
want to
do your
look like
thing.
we too much want to look like John, Jim, and Paul,
Yeah,
and
exactly. Just do
people
your
like that.
thing.
Instead of trying to
Yeah,
keep our we gave
just
our
do
culture
our
away.
thing. Yeah,
We
we
gave
done
it
lost
away
it.
pretty much. Yeah, we lost
So
it, but we gave a lot of it away
yeah,
because the folks, the ancestors were trying to keep that instilled in us, but little bit by little bit, generation by generation, we give it
yeah,
up.
and
It,
just do
it,
our thing. Like just do
yeah,
your thing. Like we gotta really understand that shit is hard. Cause I know
yeah.
it's hard.
Look
It gotta be.
look
Go
at the
ahead.
'60s and the '70s when they were the brothers were still wearing the sideburns and the fros.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then they got into
Still that's associated with black.
some got into the black power was real
Yeah.
big, and then
Mm-hmm.
some of them was getting more conscious about their ancestry, man, with
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
wanting to wear the dashikis and
Reconnected.
things,
It's
and
like
then the
yeah,
dreadlocks
reconnected.
coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Now I ain't never liked the dreads myself, to be honest with you, but at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, I understand. I have a better understanding of them now. Because see, when I
Mm-hmm.
when I was when I was seeing dreadlocks when I was younger, they didn't look so sanitary. But now, a
Yeah.
lot of people really looking sharp with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you gotta
we
get it
were,
nice. My
yo,
lady, she got dreadlocks, but
yeah,
hers is nice though.
I see some people are wearing these locks. I like them. They
She
wear them
got hers
more
nice
neat
though.
and clean
Yeah,
looking
she
now.
got hers nice.
But a lot of
Yeah,
times we were worried
yeah,
about getting jobs and all that kind of stuff, man, and losing.
yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Because we
Uh,
still, but that's understandable though. Because
yeah,
you
it's
still was
understandable,
trying to,
well being,
because at
but
that
now,
time you trying to fit into this, and you still because of the integration shit, they was trying to
right?
fit in. You still trying to fit in. We wasn't really trying to necessarily do our thing. Still trying to fit in into this American society. So
Hmm.
a lot of those ideologies that they took on was based around that shit, man. You know.
Right,
But the
right.
point I'm just making is simply put, man. The end of the day, it would just simply be about just doing our own thing in this sense, like
Yeah.
just like for us, like really doing that shit, and it's hard, and you got to recognize, like something like the great Dr. Claude Anderson said, look, we ain't got no friends. We ain't got no friends. Our
Hmm.
group. You know, every group. Look, keep it funky. More people that's so-called non-black benefit more from the civil rights laws than we do
Yeah. Yeah,
now in
absolutely.
America. Most of these other groups, they benefit from that shit way more than we do. Way more than
Let-
we do.
Check this out. Why? And I don't want people to take this the wrong way. Well, no, I ain't really caring because I'm gonna be me. And I ain't me. I know how I'm mean. I ain't mean that no biased way. I'm just saying. I'm just stating a fact right now. Why are the homosexual groups ahead of uh, the groups? You know that's been formed for African Americans. Like you know, gay pride has more power, in my opinion, than the NCAA. I mean the NCAA,
And
NAACP.
the NAACP, yeah,
So
yeah.
you
But I
know,
don't. But I never really trust a group like because you know the history of those groups like that anyway. They was never benefited because those organizations was really founded with whites and Jews and shit like that
yeah,
behind it. So
I know, I understand that.
I
I
never
understand that, but
really, I never see anything that you might like you heard me say the other day. Every organization that they got is there's not one single solitary organization or business that they created that's not corrupt. That shit
yeah,
is a part of that. When I said that,
hmm
that's one of the groups I mean. Like it got to be us straight up. You remember like
yeah.
that scene? If you seen the Malcolm X movie, you remember the scene when the white girl walked up to him, asked him, "Oh, how can I help you?" And he said, "Can I help you in your group?" And what did he say? What did he say to her?
He said, we gotta help ourselves first.
He
You
like
know.
basically like, "Nah, we good. Like you can't do that shit right now. It could be a
hmm
time. It could be a time, but now ain't that time. It wasn't the time in the '60s. So it wasn't the time in the time that he was alive. So how in the hell is it the time now?
hmm
You understand? So my point is, when it comes to things like that, the reason why that group is in, because that group has always existed. They were just underneath. They was always underneath the layer, the top surface of all that was going on. Because that group of people have always existed. But all they did was they unified their efforts. That's it. The same shit that we can't do. You understand?
Yeah.
Black, we find every reason why not to be together.
Well, we gotta remember this too. Well, I'm in the bathroom. Hold on. I see it when I get out of this
Mhm.
bathroom.
You know, we find every reason not to get together. But you got the LBG,
Yeah, them alphabets. I don't
CD
know if you know
alphabet
them.
shit, and those are all different groups. Because you got
Yeah, exactly. And
lesbians,
they came together.
gays, and they
That's
came
what they did.
together. And we can't do that shit.
You see, what I was going with, what I was gonna say. One thing they did, they were successful at. They infiltrated Hollywood. They
Yep.
infiltrated politics. They got people in the key position they need them in to get their narrative across. You know,
Hmm.
they got people in key positions for power that can definitely make some changes for them in their behalf. They got the television
Yep.
and the movie theaters, so they got to change there. That's the quickest way to change minds of people right there.
Yep.
And we didn't do a good job. We had something going with black exploitation, but at the same time we didn't own black exploitation.
That's right.
That's
We
why
didn't
we
own them
lost.
shit. That's right. We didn't own those films. That was them owned by, as
Right.
again, more white companies owning them shit. Like
Exactly.
like I said, that group has always existed underneath the surface, but they were
Right.
separate. They were separate. Like I said, you got different groups of that, the gays,
hmm
the different groups, but they don't came together. They formed like Voltron and put themselves together, and that's what we
Right.
have not been able to do with our so-called differences. These so-called differences will allow these things to keep us as a people because you don't look in order for you to succeed, the group is going to have to come together under one banner.
That's
It's
it.
that simple. If you don't, it's not going to work, Jack. It's not going to work.
Right. Right.
It's
That part.
not going to work if you're not coming together under a one banner for a certain time period. Because even if it ain't forever, it got to be for a certain time period to get you in the position of power that you're trying to get in.
Right.
Then, of course, you're going to have individuals that do them. You're going to have individualistic mind. Because Americanism breeds that shit. But it don't work for us as a people. That shit don't work for us as a people.
Mhm.
It don't. You got to think. How the structure of this nation um um works and how it directly affects our group. You have to be able to see that shit, and you start planting these ideologies in your head. Because psychologically, I don't from what I see, I don't see no group more psychologically damaged than our group
Right.
in
I believe.
America. Shit, that's why I
Yeah.
read the post traumatic. I read Dr. Joy DeGruy or Joy Leary's post traumatic slave syndrome, and that shit affect every black person that was born after slavery, which we fall into. You
Yeah.
gotta know this shit. You gotta know this stuff, man. If you don't know it, you would be like that brother I was talking about, pushing that damn shopping cart. Matter of fact,
Right.
the other brother, my mentor, the Ramatu, the brother I was telling you that can't stand white folks. He's so sharp.
Hmm.
He's sharp. Yo, his sister is another one. She got like 5 or 6 degrees. I see her walking around my hood now pushing a shopping cart. And I called him the other night. I saw him. I said, yo, she out here walking around. He's like, yo, just keep an eye on her. Make sure nobody don't mess with her.
Yeah.
That girl went to school and got all them goddamn degrees and then lost her damn mind.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
What this shit can do to you. That's why I
It
said
is, man.
this Americanism shit don't really work. And people think because you see individual success. Because people always looking for the individual success and correlating that shit to money.
Yeah.
The real strength is in your unity, man.
Right.
Because if
Right.
we own more things, we can help each other better. Plain and simple.
Right.
We can
That's
work for
true.
one another. We can work for one another and understand this shit. But I always say it all the time, like shit, most black people so many black people got white minds, man. They think they got black minds, but they got white minds, B. They
Yeah.
can't think outside of
Because
that shit. You can't think
a
outside of
big
that
part
box.
of it, they've
They got
been
a they most
we've been programmed, man. I mean, with television and probably some the fact that some of us in the condition we grew up in want better, and we go to school and we learn with them, and we get programmed to feel we're taught that lily white is the way to go instead of the darkness. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Fact.
And,
It's a true fact.
and yeah, and
It's
it's
a true
sad
fact.
because you know I didn't realize that for a long time until the people like Martin Luther. I mean, people like reading about Malcolm X and paying attention to Muhammad Ali, some of the stuff he was saying and stuff like that, and then realizing, they were right, man. Why is, like just simple proverbs that these guys were
Yeah.
using, like why is the angel food cake white? Why is the devil food's cake brown? Black or whatever you want to say.
Black. Yeah, it's the
You
chocolate.
know,
It's the devil food cake.
yeah.
And the white
I
cake
mean,
is the angel food cake.
yeah,
It's
white
all
cloud,
psychological,
white
man.
this, I mean, all those
Psychological
things that they
warfare,
brought up,
man.
it's exactly, this is all by design, man.
Yep. Psychological
You know,
warfare, man. That's
exactly.
all that shit is,
The
man.
villains wears the black hat. What other
Yep.
culture teaches that?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, it's
Yeah. It's by design.
all by design, man.
So you gotta be a part of something as a people that want to change that shit for real. But I think most of our people really don't want to do that shit, man.
Mhm.
I don't care. Like I don't give a fuck who think I'm wrong with that shit. They
No,
don't.
I agree with you. I agree. No
Cause
one's willing to,
cause
no
they
one's willing to
comfortable in
stand
that
up
shit.
for it.
They
Yeah.
comfortable in that shit. Like a lot of brothers. That's funny. This brother I know, he a real militant dude, but from time to time he would mess with white girls. But he always would use the excuse of, yeah, I'm just doing this shit to get back at them white motherfuckers and ask this and that. So I asked him one day, I said, yo, if it comes down to it, and on some real shit, like, for the people, revolutionary shit, I said, you have to stop. You could never mess with another white girl again. Could you do that shit? That motherfucker was like, he had to take a hard think about that. Hard think. He didn't just come out and say in many ways he mad for our people and think we should do this and that. But when I said that shit, that nigga had to really take a real hard think, like shit.
Yeah.
Cause that shit is so
And
embedded in him. I said you could
now
never
that you
be with
put it that way,
another white girl again. Word, now to put it
yeah,
that way, I gotta think about this shit. I gotta
yeah.
reconsider this shit now, and shit like that. But I was like, nah, I said
If I
that shit is real,
remember,
B.
remember the movie Ali with Will Smith, Bun
Uh-huh.
Bundy, Ali was getting on him about all the stuff he was doing and all that. And
Oh yeah, Bondini.
yeah, Bundy, and if I got it right, I think he said,
He said,
I work on
giving up the
giving
pork,
up that pork
giving
and
up the
all
pork.
that,
Yeah.
but them white women,
The
god
white
dog, no.
women, yeah, but that shit is true though. That
That's
shit is
real talk,
true.
man. I know some cats like that, man, for real. I know some cats.
Cause
They won't
Bodini
talk to
was dealing
they
with
won't
the
talk to
Hebrew
them.
stuff.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
That's why he was dealing with that Hebrew shit. That's why he was like, I give
yeah,
up the pork, but giving up them white women, nah, that shit is
yeah.
true. That
That
shit
was
is
his pleasure.
embedded. That shit is embedded in their head. So it's so much that you would have to get to purge yourself from that in there that it would be hard to do. And
Yeah,
one of the reasons why I feel like it's so easy for other groups, that's other foreigners that have a culture, because you've heard me say it before. Where there is no language, there is no culture. If you don't have a language that's unique to your people, you don't have a true culture. Blacks in America speak American English, so you don't have a true culture. Because people are like, we got black culture. No, you don't. That shit is a subculture.
yeah.
Because you can't think. Right now, me and you talking, Santos.
Hmm.
You understand what I'm saying because I'm talking to you
Exactly.
in American English,
Right,
right?
right.
I want you to think a thought outside of American English right now.
I don't know how. I mean,
There you go.
I
No,
know
but see, you
minimal
honest with it.
Spanish words, but
But that's what I'm
that's true.
saying. But even with that, like I said, that's even with that. Because I'm saying that because American English is American English is a derivative of European English, as they would say, Queen's English and all that shit, right?
Right,
It's a version of that. So let's say even Spanish. Spanish is a European language.
right,
Spanish is Spain. That's the language of the
right,
people from Spain. Spain is Europe.
right.
Spain is a European nation. So, like I said, think of a thought outside of it. So that's why I said what I said a little earlier about black people think with a white mind. So
Right,
if you can't
right.
speak in a language that's not European, you're thinking with a white mind.
True. I have to agree with that 100%.
If you cannot think of it, that's why when we was talking the other day, we was talking about the religious stuff about, like I said, like with the scriptural stuff, you got the languages of the Hebrew and different things. If you don't
Right,
have something that's
right,
uniquely
right.
yours, it has to be something that's unique to your group. So if you don't,
It's
it's
something
like I
that's
told you
been
when I was
given to
practicing,
yeah,
like when I was practicing that Islam years ago, when we say Allah, if I say in English you'll say God, right?
right,
The supreme being. There's different names for it. Whether you say you got the Jehovah's Witnesses say Jehovah, which is out
right,
of an English translation. It's an English translation of the Hebrew. You got Yahweh, Yahuwah,
right.
Hashem, Adonai. These are different things. The Elohim, right? In Arabic, we'll say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which in which
Yeah,
English translation is God, would be God most glorified and exalted. But there's certain things that don't equal up. But they're unique to that language. So if you're talking to an Arabic speaking person who was born speaking Arab, his first
right.
thought is he don't think God, he think Allah.
Yeah, yeah.
You understand? And even though if he can speak English, when he's thinking about the Most High, he thinks
Hmm.
Allah. And Allah don't mean really the same thing that English God means. Because
Yeah,
they'll tell you
that's true.
that because Allah, they'll say you're not supposed to bind partners with Allah. Because Allah would be considered like in Christianity, Allah would be God the Father. That would be Allah, if the equivalent. You understand? Like you
Right,
got in
right,
Christianity, you got God the
right.
Father, God the
So
Holy
solely
Spirit,
God.
and then God Jesus, and then Jesus, right? So, but that's the
Right,
Father
right,
God, so to speak. That would be Allah. But see, the thing is, in Muslim in the Muslim thing, it ain't no counterpart to that. You don't have no It ain't no like a female version of that shit or no other version of that.
Mm,
Like we say, Allah is alone, and you're not supposed to bear no partners with the Most High God. In English, I'm saying it to you in the English translation so you can understand it. But you can't bear partners with Allah
yeah.
Subhanahu wa
Yeah, I
Taala,
got you.
right? So if in English you can say God, but you can also say in English a goddess. That would be the feminine principle of God. You can't say that in Arabic or in Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? There's no, you can't say no female. It's no female principle of that shit. When you
Right.
saying the El Elo or Eli or El Elo, that would be a masculine principle. You understand? But in English, you could say
Mm-hmm.
you can have a god or a goddess, which would be a female principle of deity. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So if you can only think in the language in which you speak, as you're limited in your only language, it's going to limit your ability to think in a certain manner.
Right.
You can only go to certain heights. That's why I would suggest anybody learn other languages. It's good because it'll help you think broader. It'll expand your thought process to another degree,
Yeah.
specifically. And when you remember back like in the 60s, late 60s, and then you had, like we were talking about with the Black Power movement, you had a lot of brothers and sisters getting involved in things. And it was a time, I remember when I was real small, and they was getting, you had a
Mm-hmm.
lot of blacks trying to study Swahili and stuff like that,
Right. Right.
African-based
Right.
language.
Right.
If that could have came to fruition greater, that would have been a good thing. It would have been a good thing. You need something that's directly relatable to your group to think along that lines because it opens up a whole nother level of thought in that regard. It opens up a whole nother level.
Yeah.
That's why I remember a while back, so maybe a month or two, I was talking to y'all and I said that phrase to y'all from the sabbatic tongue that I practice in where I practice now. And I said that Kewun Diru Kali Antutim Sofukem Kewun Iza Zikalina Timlihun. Now that shit there, that's directly related to our ancestry from North Africa,
Mm-hmm.
what whites call it Egypt today, but from over that area. So when you speaking in a tongue that's directly related to who you are genetically, it's gonna open up your thought process, man. You're just gonna think differently because it's gonna open up some shit that's laying dormant in you,
Right.
and it
I'm
gives
gonna
you
send a.
different levels of thought. It gives you different levels of thought. Like I think when it was me, you and Picasso was on a couple of days ago, and we was talking about that subject you brought up about the relationships. Yo, I seen that thing too. I came across that podcast, that thing that you saw
About the
with
women, the men, the
yeah,
women.
that question. Yeah,
Yeah.
I I,
Yeah.
I ended up. Yo, it's
Yeah. I
crazy how
saw it
you.
again. I saw it again yesterday myself.
Yo, it's amazing
Yeah.
how the energies work in the energies work. Cause
Right.
I ended up seeing that damn thing. It came up on my YouTube thing or
Right.
Instagram. I was
That
like, yo,
is a
this is
trip.
shit Santos. I was like, yo, this is shit Santos was talking about.
Yeah.
And
That's what happened to me. I saw it on. I saw some on YouTube first, and
the
then it popped up on my IG yesterday.
I saw it. That brother was like
Yeah.
asking a question about,
What
if
you bring to the table?
if the man bring all this to the table, what should the woman bring to the table? Yeah, I
All
said,
right.
yo, this is shit Santos
Hold
was
that
talking
thought for a
about right
second.
here.
Hold that thought for a
Yeah.
second. I just want to acknowledge the chat, man. The conversation we've had to this point has the chat buzzing like crazy, man, and I appreciate it, all the participants. I was going to read and catch it up, but I can't. It's too
It's a
much
lot.
of it, and I appreciate you, brothers. And if there's any sisters out there, appreciate you all too. But this is a powerful subject. It's been well articulated by my brother, best pugilist, as he always eloquently does a great job. Um,
I try. I
and
just try to do my best, man.
yeah, I know Champion Hard wanted to get in and say something, and I'm cool going the other direction that you just brought up as well. I don't care either one of these tough subjects, man, is what we need to be talking about tonight. So I'm good with either one of them. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted
Hmm.
to get Champion Hard an opportunity to get in and weigh in on
Yeah,
what
let the
we're
brother
talking
get on.
about
Let
as
him get
well.
on. Let him get on. Let him get
Yeah.
on.
But if you got your radio on, bro, you might want to turn it down even lower. You probably can't hardly hear it on your side, but we can hear it loud on this side if it's a radio. There he is. What's up, Champion?
No, how you doing, brother? I didn't have the radio on. That was the truck. You were hearing, all the background noise is what you were hearing.
Oh, I thought it was a big truck.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, man. My brother Pugilist, man, he was dropping some gems. I didn't want to go back, because he covered, everything so eloquently. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and you brought it up, is you have to understand this whole LGBT thing and what they are doing and why they are who they are, and understand that that's I don't know if you said it or my brother Pugilist said it. It's by design. The emasculation, of the black man is very much apparent. It's emasculate the black man and sexually confuse the black woman, and this is done on purpose. This is why they put cats like this little Nas X dude out in the forefront and display him in the images that they do.
Man, that's sick.
And very sick, man, very sick. And but one of the
how they use it, man, and
how they use
exactly. He's blind about the support and the money.
Right, exactly. I know cats that are gay that even say that this cat is doing too much.
You know what? When he first when that young kid hit big, I followed him on Instagram because I thought he was doing a great job. He had hooked up with Billy Ray Cyrus, and he had that song popping.
Yeah.
And when he came out, said something about his sexual preference. Yeah, he said something about his sexual preference. I gave him a pass for a second. I knew he was young. As long as I know we got a lot of gay people in this country. You know what I'm saying? As long as you keep your stuff to you, I ain't got no problem with it. I do and I don't. I'm gonna put it like that. But then when he started getting all frontal with it and want to push it on, the kids are listening to this guy, man, and watching it.
Of course.
And then,
but understand they don't push that to nobody but us. Understand
exactly. And man, I had to shut him off, man. I had to unfollow him, man.
Right. And that's the thing. Like I said, that's by design and on purpose.
Videos with dudes.
Right.
He got naked videos with dudes, and then he tonguing dudes on stage. Man, come on, man.
Right. Well, see, that's why they came with the software image first, so that you will accept it. So now, when they come with the real agenda and make it more apparent,
got the whole rainbow behind it, man.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's done on purpose. And
they got homosexuality is all through the military, the police departments, the political forces on each level.
Right.
As well as
exactly. And that was another thing. Yeah, that was another thing that I wanted to bring up is, they ushered that in with Obama, and he had to speak in their behalf to get the votes and all that bullcrap. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Exactly. And the thing is with me is, it's hard for me to believe that you can sign executive orders for a certain group of people. Specifically, when it comes to black people, you can't do it. That's just hard for me to believe. For 8 years, you couldn't sign an executive orders to keep these race soldiers from executing us like they've been doing.
I agree with what you're saying, but I just think he's was thinking with the mindset that it's going to probably close some possible doors in the near future for somebody that looks like him. That's
the thing. I mean, he never was for us, and you know, in the immortal words of Malcolm X, we were bamboozled.
Yeah.
You know, we thought, you know, he was for us because he looked like us. But they always do that. You know, they always do that. They always present someone that looks like us to assist in the genocide that they do. And they've done that.
I think our as the majority group of African Americans, I think we'll assume too much of him is what I believe. I think I felt in my heart what he did is exactly pretty much what I thought it would be. I didn't think he's going to do any more than what he did do and what he didn't do, because the simple fact, I know the powers that be still going to have some say so, even before they said they were going to make it hard for him. So I was just happy with the fact that he was trying to make it look like, you know, he made history. He tried to make it look like, you know, things are not as bad as they were, even though they were. But at the same time, people they showed their racism, but he did help bring you know, white and black together a little bit more than what they were before. Even though the racism peaked when he was in office, and it peaked even more when Trump and all of them were running for office. And as he got in office,
I mean, I don't think it ever peaked, because you have to understand how this country was built. So
let me restate what I said, because you bring up a valid point of what I just said. It wasn't so much that racism peaked. I didn't express myself correctly. The out front, in your face racism peaked. It resurfaced greater. Right.
Okay. Right,
you know,
I see your point. I see. Yeah. Right, I see your point.
Not that it was new to the heart of people. It's always been in their heart. They just weren't as out front as they were a few years prior to that. But like in the 60s, in the 70s, they were out front with it. You know, and before, you know, they just had a resurgence of racism being out front and disrespectful with it when Obama got elected.
Right, and that was argued, you know, when they put Joe in office, and the fact was argued was, you know, and I think they brought that up on Fred's show tonight, the fact that, you know, you had black people actually arguing about who had the best slave master, I guess, so to say, because
I heard talking about that.
Yeah, because basically, you know, Trump was more in your face, whereas, you know, Joe smiles in your face, but they're still the same.
Right.
You know, and yeah, so I get, you know, I get what you were saying about that.
Yeah, let me interject. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad you brought the point up, because you know when it goes down, when it comes time to the presidential elections and stuff like that, people be like, "Oh, did you vote for the president?" and so on and so forth. I ain't particularly keen on that per se. I'm more into local elections with people that I actually really know about. And look, you take somebody like Biden as opposed to Trump. I prefer the one who's more outright as opposed to the one who's smiling in my face. Behind closed doors, he's putting together every policy to keep me in a specific position. I prefer the one exactly right. I don't want the one behind me. But you know what it is? It was used to kill me. And I hear people like, "Well, you gotta choose the lesser of two evils." That's bullshit.
That's crazy. How about choose neither one? That's crazy.
Like to ask me to pick a difference between Trump or Biden is like asking me, you come to me with a glass of piss, and you come to me with a plate of shit, and you say, take. I don't want neither one of them shit.
Yeah, that's like asking, you know, you want me to shoot you with a 9mm or a Desert Eagle?
Yeah, like
you know, that's crazy.
You coming to me with a plate of shit or a glass of piss and like pick one.
How about
Yeah,
none? I don't want neither one of them to. How about that?
exactly. You
I,
know, but
I, I, I don't I don't
I'll deal
disagree.
with the
I
that
don't I don't
I'll deal with the
I don't
consequences.
disagree with what
I'll
you
deal with
guys
the
are saying.
consequences. I'll die first and I'll starve before I either eat that shit or I drink that piss.
right.
Plain and simple.
I don't disagree with what you guys saying about the choices. We didn't. No choice was greater than the other, in my opinion, as well. But I felt like with Biden in office, this is why I did vote for Biden, and the reason I did not because of the party he's affiliated with, but because I was more familiar with him, and I didn't feel that he was going to be standing at the podium on national television, verbally encouraging racism. That's what I get from Trump. I feel like he verbally encouraged racism.
Okay.
When he's on
Yeah.
that podium, he had a strong following. Then he's on all the networks at the same time, spearing all this, and then he's on CNN, he's on Fox, spearing that same hatred. And I didn't like that. I didn't want that to continue another 4 years. So that's why I voted the way I voted. It wasn't about politics in general, because they're gonna do what they're gonna do. But at the same time, I don't want my young grandchild watching this man on television encourage that kind of rhetoric and connotation.
Okay, but look at what he does encourage. But look at what he does encourage. He stood on national television and said that if an 8-year-old little boy wants to be a little girl, that's okay. That should be allowed.
I don't agree with that either. That's one thing I don't like
You see
about
what
the
I'm saying?
Democratic Party. They
Exactly.
They ready to run
So-
to the gays and pull their pants down and rub their booty for them, and I don't like that. You know, the Republicans will go ahead and tell you they ain't for that, but even though they got gay people, they don't get me wrong, but they'll tell you right off. I'm opposed to abortions, and I'm opposed to homosexuality. You know, and I appreciate that about the press. This is why I don't pick one party, because I go by who sells me the best. But when I think of politics on a national level, I think about my kids coming up behind me and what they're going to see on television. But yeah, I don't agree with that.
Right.
I missed that, but I heard about it though. But yeah, that's sad that we are encouraging our kids, like Dwayne Wade, him and his wife, encouraging his son to go ahead and be a girl.
Yeah.
Man, you got a little dignity in your pants, man. Go in there and piss standing up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But that's the kind of shit that they encourage and push for.
And see, my thing with this, and that's why I prefer the one that's outright, because like Michelle said, he don't want to see the one who's encouraging that racism. To me, what that says, it speaks more to us as that shit speaks more to us as right. It don't speak to me. It don't speak about them. Their history is replete with who they are. So I'd rather you know from the jump that you my clean open enemy, so I can prepare myself for you. I ain't got no fear when it comes to that shit. See, I'm not scared of that shit. Like, and this is why they look at us the way that they do. Particularly the black men in America. The reason why they look at us like that, because to me, and this is no disrespect to my loving brother Cinto, to take that position is a weak position. That shit is a weak position because when you giving off that I don't want nobody talking that outwardly racist shit like I'm quivering in fear. I want to know you my clear open enemy, so I can prepare for you better, because I know how to prepare for you if I know that. But if I don't, if you come with that soft shit, you're gonna be able to get close enough to me to put that knife in me. You understand what I'm saying? So I'd rather deal with the one that's outright blatant racistly speak that shit. I want you to speak that, because to me, when you speak, hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. No, let me finish my point. But I'm saying, because so I'd rather you put that shit out there, because. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Pardon me. No, let me just finish this, Santos. Let me finish this. I'll let you say what you say. My point is this. I was kind of glad. I like when I see motherfuckers like Trump. I love that shit. I love that shit. Because it'll take black people out of that docile ass. That docile ass. No, hold on. Let me finish. Santos, I'll let you rock.
My bad.
Because it'll take out people out of that. And to me, it separates motherfuckers. It'll take you out of knowing who that docile ass mentality that a lot of black people got in them.
Ain't nobody
Even
talking.
Big Strong. No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about you per se.
Right.
Mute your side because you're thinking I'm talking. No,
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
Nah, I'm saying that like I'd rather know that shit outright. So what he was saying. So what that he was saying that.
So I'm asking you
Yeah. So what he was saying that shit that made other white people raise up. So what? We supposed to be able to defend that shit. You understand what I'm saying? That shit shouldn't mean nothing to us. All right, so what? You can make them rise up and come out with all that racism. That shit should have galvanized us as a people to stand up. It should galvanize us to stand up as the men that we supposed to be.
It should.
That's all they're supposed to do. So say you can say all the outwardly racist shit you want, but it's supposed to galvanize you because that's what it did to the people that stood up in those civil rights shit. That shit galvanized them to stand up. And so I don't care. I love that shit because I want it because I feel like enough black people need to see the truth because that other shit like Biden make motherfuckers think that shit is different when it's not. It make you think they ain't all like that. Nah, motherfucker. It's not about a personal thing. Because it's not even a personal thing for some of them. For some of them, it's a part of an ideology that they was born into. So it's like a white guy told me. He said, I know
it's
the
almost
truth.
like a religion.
He said it's a cultural thing. He said, I know the truth. White guy told me to my face. He said, but if I try to go out against this shit, you know what they'll do to me? Told me to my face that shit.
Yeah. They always on code.
He said a lot of them know. He said they a white guy, this young white guy. He said I know that shit ain't right. This young white guy. He was like, I know that shit ain't right. Okay. He said, but if you try to come out against that, the opposition against you gonna come out against you so strong. You understand what I'm saying? So I like when I love when a motherfucker like Trump was in that office because he's forcing you to see that reality. This shit ain't changed. It ain't changed. It ain't no difference. Because having Biden in there ain't no fucking better. To me, it's worse.
Right.
It's worse.
His policies have shown you that.
Fuck all that soft. I'd rather you talk to that hard shit like and make those other ignorant whites raise up. Because it should make us be better prepared to deal with what we have to deal with. Because you're going to have to deal with it either way. Either you got to deal with it outright or you got to deal with it sneakily. And I'd rather deal with it outright. I'd rather know who my clear open enemy is outright as opposed to thinking it's a possibility that you might be cool enough for me to get close to you only for you to poison my drink.
Right.
Because I'm not going to take a drink from somebody. I know that I'm not taking a drink from somebody. I'm not going to leave my drink around somebody. I know that's my clear open enemy. And I ain't going to take shit from them. I don't want nothing you got from me. Nothing. I don't want nothing you got to offer. Nothing. I don't need nothing you got. I'm black. My people was here, the first human beings on this planet. I don't need shit you got. Y'all only here because of me. So I don't need nothing you got. We had whole civilizations before y'all came into being. Y'all only been ruling this fucking world for a very short period of time. I got knowledge of self. I know who I am. So I don't need shit from you. You don't got to be my friend. I choose, if I choose to do that, but I don't need that shit. I don't need to be no friend with nobody white. I really mean that shit. If I don't never see another white motherfucker the rest of my life here, that shit, I won't feel like I'm missing nothing. I don't trust them. They not to be trusted. Why? Because that's history. History. Let me just say this. History. It's not my opinion. It's not even my opinion. This is a historical fact that belongs to them. Because history belongs to them. That's their word. I could pull up countless shit. I could just throw any up in the air and show their history of that group of people since they've been ruling the world, how they have fucked over other human beings on the planet of the earth. They are not to be trusted. You got to earn somebody's trust, right? And you're supposed to earn somebody's trust?
Right.
You got to earn that shit. They haven't earned that shit. They haven't earned your trust and respect. How? As a group. I'm not saying individuals, because there are individual whites that I'm cool with and got love for, individuals. But we're not looking at the individuals, because it's not based on the individual. When they look at me and you, bro, They don't see it, and they don't look at the individual.
Nope.
They
We
say
all one big nigga to
niggas.
them.
They see
Yep. We
niggas.
all one big nigga to them.
They see
Yep.
niggas. They don't see an individual.
Right.
See, we being the people that we are, the spiritually guided, we spiritual by nature. That's why you can have somebody like Martin Luther King say some shit like, I'd rather be judged by my character, the content of my character, than by my skin. You notice who said that, right? It was a black man that said that, not a white motherfucker. Because we have that shit.
Yeah.
Why? Because we the original motherfucking species of the planet. We're not diluted of shit. That's why we have that ability to say stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's why he was able to take something like, that's why Martin Luther King was able to take that principle of nonviolence from that racist ass Mahatma Gandhi, because he was a racist motherfucker too. And people take the time to study, which I did. I
And they
read
got
up on
the
him. He
nerve
was a
to have a
racist
statue
motherfucker.
of him. Yeah, they got the nerve to have a statue of him outside of in Atlanta, outside of the
Yeah, that Martin Luther King shit. Or at the
yeah,
Martin Luther King
Martin Luther King Center. They got a statue of Gandhi out there. His racist ass.
He was a
And I'm like,
racist motherfucker.
yeah, and I'm like, why would you have a statue of Gandhi outside of the Martin Luther King Center? That's crazy.
But that's that typical shit I'm talking about. That's the shit.
That's the first I heard about the statue.
Yeah. It's like the Martin Luther King shit. You know?
Yep.
So he was a racist. He ain't love black people. He was a racist motherfucker too. So my thing is this. This is what I'm talking about. Like I said, when you don't have one of the biggest detriments that our people suffer from is like this fucking terrible ass spell and shit. And that spell that's over us, that spell put blacks in America. That blacks in America have a loss of, they don't have the complete knowledge of self and kind. That's why black people are so quick to do the most crazy shit. Like you see brothers walk around. I used to hate that shit. I used to see brothers getting tattoos, Chinese shit. What the fuck are you getting that shit on you for, man?
That's true. That tickles
What
me.
is wrong with you? But I know what it is. That comes from lack of knowledge of self.
Right.
You're trying to be anything other than who you are because you don't know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to take this. I want to be this because you don't know who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
You don't know you don't know who you truly descended from. You don't know you don't know your story. You know history because that's what he told you.
Yeah.
That's why I said what I said to you earlier. So try to think of a thought outside of that shit because if you haven't been taught, because we don't, as a people, they removed us. Like Malcolm said, you don't lost everything. You lost your language, your religion, your culture, and your God. Like when you strip a human being of that shit, that person is really no longer. And it's a testament to who we are as a people, having had all removed from us to still be thriving in this motherfucker.
Right.
To still be,
right.
still be thriving, having had all that core stuff removed. And it still can't stop us. And it still can't stop us from existing and thriving and procreating.
Right.
And even in our ignorance as a people, they still can't really stop us. So imagine if you get that shit put back in you. That's what they fear.
Yeah.
That's what they fear. So any moments when they see anybody who could remotely trying to re-put that shit back into us as a people, they'll do anything in their power to tear them down. Anything. That's why when you got the COINTELPRO shit, one of the main objectives in the COINTELPRO is when any black messiah rise up, tear that motherfucker down. Tear him down. How you tear him down first? First they try to character assassinate you. First.
Yeah.
And if that don't work, then they'll physically kill your ass.
Yeah.
But first of all, you got to tear down that man's character first.
Yeah. Well, that's what Hoover said. The next black messiah, they're gonna make sure they control it.
Yeah. That's their job. So, but this is what they fear because they know the truth, and that's all I'm saying. We gotta turn away from them and do our own thing like we did. Because it ain't like we ain't never did this shit. Because we've done it before.
We've done it before. Yeah.
It's historical fact. You can't argue.
Yeah.
And I say historical fact for a reason. Because it's shit that you can find in the white man's book that you read that tell you the truth.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah.
You understand? That tell you the truth. You read in the Bible, like a lot of people is into the Bible because most of the blacks in America and the majority of blacks in America is Christian. So they're into the Bible. But shit in the Bible, those stories in the Bible, a lot of that shit took place in Africa. Because
Yeah.
Egypt is in Africa.
And started in Kemet.
Yeah,
And a
that's
lot
in
of
Egypt.
yeah.
That's in Egypt. The Egypt
Yeah.
is in North Africa, man.
Yeah.
You know?
A
That's
lot,
right.
lot of
That's
a lot of those stories. The characters, it's just the characters' names has just been changed. That's all.
Yeah, they made it. Yeah, because they translated. Because when they translated it from the original languages into King James, like the King James version of the Bible, which is the common version that most black, many of Christians have here in America, is the King James version. So they translated from that. They translated it from Aramaic Hebrew. You have Aramaic Hebrew, Syriac Arabic into Greek, Latin, and Roman, and into English and all these other things that follow now. So what happens is that simple fact of the matter is we had a way. Like Malcolm, I once heard Malcolm X say it in a speech. He said we knew a better time. So I know a lot of blacks don't understand that shit because it's hard to imagine a time when we actually ruled this shit. And that's why I said when it comes down to that cultural thing, that's why I said that's such an important thing. Because you can only think you're not gonna be. That's why you always going to always hear me say that statement about most blacks don't even realize they think with a white mind. Because you speak American English, you can't think outside of that shit if you don't know nothing else. You can't. Your very thoughts is only that. So if you don't have something that's that to attach yourself to, your thoughts can only be that. You don't even go that high of what they taught you. Because the majority of the shit you learning from what they're teaching and their ideology.
From their books.
From their books.
Right.
It's like me, I was reading Islamic Hebrew. There's some shit I went through in my search for my spiritual development. And it's like this girl I was dating with, she was Christian and shit, and she didn't even realize that Jesus was Jew. I'm like, how do you not know this, yo?
Wow.
How do you not know this? But you proclaiming yourself to be a Christian, and you don't know that the person you're following was from the tribe of Judah?
That's because of them pictures. All them paintings and pictures.
I said, you got to study this shit. Forget the pictures.
Bible teach you.
Yeah, but I'm saying outside of the pictures, like.
You got to know the region.
Yeah, how you going to. I'm just saying this, Santos. If you proclaim yourself to be something, at least know the tenets of your faith, man.
Right,
you can go to the average bootleg Muslim, and he can tell you the 5 pillars of faith.
Yeah.
He can have a cigarette in his fucking hand. He can have a cigarette in his hand, and he can tell you that shit.
Yeah, that's what's beautiful about anyone that was either if they were in the Nation of Islam or they were 5%ers or all that. Like you said a minute ago, knowledge of self. They're gonna teach you that first off.
Yeah,
you have to learn it. You have to learn it.
You know,
that's one thing I've always respected about those religions because, in fact, you taught that. Of course, like myself, a lot of us grow up in Christianity because that's what they give us. And it's hard to reframe my mind because I was going to do when I went on. I was always curious about the Quran and the Nation of Islam and Islamic religion because when I was in junior high and we studied about different religions and things, Islamic religion has always stuck out to me. So, Champ, you sound like you're on a real railroad track. Metal.
I'm actually out by the airport, man.
Oh, okay.
And that was jet planes flying over. My bad, man. I should have muted.
Do you have the windows down or something?
No. I'm outside, man. I should have muted my mic. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, let me mute it out.
It sounds like a real, but Islamic religion has always appealed to me, and I wanted to study, but I never did take the time out to really get into it. I wanted to learn a little bit about a lot of different religions, but Islamic was like the closest thing to what I was believing in that that kind of coincide with the certain things, So I wanted to check it out, and I didn't try to check it out thoroughly until I got locked up though, and then I checked some of it.
Which happens to a lot of brothers. Many brothers.
Let me say this real quick, and then I'm gonna go back on mute. The Nation of Islam is not true Islam.
I know
Well, they're
that's what
not
I found
considered.
out.
So
Yeah,
let
they're not considered to be.
I'm gonna let Pooja to speak on that, but I'm gonna go back on mute. I'm listening to you, brother.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
See, that's what I was just about to talk about. See, when I was on the inside, and I called myself trying to, get, learn more about it. I realized that this is not the true Islamic religion that I remember reading about when I was in school. I said, as far as some, and where I'm going with that is some of the rhetoric that they were preaching about, teaching about. I was cool with, before I even got in there, I was cool with understanding that, learning to be of your race and learn who you are as a person and where you come from. I'm cool with all that. But to me, Islamic religion was all about peace and understanding and giving reverence to Allah but the peaceful part stood out to me more than anything. I didn't see that in the Nation of Islam. The peace, I didn't see that. So I couldn't ride with it. I had to stop doing it and stop investigating and going to the mosque. And well, we didn't have a mosque in there, but we were going to the services. You know what I'm saying? Now, I had already read about Malcolm X and everything, on my own. When I got out, I was invited to a mosque. I went a couple times, but I still what kind of killed it for me outside of the peace part, when what I was understanding for peace, I wasn't getting that from Nation of Islam. Then when the minister's standing up there spewing all these vulgar words, man, that bothered me, brother. And I said, nah, I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? Cause see, me, my relationship with God, Allah, Jehovah, however you look at it, my relationship with him is my relationship. Okay. And the way I've been taught and the way I understand and the way I believe is, in order, because I'm gonna tell you, I've always seen a day, I've always had visions of me standing before a crowd
You break it up.
people,
Yeah, he's going into a bad area.
a flock of
Yeah,
people,
breaking
brother,
up.
and teaching them the way and the truth of breaking up. All right.
Yeah, say it
How's it
again,
now?
Santos,
You hear
because
me?
you broke up. Yeah, you gotta say what you said again.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear you.
try it now. Try it now.
Do
Yeah,
I
Try it
sound
now.
say
do
it
I
again.
sound okay now? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I said I've always had visions. I've always had visions of me standing before a flock of people and teaching them the truth and the way to the Almighty, to get to heaven or what have you. And what I was seeing at the mosque a couple of times, that wasn't in my vision as far as the way the guy was speaking, and I couldn't agree with that. So I hadn't even attempted to look into Islamic religion since then. But I'm not gonna say. Let me not say Islamic religion. Let me say the Nation of Islam, because to me there's a big difference. Islamic religion to me is a beautiful religion. I have a
Breaking up
great
bad
deal
again.
of respect
Yeah,
for
you
it.
breaking up again, but
If you really been as a Islamic person, where I'm at now, how's that?
okay,
Yeah,
go
you
ahead.
sound
Can you hear me?
yeah.
All right. To me, the Islamic religion is such a beautiful religion, and I look at it like this here. What I've learned
Breaking up again. Breaking up.
on the surface about it.
You broken up bad.
I guess it's taking me too long to get it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
No, man.
you be
I'm
good
in.
for a little
Hey,
while.
and look here. I'm in an area, man. Well, I figure they got some internet over here, the way these houses look. You know what I'm saying? I figured
Now you
the
sound
internet
good,
ought
but
to
no,
be
you sound good
strong
right
over
now
here.
though. But you sound good right now. You
Okay.
sound good right now though.
Okay. Yeah. what I was saying is I have a great affinity and respect for Islamic religion, true Muslim religion, and it's a peaceful religion. It's a religion full of love, knowledge of itself. Of yourself, and then at the same time, the vision that I had for me to be speaking before a group of people in the future, possibly, I didn't see that at the mosque the 2 times I went after I got out. So I couldn't. I had
For the Nation of Islam.
tried
At the
to
Nation of Islam.
get into
At
it
the
since
Nation of
then.
Islam.
Yeah, and
The Nation of Islam.
there's a big difference between the Nation of Islam and the Islamic religion. I want people to understand that, and that's something I understood quickly. There's a big difference. The Nation of Islam to me is an organization that teaches people some good things, but it's still to me more of an organization than a religion. Islam is the religion. That's the religion, and live as a Muslim, and that's the way I've understood it.
Okay, no doubt. It's a lot of what you said was on point and right in some regards, but some of it, this is why you have to do more. You have to do more studies and more research. Now,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over a couple of things. Now, like I told you, because I was Nubian Islamic Hebrew, so I did the Hebrew thing and I did the Islamic thing. Now, it's a lot of points there that you made, but this is why you got to do even more research, because you only got to a certain point of your research. Because like we say, Al-Islam is the peace. A lot of Muslims will tell you that it means, you say you're a Muslim, it means that you submit to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Islam or salam, which is the Arabic word, is peace. And then we say Al-Islam means the peace, basically, right? And they'll say that means that you're submitted. No, it doesn't. The literal translation is that, just what I just said, the peace. But as a Muslim, you submit to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's what you do as it, but that's not what that word literally means. It means the peace, peaceful way. Musalam, you want a peace, right? Now, you have to look at the factors. There's different factors. Like, now this is one of the reasons why I don't practice Al-Islam no more. I practice something that's more directly related to who we are as so-called Nubian people. I'm using that for a reason for y'all right now. Now, the reason why a lot of, it's a lot of reasons why. I ain't got time for that shit today, but it's a lot of reasons why black people will turn, like you felt, to turn towards Islam. But you don't realize that it's a reason why you be more directed towards that than anything else. Now, let me get this put out there. Now, it means that Al-Islam, the peace, or Muslim, one of peace, but Islam, as practiced by the main group who spread it, is not a peaceful religion. Islam was spread by murder, straight up.
Yeah.
Now, when you get into real Islam, when you get into like what they call Orthodox Islam, you learn that shit. That's why you had the holy wars. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, they spread that shit. Either you're gonna be a Muslim or they're gonna kill your ass. You ain't getting no choice. Straight up. That's real. That's how it was with the Arabs doing that shit. Now, the reason why you did have some blacks that were Muslim is because the Arabs were the first ones to put slavery. They had the Africans in slavery and bondage first, before Spain and Portugal, and then later England came in. 200 to 300 years prior to that. So that's why you did have a group like the Moors that was black. Islam was forced on the Africans. The Africans were not natively Islamic. It was put on them too. They were converted into it. They had other African cultures prior to that, religious and spiritual ways that they dealt with, going all the way back to ancient Tamaray, which is now called Egypt, or Kemet, which is both Those terminologies is
You
Greek
got a lot
and
of
Arab.
background, champion.
Yeah, that's champion. That's champion. He got to mute it. He got to mute it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was back in.
Yeah, you got to mute it. You got to mute yourself. Yeah, yeah, you got to mute it. Yeah, so and the ideology, the words speak of peace, but in actuality, nah, it's not that. It's a, you know, it has a spiritual component to it, as all religions do, you know, but
Mhm.
in actuality, nah. That shit was spread just like every other religion. It's like Christianity. That shit was spread by the
Yeah,
sword.
yeah,
It was spread by the
yeah.
sword. So,
hmm
and it's really, and it was something that was put on us. Like, so that's why you had a lot of blacks that's and from ancient time that was Muslim because Islam was brought into Africa and they enslaved the native blacks, the native Africans, which were primarily black as we know it today. So, and when when I was in Islam, I was all into that shit at the time, the Hebrew thing, you know, in my search for who, as we all do, search for who and what we are spiritually, because by nature we're spiritual people, you know. That's why when
Right.
black people tend to get into stuff, they tend to be the best at it. When you think of Muslims, most of the most prominent Muslims you think of is black people.
hmm
You think of Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We made that. When we get into something, we be the best at it because we spiritually, by nature, are very spiritual people. So when you see somebody like Martin Luther King become a Christian, he's one of the best Christians in terms of the way you practice it in the modern day society. You understand? Now, when I was practicing Islam, I got into a lot of debates with with Muslim brothers who was Orthodox Muslim brothers about somebody like Martin Luther King because I made it clear. I said I got more love for somebody like Martin Luther King, and y'all said because one brother I said yeah he was a good man but he practiced the wrong faith, right? Some Sunni Muslim guy said to me, I was like, you bugging. I said I got more love for Martin Luther King than I do for some white pale ass Saudi Arabian Arab who don't give a fuck about me. I used to beef with them all the time about that shit. I was like, I got more love for him than I would for some Saudi Arabian Arab, white Arab who don't give a fuck about me. See, there's a big misconception. There is racism in Islam. There always is racism anywhere. Wherever the dynamic is black and white, you'll find after a certain
Right.
time the white was on the top and the black was on the bottom.
hmm
So they'll talk like, oh, it's no racism. Yes, it is. It's racism in that shit too. And like I said, they the ones who started the slave trade shit in Africa
hmm
first. So there's a big misconception. So a lot of people think
Yeah.
that, oh, that was
Yeah.
our original way. No, we was converted into that shit too. We had our way, going all the way back to ancient Cambrai, which is, like I said, which is now called Egypt, or Kemet, which is both Greek and Arab terminologies. Because you hear a lot of people, they'll say Kemet, because the word in the tongue is Kam. When you hear that sound, that CH sound, Kam, like it's connotating black. Like in the Bible, y'all know him as Ham, because they took the K off
hmm
in the English translation, but his name would have been Ham, and it means dark. It would mean dark. That was Noah's son,
hmm
Ham. Or in the Bible, he's called Ham, and that's in regard to the black one. They said the black race came out of Ham, or Ham, which is the proper way to say it, right? So,
Okay.
so I say all that to say, now you look at the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam version of Islam, as
hmm
I see it, it was something that was necessary for the blacks enslaved here in America. See, this is how
Yeah.
you got to
Yeah.
look at the bigger picture. See, that wasn't supposed to be the same thing as the Islam from Saudi Arabia, because the circumstances is not the same.
That's true.
So when people say, "Oh, it's not real Islam," who are you to? Who is anybody to say that? Who is anybody? Because that's why I say it's so important to do your research. It's so important to do your research. Remember, I told y'all I talked to the sister and she didn't know that Jesus was from the tribe of Judah. It's like if you keep it a buck, like you got many people, and most of our people sitting in the church every Sunday, going to church, not realizing. Now you got the Bible, which is the Holy Scripture book for the Christians. The first part of the Bible is a Jewish book.
Yeah.
The whole first part,
Yeah.
the Old Testament, the Pentateuch, and all that. That's a Jewish book. That's not no Christian book.
Right.
Your Ten Commandments that you follow as a Christian is Jewish.
With
It's
Jewish
Hebrew.
belief.
That's for them.
Yeah.
That was given to them.
That's right.
The Jews, the Christians took it, and you know which Christians took it and took it for themselves? Catholics, Roman Catholics. That's why they took it and switched it. The reason why the Sabbath is Saturday, not Sunday. But the reason why it's Sunday now, the reason why it's Sunday now is because the Catholics changed it to Sunday.
Which is the first day of the week.
They changed it to Sunday.
That's one of the first questions I had when I started understanding some stuff. I was in Sunday school on Wednesday night Bible study. And I said, I thought the Sabbath was the last day of the week.
So what I will say,
that would be Saturday.
So what I will say about the Nation of Islam, because like I said, it took me years to get to this point. Because part of my journey started with them. You know, and it had more to do with self-love, knowledge of self, and kind. But it's a journey, man. It's a spiritual journey that you have to go on. And my thing was, I don't take that necessarily that position of that they got fake Islam or not Islam. That Islam just literally means, because to me, Martin Luther King is a far better Muslim than many people who proclaim to be Muslim. You understand? Because he was a true man of peace. Because that's what it means.
Right.
That's literally what this shit means. Muslim, one of peace. And you practice al-Islam, the peaceful way, which is Millatu Ibrahim, which is the religion of Abraham. Why? Because Abraham's firstborn son, Ishmael, or Yishmael, is where the Arabs come from. And the Prophet Muhammad was from the tribe of Kedar. The tribe of Quraysh, according to how history has it written out. But I say all that to say, and this is one thing I feel like we as a people, if I say blacks don't have our own mind anymore. Because if me and you, say me, you, and Champion Heart, if we feel that we was divinely inspired by whatever we felt inspired us, and we started to propagate that, there are gonna be many people, most of which will be our own, are gonna tell us that we blaspheme by trying to preach a new way of life. But most people don't realize Christianity was a cult when it first started. It was considered a cult because you had Judaism, which was considered a real religion. You had Zoroastrianism, but most people don't know shit about now. You got religions connected to the other nations of that time, and they worship deities like Baal and shit like that. And you had Zoroastrianism, which was a real religion that existed at that time. Don't exist no more like that. But Christianity was considered like a cultish thing at that point. But how did it get into the position that it is now? Straight up like everything else. It's a political move. Constantine, the Roman emperor, the same person. You never thought to yourself when you studied in school, they said that the Romans used to feed the Christians to the lions and shit. How did those same people go from feeding them to the lions to being Christian? Shit was a political move, dude. That's why you have the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. When you research the Council of Nicaea, you learn how I learned about, what really made me learn about go into this shit when I was in junior high school. In my junior high school, I learned that the Trinity concept was a created concept at the Council of Nicaea, that it was not a natural part of Christianity. And I was like, they made that shit up. So when I studied that shit, then it led me the rest of my journey. At the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. You had the Roman Emperor Constantine. He had the Council of Nicaea, where he brought a bunch of religious, as you would say, like theologians, so you understand, bring them together, and they created Christianity as you know it today. Because like the concept of God the Father, God the Holy Spirit, God the Son, that's not a natural part.
What year was that again?
325 AD.
See,
AD.
that kind of contradicts what they actually teach Christians, though,
Hmm.
because we're actually taught that Christianity, even though Jesus, who's considered the Christ himself, was born at a certain time, they teach that Christianity start as his death became when he was crucified, which he was at the age of 33. They consider that 33 A.D. and that's when
Hmm.
Christianity is supposed to actually start,
Nah, that ain't true. Christianity didn't
which was
start until hundreds of years after that person would have been gone. That's when it started. Because
well,
the dominant
that's
the
the
dominant
history that
faith, nah, you gotta do that's why I said you
they
gotta do your
teach us
research.
in
Because
Christendom.
that's not that's why I said you gotta do your research. Because what I just explained to you, I learned that shit in junior high school. 325 AD. That's where Christianity, it came to be. Because you got to realize, them Jews, the Jewish people you see walking around here today, they don't believe Jesus was no fucking son of God, and he was Jew. That's what people don't understand. Like
Check into
Jewish
it.
people, they still
Crucified
waiting for
Jesus.
the Messiah. They still waiting for him. They don't believe
I
that
don't
Jesus
I don't
was.
consider.
They don't accept that. Jesus was from the tribe of Judah. That's why if you read, I love the one Bible I do like. I like the red letter Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I like that shit. See, I had an older Bible that my grandmother gave me. It was all, the older shit. I got that shit like in 1970, early 70, like 73 or some shit, 74. But I like the red letter Bible because it got Jesus' words. And if you look at Jesus' words, one, he never gave himself props. He always put the Father first, and he made it clear. He was straight.
He did.
He made it clear that he was where he was from and what he was a part of. He was a very proud Jew. Very proud of that shit. Very nationalistic type of Jew.
But see,
He was very proud of that shit. He wasn't anti-Jew. He wasn't trying. That's why he said to them, I didn't come. He said, I came as a fulfillment of the law, not to destroy it. What was the law?
Right.
The law is the Torah. So he's telling you straight up, ain't nothing wrong with this shit. It's y'all that's messed up, not the religion. He didn't come to make no new religion. That's what. So Christianity was started a couple of hundred years after him by another group of people. He was Jew, and he practiced that shit. It was made up by the Romans. The Romans created that shit. He did not come and start no new religion. That's why he said that clearly. I come as a fulfillment of the law, because it was prophesied that I would come. I didn't come to destroy the law, because there ain't nothing wrong with the law. It was nothing wrong with the law. There was nothing wrong with the Torah and all that, with the people and how they practiced. The people was messed up, not the way of life.
But
So,
Christianity is what discerns a religion. Christianity is affected who you follow. You following who was considered the Christ, which was Jesus Christ. Okay, I can't. You going? Hey, you sound real bad, bro.
Yeah, you breaking up real bad, Pews. I can't hear you.
Hear me now? All right now.
You're breaking up real bad.
Hold on. Probably the area I'm in. It's probably the area I'm passing through. It's probably this area. How about now?
Okay, that's better.
That's better? Yeah. But he's only, when you say that, you say he's considered the Christ only to the Roman. He's not considered the Christ to Jews. He's considered that to Roman. Hello? You breaking up. Santos, you breaking up terrible. Hello?
Yeah, I think we lost him. He broke up real bad.
Yeah, he was breaking up real bad. Yeah, he got to understand it. Like Christians be like, only to the Romans.
Christianity is only, 2,000 years old. Is that not right?
Yeah, that's because of what I said. To the Romans, because to look, the word that they use in Christianity, they say Jesus is what? The Messiah, right? The Messiah, they say Jesus was the Messiah, which is the anointed one. And Hebrew, the word.
Hello? Oh man, I lost everybody. Hello? Damn.
of Judea. I mean, they, can y'all hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Champion Hart. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened. Can anybody in the chat hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, we lost Fuse, man. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, lost me too. I don't know what happened. Something happened to the system, I believe.
Yeah, you went.
I normally
You went all the way
never.
out.
I normally never get kicked out over here in this area. That's all.
Yeah. So you went all the way out.
Yeah. Yeah. What I was saying. I gotta check out the information that you guys have, because from I've been in the Christian faith all my life, and we were always taught that Christianity started after the death of Christ. That's where you get that's where AD comes from. And
Right.
He died at the age of 33. That's the first time I ever heard that Christianity started 100 years or so after, 100 or more years after. I ain't never heard nothing like that. Now the other thing is, I heard you say something about 2,000 years old. But see, if you're going by what we were taught, that's impossible too. Now Jews, I never considered Jews Christians, because Jews are the ones that crucified Christ. They the original Jews, they didn't want to believe in what Christ was coming to do. He came in and led the people. People followed him. With ease. Most of them, not all of them. A lot of people disagree with.
Well,
but
right. Well, see, that's why we were saying. That's why we were saying that the stories of the stories in the Bible are from Egypt and Kemet, and Egyptology predates Christianity by
years. Oh shit! I'm probably gonna end up.
I can hear you. You hear me?
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can barely hear you, but I can hear you.
I got a lot of noise. My Bluetooth
sound far off. Your Bluetooth just went out?
Yeah, my Bluetooth just went out, man. I can try it.
Okay. Hey, Fusions, if you can hear us, come back on, man. Because I got kicked out too. And I guess Cam or somebody got me right back in. But,
yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you better now. Yeah, I can hear you better now.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of noise because I'm not on my Bluetooth. That kind of may have lessened noise.
I think I kind of heard something about what you said about the 2,000 years old a few years back, and I think I was looking at something on television, some kind of documentary, and I probably heard it then. Now that I think about it more, but yeah, they don't teach us that, but that's I need to just check that information out, But I mean, they have us under understanding Christianity started officially after the death of Christ, and that, from what I understand, that's what AD is supposed to be representing, after the death.
Right. That's what I had always understood, but from other things I've researched, I don't think that's the case.
Now I thought. Now honestly, not that I'm not trying to be honest in the first place, but earlier in my childhood years, through science, I heard that AD meant something else. I just can't remember what it is. But through church and studied through religion, I was always told it was after the death of Christ. So that's what my understanding comes from.
Yeah. And it was something else you guys were talking about. I wanted to go back to, and now I got a question I've been having on my mind that I wanted to ask Jesus if he could help us with. You may know, I don't know, but you know the word history, right? Say it again.
You know the word history.
Yeah.
You know how we always say history because like Preacher said, if you don't know anything, you're gonna think as an American, or as a white studies have taught us.
Right.
And so history is there. That word. I wanted to know if he knew of another Arabic word or that's similar to history that we could use. Because honestly, I've been thinking about that for a few years, man. I'm gonna research that for real.
Yeah.
Because I would like to take the word history out. The more I think about the word history, it's his story. I mean,
right.
Come on now.
Right.
I don't like that, man.
Yeah, and see, words mean things, and
they have a lot of meaning. That's what
and that's what I wanted to talk to Puge about because the original Bible is in Hebrew, so in translation, when you're translating a language, it's apparent that you're going to lose content because words mean things.
I'm glad you brought that up. Let me let you finish. I'm sorry. But you're absolutely right. It was written in Hebrew language. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a lot of noise. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Then let me ask you something. Because you brought up something I wanted to touch on a little while ago too. Because I know that the original writings of the Bible is in Hebrew language, from what I've been taught and understood and understand. And like you said, when you change, when they start translating stuff, some things are lost in translation, which is true. Some are lost purposely. And I've always believed that the Bible is not 100% as far as the version that we have over here in the United States. Now,
that King James version is just what that is. That's his
what
version.
It is, King James.
Yeah, and that's the version he destroyed all others. That's the version that he wanted out. He destroyed all others.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, it says King James version. That's his version.
Right. Exactly. Now let me ask you this. In the Bible, the King James version, we have the Old Testament and the New Testament, and I've always felt that the Old Testament in the Holy Bible.
I've always felt that the Old Testament
that I've read. A lot of the Old Testament that I've read has been in line with the Holy Quran. Did you hear me?
Been in line with the. You said the Old Testament. The Old Testament has been in line with the Holy Quran.
Yeah, the Holy Quran and the Old Testament are real similar. From the readings that I've read, because the first Quran I ever opened up, when I opened, I said, darn, all this familiar. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The books and all that. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's 100% identical, but there's a lot that coincide together. Now,
Yeah, there's a lot from the Old Testament in the Holy Quran.
okay.
And that's what I was saying when I was talking to Jude. The reason that
I'm back
I
on.
was saying that NOI. He's back. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah,
Well,
no. He can finish what you were saying.
Yeah.
Then I'll interject.
No,
So I'm
the
not
reason
hurt.
I was saying that the NOI doesn't teach true Islam is because in Mecca, what's taught in Mecca is not what's taught in NOI, and that's what Malcolm discovered. You know, when he made the pilgrimage.
Right.
Yeah, so that's why I was making reference to, you know, when I said that.
All right. Now the question I have, the reason I brought that up, the question I have, now the New Testament is supposed to be based off according to Christianity, it's based off the teachings and the life of Jesus Christ himself. So, and that's supposed to have been a big part of the birth of Christianity religion, as far as the New Testament. Now, I wanted to ask you guys, your research. When was that New Testament portion of the Bible, the Holy Bible, put into existence?
That's what I was telling you about. 325
Okay.
AD.
That's when it was put into existence.
That's when they came into play, because what happened was, see, with this, and this is what I'm saying, like, because particularly our group of people.
Yeah, a lot of it was written after his death. So
because what you have to understand is that because
I think all of it, as a matter of fact. Go ahead,
because of the circumstances that our people was under here in America and been put into that way of life as a religious way, Christianity was created in 325 AD by the Roman Emperor Constantine. He brought a bunch of theologians together. Now, what most people don't understand is this: there was a lot of different books, out dealing with that subject. And what they did was, that's why you hear them talking about the canon of Christianity. And they talking about the canon. What they did was, they had to make a decision, because there's so many different books out with so many different stories, and a lot of those stories contradicted each other. So what they had to do was, they had to make a decision as to which stories that they were going to accept to use for their new movement, basically, and which route they were going to go. We had a lot of stories. Matter of fact, just last year,
breaking up, bro.
they found.
Yeah, it's breaking up.
Yeah, hold on.
You're breaking up.
Now, this area is kind of like that. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what they did was this: the area. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of different books with those stories, but a lot of those stories about Jesus, they contradicted each other. So they had to make a decision: which stories of Jesus are we going to use? Are we going to use the stories of Jesus that makes him look like a deity, the Son of God, or are we going to use the stories that make him look human? They wanted to go with, which was with their plan and agenda, go with the stories that made him look more divine. That's why you see the stories in the Bible of him walking on water, multiplying the fish, making the wine, the multiply on the wine and all that stuff. That's why those, water in the wine. That's why those stories is in there. But those aren't the only stories. That's why you hear about. You ever heard of the synoptic gospels?
Say it again. Synoptic.
The synoptic gospels.
I may have, probably just don't remember.
Now, do you remember back in 1989, Oliver Stone made a movie and it caused a big stir in the Christian community called The Last Temptation of Christ?
I remember the name of The Last Temptation of Christ. I can't remember how
Yeah,
it goes.
it was Oliver Stone. Oliver Stone, the same Oliver Stone who made JFK, the movie, all that shit. But he made a big movie in 1989. William Dafoe played Jesus Christ in that movie.
Yeah.
And in that movie, it's called The Last Temptation of Christ. That
You're breaking up.
version. Hold on.
Breaking up.
I'm trying. Yeah. Hello?
All right, now.
Yeah. Now, in The Last Temptation of Christ, William Dafoe played Jesus, and then that depiction is from the scriptures of the Synoptic Gospels. Those are the ones that Constantine and them got rid of. They didn't put those in the canon of Christianity as you know it today, because in the Synoptic Gospels, those are the ones that show him living as a human being. He got married because he was married to Mary of Magdalene. Mary of Magdalene was his wife. See, that's in the Synoptic Gospels. See, the one that they took the versions, they took the books, because there's a bunch of different independent books. They took the books that made him look more divine. The ones that made him look human, they didn't use those for what they was trying to do. The canon,
I've heard
that's
that
the canon of that's the canon of Christianity that you know about today, like what y'all know today in the Bible. And that's those stories. That's why if you read some of them stories in the New Testament between Mark, Luke, and all the different ones, they contradict each other because it was put together in a way to make it look a certain way. So they had to do it to the best of their ability. But just recently, at the end of last year, I seen it on CNN. They found some more scripture with Jesus and his wife Mary of Magdalene, and in their wedding and their children, all of that. That's other scriptures that exist, but they wasn't put into that canon by Romans. That's why. What's the head of the Christian church? Which group?
What's the head of the Christian church?
Yeah, what's the head of the Christian church? Which group is the head of the Christian church? And all other groups stem from out of that.
Well, men are head, but Jesus Christ himself is supposed to be the head.
No, I don't mean. I'm not talking about the religion. I'm not talking about that.
To God.
I'm not talking about the religious. I'm talking about the
Who
head of the Christian church, like as a group. Which group of Christians is the head? Which group of Christians is the head of the Christian group, and all the other Christian groups stemmed out of it?
What are you talking about, Catholic?
That's right. The Catholics is the head of the Christian group. No, not the Jewish. That's because you don't consider it because you Baptist. You probably Baptist.
Yeah.
No, Jews is not Christian. I'm talking about that.
I'm Church of Christ, but it's the same thing though.
No, but what I'm saying is Jews is not Christian. I'm talking about the head of the Christian.
I don't consider them Christian.
The head Christian group is Catholics.
Right.
Christianity was started by the Catholics. That's why. And the head what's the whole name of the Catholic Church? It's the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman that was Constantine in them. All the other groups of Christianity stem from that. You got the Protestant, the Lutheran, the Methodist, all the way down to the Baptist and to what you are part of. They are all offshoots of the original church, which was the Catholic Church, which was formulated by
the way we're told.
Constantine in 325 AD. Now, you learn about Christianity as an offshoot. Look away from where it originated from, which was Catholicism. So that's why you was taught the way you was taught. Just like we were just talking about the Nation of Islam.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, bro.
Yeah, how about now?
You're breaking up.
How about now? Something better?
A little bit better. That's better. That's better.
It's the same way as if the Nation of Islam is an offshoot of the original Sunni Islam. So all these other groups of Christianity on Christendom in the Christendom world that exists, many of them don't even realize that they're offshoots from the original formulation of Christianity, which is the Roman Catholic Church. That's where it stemmed at. That's where it started at, 325 AD. See, the Jesus part, like I keep thinking, like Jesus was Jew. Jesus didn't start it.
Right.
Jesus was not Christian.
No, he
was from the tribe of Judah. So obviously, if he wasn't Christian, he didn't start the religion. See, the Prophet Muhammad was Muslim. He was a Muslim.
Right. But
because he started the faith. He started the faith, but he was Muslim. Jesus did not start Christianity. He was not Christian. It was formulated a couple of hundred years by another group of people, which happened to have been the Romans. This is the
you own to something, because I know I was taught that the Roman Catholic Church are primarily followers of Saint Peter, who was a follower of Christ.
Yeah, because you gotta remember. You remember Paul. You know the disciple Paul.
Yes.
The disciple Paul, right? Now Paul was Hebrew. His name was actually Saul.
He became part of the Christian religion after the death of Christ.
That's right. And Paul, his name was Saul, and he changed his name to Paul.
You're breaking up again.
Yeah, hold on. How about that?
They got you in a different department.
Now I'm traveling. I'm on my way out.
Are you driving?
Yeah, so I'm moving. That's why.
Okay. There you go. You're
So
better now.
breaking up. So Paul, who was Hebrew, got with the Romans. He became a Roman soldier, a Roman soldier, and he converted. So when they did that, and that's when you got that story about the road to Damascus. And he said that the spirit of Jesus came to him, Saul, why have thou forsaken me? That was all created, B. They created that shit, a political movement. The best way I can tell you to think about it is what we were just talking about with the alphabet group. You see how when me and you think about this, when me and you was kids, you see how the alphabet group is. You see how gays can get married now. When me and you was kids, you wouldn't have never thought that shit was possible.
Right.
So that's what happened with that religion.
Breaking up again.
Judaism at that time it didn't exist, but Judaism existed. Zoroastrianism existed. So what they did was, and of course the Romans had their own religion because they used to worship Jupiter, Saturn, Apollo. But then why they created Christianity. They took the stories of like when you say Christ, like for instance, like when people use the word Christ, that word comes from another, actually an Egyptian word. Correct. That's where it comes from. Now,
breaking up.
When you're looking at hello. When you're looking at when you're looking at the word Christ, it actually comes from an ancient Egyptian word, Kores. Right? That's where it actually stems from. So, but that's the word that y'all most commonly know. Like y'all say, Jesus is what? The Messiah, right?
Yeah.
And he's commonly called Christ. Now, Christ is not. Now, how could his name be? That's a title. That's not a name. Christ is a title. It ain't his name. Like Jesus Christ. Like that's his name. It's a title. Because Jesus was Hebrew. Because Christ is not Hebrew. Christ, you gotta remember that language was translated from Hebrew into Latin. It went from Greek, Roman, Latin to the stuff that it is now. So that story was pretty much what they made up to fit their agenda. And there were stories about this individual who in Hebrew name is Yahshua, which is translated today as Jesus. Because in Hebrew, his name is actually, the person that everybody worshiping as Jesus is actually Yahshua. That's how you pronounce it. Because as you know, in Hebrew, there is no letter J. The letter that they use there is no letter J. It's not silent. It's not even silent. There's no such thing as
It's not
letter J.
existence.
It's
Okay.
not exist. The letter that they use is called Yod. That's why everything is Yah. So that's why God's name in Hebrew is not Jehovah, which is an English translation of Yahuwah or Yahweh. Yahuwah. Only certain people, certain tribes, allowed to say Yahuwah, which is he. In English, they'll teach you like in the Bible. You know how you write the 10 Commandments, and when Moses asked, who should I say sent me? He said, tell him I am that I am. That's a bad translation of he who is. That's the proper what it should be, as opposed to I am. That's just a lower version of saying it. But I say that to say, when they made those stories based on that character or that individual, Yahshua, who is now called Jesus, because in Spanish they say Jesus. It's a translation, and as we know, there's always something lost in the translation. So these stories was fabricated, man, and I know it's hard to hear that shit when you've been believing some shit for so long, but the facts is there. Now, what people don't understand, it does not mean that divine force does not exist. It don't mean that at all. It don't mean that shit. The supreme force still exists. Now, it's a matter of the interpretation, and like I said, that's why I say it's important to research. And I spoke to the sister, I was doing, I said, you gotta do your research. I said, because you want to proclaim that you're something, you have to at least know the tenets of what you're proclaiming to be, so you can defend it properly. So you can't be walking around here saying that you're this, and you don't know it.
Right.
I asked Christian some basic questions. I remember we did this years ago. I was at my cousin's house.
Breaking up, bro.
Yeah, I'll never forget. Years ago, I was at one of my cousin's house. I guess it was in the early 90s. It was in the early 90s. Can you hear me?
It's breaking up.
Hold on.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Yeah, the area I'm going to, right? So, I was visiting my cousin in the early 90s, and he was getting a little, he was trying to feel his way around to, get some knowledge himself. And he had this guy, his dog, that was a Jehovah's Witness, who was trying to get him to look into the Jehovah's Witness faith, right? So I happened to show up one day while the dude was there. So then we got into a discussion about some things, right? And he saw how I handled the dude. And he said the dude was such a serious Jehovah's Witness. So I asked him the most basic of things. I said, all right, you follow the 10 Commandments, right? So I'm like, what's the first commandment of the 10 Commandments? That which is actually 613 commandments. There's actually 613 commandments and statutes that was given to the tribe of Israel. But it's the first 10 that's most commonly known.
Right.
But it's 613 commandments and statutes. And it dealt with everything from hygiene to how you dress, how you eat, prepare your food. That's why you got the kosher law in the Hebrew faith. It dealt with all that, right? So I'm asking him the basic thing. I'm like, yo, what's the first commandment of the 10 Commandments? Now, you're supposed to be a hardcore Jehovah's Witness. You should know this. So I'm asking him, which I've done to quite a few people who proclaim to be Christian. And and a lot of the time, they don't know that answer. And I'm like, how you don't know the first commandment of the 10 Commandments? Now, they know that a lot of people know them. They just don't know the order that they're in. They don't know the order. I said, it's a reason why they're in that order. There's a reason for that. And the first commandment is the most important commandment. So everybody knows thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, and all that shit. It's the first one. Because the first one is the most important one above all the other ones. Not committing adultery, coveting. Yeah, that's all cool, but that shit ain't the most important one. So when I ask a lot of Christians people that proclaim it, I've been astonished at how they don't know that shit. Yeah. Okay. I said I've been astonished at how they don't know that. But you're proclaiming that you believe in God and that you believe in that you're a Christian or that you believe in God. So which kind of go hand in hand, really, for but most people don't understand. It kind of go hand in hand. People say they believe in God. They connected. Their thought process is connected to the Christian ideology due to the fact that you're even using the word God. So that's basically connecting you to the Christian ideology.
Well, I think the Christian belief here in the States, in the Western Hemisphere, is too relaxed opposed to other religions, because when I see other people of other faiths, they might kick it a certain way on the personal level, but when they come down to their religious, they serious about it. They do their prayers like they're supposed to, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We just,
because
I think it's
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Back to relax on our end. I don't think
we're
following it the way we're supposed to.
Yo, you hit that shit right on the head, because I was trying to get to that point, but since you got there, I'm gonna deal with it right there, since you took it there already. Because I was trying to work my way to that. Right? Because you know what Christianity really is? Christianity, as formulated by the Romans, Catholic, it's a watered down version of Judaism. But Judaism was considered to be too harsh. Because in Judaism, they got a lot of strict laws. You can't eat this. You can't wear that. You have to do this. You have to do that. So a real like Jesus was Hebrew. So as a Hebrew, Hebrews don't eat pork. They don't eat swine.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Christians can eat pork. Basically, I used to do this shit verbatim. This verse in the Bible where it's Paul talking. And basically what Paul said he did was, I told her, he said, is it wrong for me to have told a lie to get people to worship the God of Israel?
I really don't know where they get that from.
Are you breaking up? Say that again.
You know that? I don't know where they get it's okay to eat that from. I know where they got it from.
Yeah.
At first I was saying I don't know where they got that from, that it's okay to eat pork, but then I came back and said, no, I do remember where they get it from.
Yeah, it's from, so when they ushered in that form of Christianity, it was a way for Paul said that it was a way to get people to worship basically the God of Israel without all those harsh, restrictive laws that Judaism had. And it was a way to get people to worship that same deity, that same entity, without having to subscribe to all the other laws that's connected with it. So you can't eat a certain way. You have to dress a certain way. You have to pray a certain way. So with that, take away those harsh restrictions, but yet still having you worship and give allegiance to that deity, without having to take on all the other more strict parts of the religious rituals of that way of religious way of life in Judaism. So that's really what that was. And when the Romans and when Constantine and them did that, I told you it was a study this. I want you to check it. I want you to study. Don't believe what I'm saying.
You're breaking up, bro.
Yeah. You hear me?
I can now.
Yeah. So that's why I gave you that date and told you, and so that you can go research it for yourself, because I don't want you to just accept what I'm saying. I want you to research it.
No, I don't feel that you guys are lying to me about it.
No, but I still know. But but you do it yourself. You see it yourself so that you saw it, so nobody can be like, oh, you didn't see it yourself. Because that's the difference. Like I explained to my kid, like religion, all religions is based on belief, right? They say belief, and that's speculative thought. So it's about this is one of the greatest tricks they teach. They do to people. They'll tell you seeing is believing. No, it's not. That's one of the biggest lies they tell you. Seeing is not believing. Seeing is knowing. Seeing is knowing. Hearing is believing. That's like if me and you at the fight. If me and you at the fight, watching the fight, and we see a guy jump from, he hanging up on the lights, on the lights that's over the ring, and he just dropped down into the ring and lands on his feet, and then walk out the ring. But me and you saw it. And then Champion Hart walk up and we like, yo, you see that motherfucker just jump down there and land on his feet and walk out the ring? And Champion Hart walk up and be like, what happened? What happened? And we said, yo, this guy just jumped over there. He's gonna have to believe what we telling him because he didn't see it with his own eyes. But me and you saw it. So we know what we saw. So seeing is knowing, hearing is believing. And see, when you get a person, religion is, that's why we have a saying, religion is like a blind man. A blind man has to be led to where he's going. You have to be able to, you should be, we descend from a people who knew things. It was our ancestors that built those pyramids. Like that story in the Bible about Jews and slaves, but that's a lie. There's no proof of that shit. The only place that story exists is in that Bible. There was no other information anywhere on the planet Earth of that story being true other than in our Bible.
Say that again. I said
like our ancestors built those pyramids, right?
Oh yeah.
But according to the Bible, they would have you believe that Jewish people, Jewish slaves built those pyramids. They would have you believe that. That shit ain't true. There was no proof other than.
I thought the slaves were Hebrew.
Yeah, that's what they say. But my point is this: that story is in there, but the only place that exists is in that book. You can't find no proof of that nowhere else on the history of the planet Earth.
I see what you're saying. It wasn't now, so you're saying it wasn't necessarily slaves that built those pyramids?
Hell no. That was no Jewish slaves that built that pyramids. That's a lie. But how do you know that to be proof? Blacks were slaves here in America. There's proof for that shit. You can prove that blacks were slaves in the United States of America. That's a historical fact. You can find that. You can find that were slaves in America, in the Caribbean, and there's documentation from other nations besides America to prove it. Not just America. You can get this information in England that can prove that. In Spain that can prove that verifies that. In Portugal that verifies that actually took place. The only place that exists is in that book. So when you go to Egypt wrote all the information down. They carved out the information down on stone. That's why you got the saying, when something is written in stone, you can't change it. Because you can't just erase something that's carved in stone. You would have to cut it out. Right. That's why they say this shit written in stone, baby. When you say that means that's a fact.
It's forever.
It's forever. So when you go to Egypt, you don't see no story about no whole nation of people that left, because it ain't take place.
I'll tell you what I would like to do. I would like to maybe to find a Bible that's written in the Hebrew language and the English language, or multiple languages that where it's translated. You know, it's written in Hebrew, but has its translations in it for different other languages.
Now, what you do, get a Hebrew Strong's, get the Hebrew Strong's Bible. It'll help you better. The Hebrew Strong's. Get the Strong's. It'll help you. It'll have a lot of translation. It'll have the translations in the original tongue language, and you'll get a better definition.
I would like to get a Bible that's not necessarily printed here in the States. You know, I want to get something just printed like in Egypt or somewhere.
Yeah, get the Strong's.
African nations.
So that's what I'm saying when it comes to that, because like I said, you've been a lot of the ideology, and because human beings have the need spiritually to find.
Break it up, bro.
Because human beings have the need to be connected to something divine, you'll take on whatever spiritual ideology is given to you.
Yeah.
You know, we tend to do that. And that's why I brought up that fact earlier that blacks tend to grab it, whatever we take on, we tend to be spiritually the best at it. When we become something, there's no better practitioners of any particular religion than the so-called blacks when we get involved. We take that shit to the hill. You know?
Right.
We become Muslim, we better Muslims than the Arabs. We become Christians, we better Christians than the Catholics. You know?
Right.
Because of who we are. So we become the best of it because of our spiritual nature as people. But it all comes down to a lot of research, man. It comes down to that research, and right now, though, I will say, I told my kids and a couple of other kids that
Breaking up, bro.
this is the best time ever to be in existence for information. This is the greatest time for information ever for man.
Yeah.
So you find out information now that you couldn't have found out 50 years ago.
That's true. That's true.
So there's things we talk about now that wasn't being talked about when I was a little boy. When I was a little boy, Egypt was all white people. You didn't know Egypt was in Africa when I was a little boy. So when I watched the Ten Commandments as a kid, I thought Egypt was a white place. Where
Well,
white
the movies would have done that to you, of course. But I had a Bible as a kid that had the maps of the countries where a lot of the biblical stories come from in history, and so I always knew Egypt was in North Africa.
Yeah, I found out early, but I'm saying like when I was little, I found out early too as a kid. But
yeah, I didn't know it from school. I knew it from from Bible study. I knew it from Bible study. I didn't know it from school.
So,
but yeah, you're right. On television, they'll make you feel like everybody look like them.
Yeah, because you know your family from the South and they into church every year and shit like that. So you grew up watching shit like the Ten Commandments and all that stuff. You seeing these white faces portraying people who would have had to have been African. You understand what I'm saying?
That's because of the country that we're in also. You go to other countries and look at their television, you know, the people look like them, you know.
Yeah, but because like I said, wherever the dynamic is, black and white, the white is on the top and the black is on the bottom. You know?
See, I was that kid that was always asking when the Ten Commandments was going, we shut down everything we were doing and watched it, you know, as a family.
Yeah. My family.
But as I probably was about 8 or 9 years old, and I was always like, Mama, just like I said, my dad wasn't really in the house. Mama, why, you know, like Cleopatra and all that, she's most beautiful woman and all this kind of stuff, you know.
And they had what's her name playing her?
Yeah, Elizabeth Taylor.
Elizabeth Taylor.
So I was like, Mom, why? Now I wasn't sure who Elizabeth Taylor was fully at that time, but I see she had a white face. I said, Mom, I'll ask Mom, I said, why these people, if these are the people from the Bible, that's why I used to refer to them. They from the Bible, why they look white like the white people here, you know, that we see here. My mom didn't really have no explanation for it.
Yeah.
She says, the only thing she would tell me, this is television, this is just a movie. That's what she would come back with. And I understood why she did that because of my youth and understanding. You know, but
that was an expensive movie too. That damn Cleopatra was the most expensive movie ever made at that time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sure.
That shit cost over $1 million at that time, 1962, when they made that shit.
Yeah. And you know what? To me, I could be wrong, but to me, that was her biggest role. Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah, that's the movie that made her the superstar that she became.
She lived off that money for a long time, man.
Yeah, that's the movie that made her the absolute superstar.
You know, Elizabeth Taylor had a lot of different penises in her life, man.
But yeah, man, that's
she got around. You know what I'm saying?
That's her greatest. That was her biggest movie ever. That movie was a multi-million-dollar production at the time. You know, but they got an agenda, man. When that group of people came into power, they
intend on keeping it.
Yeah, they went hard with their shit, man.
Yeah, they you know what? They are smart about planning things out 25 to 100 some years in advance.
Yep.
They want to
Hell
put
yeah.
foolproof plans in that'll work, and they want to follow them to the letter, and how they got backup ideas and everything. So if one thing don't work, they go to the next thing, so they can get to the end result that they're looking for.
That's right.
And that's what we have to be. We have to be ever vigilant like that. Is whenever we're planning something or we're planning to do something.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I know, you know, if I'm gonna start a business, I know I'm supposed to do a business plan and all that kind of stuff. I know I was taught the steps to follow to set all that up. Man, you think I wanted to do all that, but I only wrote down a few things on notes. And when I get an idea, I'm allowed to be sitting or laying anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I put my notes wherever's, so I don't forget something. I put my notes wherever I can. That's easy access, whatever piece of paper or whatever. And I don't always write out a real formal business plan that I can take to the bank and say, hey, this is my business plan. This is what I like to do. I need to borrow some money, blah, blah, blah. I've never done that before. I've always funded myself. And but I have a business plan, but it's not a business plan that I have bind in a book in my office. Like I've seen some companies have that. If somebody came to visit, I can say, yeah, this is my original business plan. You can look through it, blah, blah, blah. I don't have that, but we should think like that. We should have that stuff in place. That way you can duplicate what you started. You know what I'm saying? It's just like if you're baking a cake and it comes out really good. If you write down all the ingredients as you go, you got something to go with, and you can use that same formula and create that cake again and have that same great texture and look and that great taste. And that's one thing we gotta do, because I figure if I've done my things the way I've done them, I'm sure some other people have done the same thing when it comes down to business. So, and I'm just using that as an example. But what I'm saying is, when we come up with ideas for creating an organization, stuff like that, I'm not saying it don't happen. I know our people are very intelligent and smart. They do things on the right level, especially if there's a woman involved. I know it's going to be laid out the correct way, 9 times out of 10. But I know I haven't, as a individual, done things the correct way like I should have. But we should have those things in mind when we're creating anything. Have your processes written down. Your form, just like when it's in the lab, scientists, every time they're working on something, they work down each step as they go about doing it. And in case it works, they got something else to go by. But if it doesn't work, they can scratch that, knowing what happened, come up with another idea and move to the next. So we just got to be a little bit more vigilant about what we want to do as a people, coming together, organizing ourselves, and sticking to the plan. And we got to look at the big picture and think way ahead, not next month, next year, but 25 to 100 years ahead. That way you give yourself, you need to plan that far in order to have a better opportunity to survive and give yourself a better opportunity for your organization to exist. And it's just some things. That's why we haven't been so successful in some of these entities that we've started up, and that's supposed to be for the people to advance us. We hadn't fully thought them out in advance. I mean, in advance enough. It's that we hadn't looked down the road far enough and planned far enough, because you got to plan each of those years out, the months, all the stuff you want to do to make these things work. Because if you follow that script, more than likely, if it makes sense once you put it on paper, if you thought about it in all types of scenarios, and you come up with the best one, a lot of times it'll work if the way you put it on paper, if you do those things leading up to it. But and if you don't, then you should always have an idea of which direction to go in to figure out next plan of action. And I've been a part of some situations like that in some workplaces, but I have never executed to the fullest. Like this business here, I didn't write down what this business will be doing 25 years in advance. I didn't go no further than 5 years. I'm past the 5 year mark. Now I'm out here playing around. I got to get back on point. You know what I'm saying? If I've been following that thing to the letter, so I'd be way ahead of where I am now. So we just gotta, I'm basically what I'm saying. I'm at fault as much as any other person who's part of our group of people. We gotta plan them out for several years in advance, and we need to follow them to the letter unless we run across something where we have to make a few little changes, but then get back on the plan and stick together. And if enough of us see this model working foolproof year after year after year after year as the generations come up, it's gonna be easy for them to latch on to it because they see it actually works. That's what has happened in the Asian community, the Jewish community, as well as the Anglo-Saxon community. They put their plans into play, and they've stuck by them, and it works for them. We worry too much about what Jane, John, and Paulie may say about what we're doing, and and I'm guilty of that as well, But we gotta change. We gotta get our thinking up as a people. And I'm going back to that because it's kind of how this conversation got going earlier tonight. We as a people don't do enough of our part to help our cause. Therefore, you lose your culture. You lose your original religion. We either lose it or we put it down and put it away. So because even if they were stripping us of our beliefs of certain things, if they're not looking us in our face 24 hours a day, we can still believe in those spaces when we're not in their presence, and still practice what we want to practice in those spaces when they're not present. So we just got to get back to the basics and get back to loving us and helping us and doing what we know we need to do. But a lot of that starts with what my man Pugilist has been speaking on. That's knowledge of self. Once we learn who we are, what we are, our significance, we probably can be a better people overall. But a lot of people don't want to roll with that. Come around here with all that reading and writing about history. The history over with. We're talking about now and all this. Well, you can't get to now or know about why you're in the now if you don't know about the history. And that's what I want to ask you, man. When we all got kind of screwed up on the panel, me and Champion Hart, we were talking about the fact I said something I wanted to ask you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The word history. Is there a word in Hebrew or Islamic? Arabic language or whatever other languages that we can replace that with? Because I've been tired of saying that word for the past 10 or 15 years, man. Because every time I hear history or pronounce history, is the story that he told, and I don't like that. So, is there a word that we can use that has similar meaning to? The word history means a certain thing to most of us. So is there another word of another language that we can use that could be more for our people?
Yeah, well, you don't necessarily just want to use a word. It has to be just like history is in direct relation to them. So it's really a phrase. We say it as a word now, but it's really a phrase because it's two words. It's his and his story.
Yeah.
His and his, like a phrase. So what you want to do is you have to find a phrase. Hold on a second.
police back there. Bringing it. Man, they need to get this construction over with. Tired of it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah,
Yeah,
pardon.
I'm here.
Yeah, so like I said, you have to do, and it depends on, like I said, you don't just pick up a word per se from any language. You're gonna have to do something that's in direct relation to us. Say for instance, like you think of our group here, like our experience here as black here in this America is different than black other places. So it's things that relate to us in a different type of way. Like that's how you formulate something like that. You don't just want to just say any old word per se. Because even the words, if I would give you a word in Arabic, that shit ain't us. Arabs is not just us. Although there are a lot of
Be what?
black people that's Arabs is not us. Although there's a lot of like me, Islam, that's why
What?
I'm learning how
Yeah,
to
that.
feel.
Yes, I know it's Arabic.
Yeah, that's it.
I just would like another word that I could use without, because here, see, when I say history, I picture the words in my mind, and what I see is his story, and I don't like his story.
No, you're right. That's you saying it right.
I
You saying it
want
properly.
to.
You saying it properly.
Yeah,
But
and I want.
the best thing for you, I would say for you, because I don't want to give you something. I can give you something, but it's in without practice, and it wouldn't be right for you to be using that because you don't practice without practice. You understand what I'm
What was the
saying?
word?
So for you, it would be better for you. It would be better for you since you speak regular American English first. You just say our story. It's like he said history. I
Our
say, when
story.
I'm talking to
Yeah.
my people,
Okay. I didn't think.
I say
I
our
didn't
story.
think about the fact that I could replace it. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I say our story. Like when I'm talking to my kids and stuff, or people that speak English, I don't say I just say our story, man. I just say our story because our story is a mystery to them. Whenever you can tell about how they lying about something, you know how when you see on like History Channel and shit, they got
Go ahead. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Okay. Eli, man, I see you in the chat, bro. I've been seeing you and Kevin abstinence. Abin sets and y'all the main two out there right now. Appreciate you, brothers. And D Hodges. What's up, D Hodges? You always come through the clutch, man. Few others have been here throughout the night. See Mike Sorrentino and Eric Jenkins, J8. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah,
And,
pardon. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll say just use that to replace that. Like that's what I'll do a lot of times when I'm talking to people, you know, like my regular fans. You know, instead of saying history, like when I'm talking about something that's directly related to our group, I'll say our story, not theirs, not history. I use history
I got you.
when I'm talking about their stuff. But when I'm talking about our stuff, I'll say that. I'll say our story. Like so you know about
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do though.
Black folks.
I'm gonna see if I can research and find another word. Oh yeah, cause see what I'm saying. If I'm talking to some other people of another language, I would like to be able to use the word with we can have some understanding of what I'm saying. As far as what I'm about to tell them about, attempt to tell them about. That means the same. The reason I'm saying that because I don't want to use history. Now I can go with our story, but I'm saying if I'm in the I may need to study Spanish to see what word could replace that, and so a few other languages that a lot of people speak, in a mass amount around the world. In case I'm in the presence, like French, that's another language that is kind of popular throughout the world. So I can use the word that they will use if I'm in a presence of people like that, so I can get my point across. Because I don't want to say his story to me. That's just, I would tell you, man, that word just has a lot of fraudulent meaning to it to me. It sounds crooked. His story, that sounds like it's one-sided all the way. So that's just basically where I'm at with that. I want to change up the mindset they want us to flow with.
Yeah, I agree with you. You ain't getting no argument. You ain't gonna get no argument from me on that shit.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna get no argument from me.
But I understood what you were saying about the religious aspect of.
So and that when it comes to that, totally agree with that. Because like when I'm talking to people, like I will say, like usually you can tell when they lying about something. Usually when you see them using words like mysteries, like I was told by one of my elders.
They leaving something out on purpose.
Yeah, when they saying mysteries, he said, all you do is, what you do is you take that O, you take the E out and replace it with an O, and it reads my story. Because my life is a mystery to another person.
You know what?
So
I had to think about that. That's true.
Yeah, so when they saying like the Egyptian mysteries on Discovery Channel and shit like that, they basically telling you that we can't tell you how these pyramids was built because we didn't build them.
Right.
That's what they're telling you. Like, how did they be all fascinated? How did they cut these stones so perfect? How y'all don't know? I thought y'all was Egyptian. Cause shit, y'all had Charlton Heston playing Ramses, and Yul Brynner playing. You had Yul Brynner playing Ramses and Charlton Heston playing Moses. So how y'all don't know how y'all built them shits then? Cause y'all claim y'all was y'all portrayed to the world that y'all was Egyptian.
I got these vacation packages, man. I need to see if the packages include some of those Middle Eastern countries or African countries.
Yeah.
Preferably Egypt. I need to check into that because I that's one of my goals to see those wonders of the world before I die. Those pyramids, man.
Yeah, check them out because I'm in the process now, man. I'm looking to do that early next year. I'm talking one of my people. Yeah, one of my people with our practice. He just went like maybe about 4 months ago. So he put me onto the Connect. Right. So I'm setting up something now.
You going with a group?
Yeah, it'll be a group.
With a group of folks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be a group. It'll be a group. Yeah. But yeah, man, that's all that shit is, man.
What part of time? What part of next year y'all going?
Well, I'm gonna try to do it between. I'm gonna see because I'm gonna see me and my lady working on it now. We'll see how our schedules work out.
Okay.
Either the early part of the year or by the spring. That's what we work. I'm just trying to get everything our schedule situated. Work schedule, being off to do that. But yeah, man, that's really what it boils down to, man. To come to this information, it's just it's a mindset change. Like it's a mindset change, and you gotta be blessed to be able to do that. To be able to make that mindset change. You gotta have this shit kind of got, like, honestly speaking, it gotta be in your DNA, man. Some people are just I remember when I was in Al-Islam, it's a quote from the Quran. They say you sumun bukmun, I mean you're deaf, dumb, and blind. And that means that some people are deaf, dumb, and blind. They doomed to suffer. Like no matter what you give them, you can give them all the information, all the right knowledge, all the right wisdom, all the right understanding. They still not gonna get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they'll tell you that they was cursed. Because in Islam, basically, what that's saying is that you was cursed by God. You cursed by Allah to suffer. Because you was cursed to be able to do that shit. But as I got out of it, I see it in a different way. Like it's knowledge is king. Like we say,
Yeah.
the Prophet
Yeah.
Muhammad, or said, one should search. He said one should search for knowledge from the cradle to the grave.
Mhm.
And I agree with that. And he didn't say one should search for Islamic knowledge. He said one should search for knowledge from the
Right.
cradle to the grave. It is said that he said that. And I agree with that. And he didn't say specifically Islamic knowledge. He said knowledge, period.
Right. But you know,
Because
that's
there are a
one
lot
thing
of
I like about what Ali said, you know, to a crowd. Like I said, I think he's in the I think he was in a over in England. You know, he used to do a lot of interviews over there. And
mhm.
he had spoke about someone asked him something about his religion. I forget exactly what the question was. But he said that you know, he said that most all religions are good. He said he said, I'm not gonna say it and tell you one's better than others. He said from what I can tell, all religions are good. He said, but and he means religion of faith, basically. But he said, I just feel that Islam is best for me. You know, he said the reason he said he was always curious about why Christianity was teaching us where they were teaching us as he was a kid. He said, and through Nation of Islam and Islamic belief is what he said what he loved about the Nation of Islam. Said it taught him about who he is, him and his people. It made him study to find out more about who he was, where he come from, why in the United States we're taught to believe this and believe that, understand this and understand that whiter is brighter, white is great, and all that kind of stuff. But he said, as he, matured and got to, learning for himself, he's sticking with the Islamic religion because it's best for him. And he's talking about the love and peace that it teaches, and things of that nature. So, Ali wanted to appeal to all people after he, got more educated about the Islamic religion. He still want to be first to lead his own, but he want to have peace and love for all, all persons of this world, because first you gotta know you gotta know about yourself, about your history, and then you gotta understand what's going on around you. And what's going on around him was a bunch of racism, just like what's going on around us. So what you're saying, these religions that teach you about yourself first, or at the same time, however they teach you, forcing you to learn about you and your people. You got to respect a religion like that. You got to, because simple fact, we're dealing with reality as well as the past. So we need to know why things are the way they are, why the opposition has put us in these situations, and when we learn about ourselves and the history of us, I think in my mind it'll reveal a whole lot of what they were trying to do to us and how they were trying to condition us, because they have been very successful with what they're doing. And we found out how great we were as a people. Man, you can't shoot. You find that stuff out, man, that you're a threat. You are a threat. I've heard a whole lot. I've studied little, but what little bit that I have heard and what knowledge I have gained about our people as a whole, man, we don't joke. We are a race of people of royalty, and we have yet to understand that as a whole. And the more we research and learn and listen. And we can't keep a closed mind to understand and learning from others. That's one of the problems we have as a people as well. And like you said a minute ago, we get stuck in our, basically it boils down, we get stuck in our ways because we've been taught certain things forever, and we get stuck in our ways, and that's not good for our understanding. So we got to be willing to learn. We got to be open to and optimistic to learn more about what is expected of us, well, who we are, where we come from, what's expected of us, where we're going, and why are we here, and what we should do with the time that's allotted to us between the dashes, the start and the finish. So there's a lot of stuff.
I agree. One of the best things, and one of the best things you said, most effective for us is really simply for us to love one another. That's the greatest force in the universe. That's the greatest force in the universe. If we can truly, because we are our own biggest enemy. Black people hate other black people more than everybody else. If we can actually get to that point of truly loving each other, we'll be an unstoppable force.
Oh man, that's the biggest fear right there. Well, that's one of the biggest fears. There's a fear of us learning who we are. Then there's the fear of us sticking together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So much behind that, you know.
Absolutely.
And it ain't about. And don't get it twisted. This ain't about teaching no.
He said we gotta learn. He said we gotta learn to care. He said our biggest problem is we forgot with all the stuff we've been through, particularly over here. We forgot how to care for one another, really, in a real way. But we don't pick up a lot of bad habits from our oppressors, from our captors.
Right.
We don't pick up a lot of their bad habits. We've taken them on as our own, and it's made us bad to one another. You understand? We've taken a lot of their bad habits.
I don't want anybody to get this twisted. This ain't about teaching racism or anything like that. This is about teaching self-love and understanding of who we are and where we're what we should be trying to go. But you still need to be aware of, like a guy told me years ago, it don't mean to not respect other people. It doesn't mean to disregard other people as well. But know who thyself is. Know who you are. Know who your folks were. What the culture was, the teachings, the greatness, everything there is that you can possibly learn and find out about our history of who we are. Because when you think about it, and this ain't, like I said, I don't want anyone to take this out of context. This ain't about no racism. I don't like to have deep-seated racist conversations. I consider myself not to be about that. But like my man told me years ago, you got to pull the wool out from over your eyes and don't let anybody cover them up for you, because you got to be able to see the plain truth for what it is. And that meaning, what I'm meaning by that, if you don't understand who you are, and you keep that wool over your eyes, that means you'll fall for anything and stand for nothing at all. And you'll be misguided and led into a pit of fire just by believing everything that anyone tells you. So it's just a matter of trying to. You need to educate yourself to know who they are. If you ask, this is what I want to say. If you ask any one of them about the history of their family, they can tell you all about their family all the way back to Europe. You ask us about our family, we can tell you, I think my folks came from down south. I think my folks came from this city or that state, and they moved out to such, or they moved up north. I mean, this is one of the youngest countries in the world. Your ancestry had to start before this. Now, if your folks were indigenous to this country, which some of us have that, black or Indian or black Indians or whatever you want to call them, that's different. You maybe your history did start here. I don't know, but I know some folks' history started here, some started elsewhere. But the main thing is to find out. I'm talking to Arcento as well as anybody else. Listen to me. We all need to do that for ourselves. And then we can be a stronger person individually, have more knowledge about who we are. It shouldn't take a religion to to provoke us and push us to, I'm not going to say provoke, but to push us or pressure us into learning who we are. It should be us, the individuals, who want to know our lineage, the history of our ancestry, and then live in this society and work accordingly to what we learn after that. That's what we should want. And I'm just saying it because I think it's something we need to really consider, because, oh shoot, I screwed up. Because until we consider stuff like that, we're gonna stay right where we are right now. I'm gonna be the guy with the least amount of knowledge about who I am, what my lineage represents, just like I am right now. I don't want to continue that way. Just like I was asking earlier. Now, what I was asking earlier had a lot to do with religion and learning that part, because to me, it's kind of the same philosophy, but it's a different subject. Why, like my man Peterson, basically, he was saying in a nutshell, why worship something and not having the knowledge of what you worship? You need to know what you're worshiping, why you're worshiping. And no matter if it's Christianity, Hindu, Buddhist, Islam, Judaism, whatever it may be. Judaism, whatever it may be. You should be learning about it. These guys know more about Christianity, it seems, than I do, tonight. And I mean that with all sincerity. So why am I at least learned about my primary religion versus guys who's not Christian? I'm not refuting what they're saying, and I can't wholeheartedly 100% agree with everything and I'm not saying they're lying. I think they know exactly what they're talking about, but I do understand that I need to study for myself. And like I was telling Champion Hard, and I was referring to him in prison, I need to research that information from the same source they have, because my source is giving it to me one way. I need to see what theirs talking about, because theirs may have better understanding, may clarify and open up my heart and mind to some knowledge that I haven't been given. As far as, maybe it's going to be more, the information to be more in depth about what I receive versus here it is, believe it, don't question it, and go on with it from there. That's what I pretty much have learned over the years. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm getting at. You still hear Pigeons? we got? Who we got? Oh, I'm Solo Dolo. Well, hopefully you guys heard what I was saying. Let me get started, get this air blowing for a second. Then I can get on the chat. We can keep the party rolling. But yeah, I don't want anyone to think this is about teaching racism or anything like that, because I don't feel that myself. I know I wasn't going that way, and I don't feel that either one of my counterparts were speaking in that connotation as well. I felt they were speaking from knowledge that they've gained over the years, which is valid knowledge. And I got to be as schooled about when you talk about certain subjects, when it comes to life in general, when it comes to religion, politics, you ought to know something about what you're saying. Don't speak on something if you don't know what you're saying. If you don't know as much as the next person, it's okay to say I don't know about that part. You can speak about what you do know, but you don't have to pretend. And I don't think these guys have invalid information for what they're telling me about the Christian belief. I've always questioned some things about the belief of my Christianity, not from a standpoint about what I believe about Christ so much, but as far as the history of it. I've always had some doubts about it. Plus, I've always known, it's always been taught to me in the church as well as in society, that the information that we receive here in this country, as far as translation of the Bible, was manipulated before we got it. And it is just what it said. It is the King James Version. And a lot of times I don't want to deal with the King James Version, but I don't know about. Well, I'm gonna thank all Christian churches here in the United States. You go to them, they're gonna be preaching from a source of the King James Version, a version of it. It could be the New King James Version, or it could be the original King James Version. One may have more thou and thee and all that in it versus the other, but they're still gonna be teaching the same thing. And we were all taught at young ages that the Bible is not complete Bible, that the version that we have, the 66 books that we have, you've heard a lot of talk about those missing books of the Bible. The Bible's been translated and reprinted to fit the narrative of King James, things of that nature. That's why I was asking pictures earlier, him and Champion Hart, and letting them know I would like to be able to find a biblical book that has not only English speaking words in it, but also Hebrew, because I want the original language that the Bible was supposedly written in, which was, from my understanding, Hebrew. So I want that, or whatever the original word is, I want that version of the Bible. And then I want to have a parallel comparison in words that I understand, in the language that I understand, which is English. And hopefully I can find something like that that's not printed or formulated or manipulated by companies here in this country, or companies in the European the hemisphere of the world. I like to get mine directly from, hopefully, countries like Egypt, or maybe even some other primary language speaking countries that isn't English, and that hasn't been manipulated by the powers that be in Europe or here in this country here, and see what's there for us. I'm really serious about this, because a lot of this stuff that we do read and we're taught is strictly from the Bible that we've been given as far as Christians. And I've always known since I was a young teen that it's not all 100% what we should have or what was originally written, I guess I should say. So I want that original, that all natural. You know, give me that. Let me study from there. Because if there's something that I need to know before I leave this earth, I want to know about it. And then depending on how I feel about the religion that I've always been taught to follow, I'll have to make a determination at that point. But I always feel in my heart that as long as I'm studying and worshiping the Almighty, that I'll be all right. Because I think most religions teach that there's a higher being. Most religions that we are aware of teach there's a higher being. And that's the one that we're trying to get next to. Oh shoot, I'm going anyway though. I'm going to the store anyway. I don't read so many lights here lately. Oh, they gonna get me. They gonna get me. I didn't learn it in the Bible. Run no traffic light. I'm going to the store anyway, just like Doughboy. I may not have no money, but I'm going anyway. But anyway, so this is what I wanted to speak on that perspective there. Let's see what we got in the chat here. Still got Kevin Avansets. Eli get out of the chat. I hit him up later. Let me read what you're speaking on, Kevin. Go back up. Man, my truck tripping a little bit. Don't quit on it now, baby. Kevin said, wisdom has always been here. Wisdom. And then he said, pray for wisdom to come talk to you. Word. Wisdom is alive, a living entity. Word. Wisdom comes from God, where these doctors listed all this knowledge. Why does the eye see? Why does the ear hear? Why does the tongue taste? Why does a sperm and an egg form a whole human being with bones, blood, etc.? God. Amen, brother. There are all inconceivable miracles. Where have we have to know there's a God. We have to know that there's a God. Yeah, absolutely. And I know we all don't believe it. Believe it was the Big Bang Theory. Now, no explosion ever created life. Evolution. Why have in my 40 some odd years never seen any monkey turn into a man? All stupid theories. Right. There's has to be a God. Facts. Love is great, but only fear God. Amen. Not about that. Also learning who you are and where we're going and where we need to go. Facts. Amen, bro. Know who God is, because if he wasn't so great, his word would never be established. Amen. You're supposed to know who you are. Facts. But we did come from somewhere. Amen. So where then? What energy else told you they learned? Why not learn from what been here before us and our parents? And I said, now, okay, Eli jumped back in. They can go back to the 8th century or better. We had press to get back to the 16th. Kevin said, study to show thou itself approved unto God. A workman, something hit my ear. A workman not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Kevin said, I am confused. Be more specific. I guess I confused. Picasso, what's up, my brother? Salute, family. I'm driving right now. Okay. She likes me for me. Earl the chicken Spence. Oh, there we go with that. Eli said, at Kevin absence, show thyself approved unto God. Amen. Kevin said, I'm an Israelite and use the King James version. Word. Facts, Eli. Kevin also said it's still in Hebrew that the King James version quoted also. Just want to check old King James though. We have been taught in the church as well as in school that he dropped some parts of what we were given of the Hebrew Bible to fit what he was thinking. So I just want to, I've always wondered about that. So I think as an adult man in my 50s, I need to go ahead. No time is of the, I forget the cliche, but anyway, this time is better than any to go ahead and do my hunt and research. Kevin said you can find that today, bro. Okay, good. Go to the bookstore. Okay, it has the apocryphae in it. Also, those are the books they took out. Okay. He said the rest of Daniel also. Yeah, I've heard about that. I guess he's saying laugh out loud. Yeah, laugh out loud. And he said go to the store from fam. He's here. Word. Yeah, I shall, man. I'm definitely gonna do that, man. Eli, what's up with you, baby? I've been seeing. I couldn't keep up with everything y'all was saying, and plus I was letting Fuses do his thing, man. He's pretty profound in his words, and I love when he's speaking. Worst case scenario, are you driving tonight, Eli? This morning, Eli? I got a feeling you drive. But yeah, now on a different note, we don't have church tonight. So on a different note, let's talk about, we can talk about boxing, or we could talk about, I like talking about relations, man. You know, relationships between man and woman. Or we can talk about boxing, you know, one of those two. Or we can talk about investments or whatever, you know. I'm always up to learning something. Up for learning, that is. I'm sure somebody's got an investment mind out there. Inquiry minds want to know. So what subjects can we jump on, keep the party rolling? What tickles the fancy of some of you brothers? I love talking about women, but that's not exactly relationship talk. You dig what I'm saying? I've been told by some females that if a woman, well, first of all, these females said if the man is doing certain things that enhances the livelihood of the woman who's his significant other, then she should be more than willing to cater to his needs. Not saying that she should be walking around like your girl Silly in The Color Purple, you know, all intimidated and scared of her husband. They're not saying that, but they're saying that if a man is making sure that a woman has everything she needs, plus some, she don't have to worry about how the mortgage is going to get paid, the car note is going to get paid, the phone bill, the food is going to get to, is going to be paid for, how she's going to provide for the kids, how she's going to get more clothing for her and the kids or whatever. If everything is being taken care of for the man, he's treating her like a person and not a piece of property. When that man comes in, she may be kicking in herself, but if he's taking on the bulk or 100% of the expenditures financially, why can't he expect? Now they say he should expect to be catered to, as far as he should have something to eat. He should have, some nice attitude responding from back from the woman. He should expect to be loved in a loving way as well as an intimate way. But it works both ways. Of course, he can't be that dog type of dude that comes in the house with all kind of attitude, talking crazy, handling her any kind of way, putting his hands on when he feel like it, just taking the cat as he feel like it. It don't work like that, But respecting one another, recognizing and making sure she understands that you're treating her as your king, your queen, and she should be treating you as her king. I've also, these same female said, if a man's doing this and doing home, then I ain't doing what I'm supposed to do. So I kind of expect to be walking around on some eggshells around this man, because first of all, I'm gonna be worried that he's gonna leave me, and I really don't want him talking crazy to him. But if he do it, I shouldn't be trying to talk crazy back to him, because I know I'm dead wrong for not taking care of him. So, but we know reality, women work a little bit different, especially our sisters. Probably all of them, but I'm gonna say especially our sisters, because that's what I have experienced with. What
was you speaking on, Santos? What was you speaking on?
Male and female relationship, husband and wife.
I got knocked off for a while.
Whatever you're gonna call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, my brother. Now, Eli said, I'm loading. Oh, okay. He was responding to me saying he's loaded. Now he's doing his run tonight. All right, so we can get together. Kevin said, I'm still here, laugh out loud, love to talk about women too. He says, who's the head of the household? In this respect, we're speaking of the husband, then we can switch it over to the woman as well, Kevin. He says, different times, different needs, I agree. True, definitely both ways, I agree. And then he says, you should never have to feel that way, bro. Right, exactly. All right, go ahead. You guys, what I was saying, let me bring you up to speed if you're nervous. What I was saying, talking to some females. Well, first of all, let me tell y'all about me. I keep female friends in my life as friends, because for many years, to those females that there's a few females that I've dated in the past. I'm just good friends with them now. And for years, I have been like a Dr. Phil type of dude. And for those females, they would contact me for advice on their current relationships, how they need to deal with the guy, and how they if what they're thinking is correct or incorrect or whatever, or is it too biased or whatever, And I've always kept my advice to them non-biased. I know there's two sides to every story, if not 3 or 4. And so I never try to, I make sure I don't pour salt on the
You breaking up, bro.
brother.
You breaking up.
For the man
You breaking up. Yeah, I can't even hear what you're saying. You sound like a robot. Yeah, you real
the
bad,
relationship,
Cinco.
and I've always tried to give advice on.
Oh, now you back on.
Okay, got it. Hey,
Yeah, you back
Fisher.
on now. You back on now.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right. So
I can
what I
hear
was
you
saying,
now.
I got those female friends. Okay, I have those female friends in my life. I've always been like Dr. Phil to them. I've always kept it non-biased, never try to spit, piss, or pour salt on the brothers or the other whoever the guy is in their life. You know what I'm saying? Just always try to keep it real. I've always try to give advice to the females on how to handle the relationship. The situation that they incurred better. You know. So anyway, I've also had conversations with these females over the years to check myself about my personal relationship with my significant other, my woman. You know what I'm saying? So I certain ones I know I can depend on to give me an honest assessment. Certain ones I knew I couldn't because I knew their answers were going to be biased because they still had a liking for myself. So with that being said, bring you up to speed, brother. I was having a conversation with one recently. Well, and they most
Hello?
matter of fact, this is the time of morning I started getting calls from those other females that to talk to
Oh,
me about
okay.
their relationships and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's what we call just not one of them. But they
Okay.
they all pretty much have similar information for me dealing with my situation. Like, hey, for what you do, things should work this way or that way for you in your relationship. Uh, and I understand what they're saying, but at the same time, like I tell them, certain things that I do, I'm gonna do regardless because that's who I am as a person. And second of all, my name may be on something financially that I'm taking care of. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm gonna take care of some certain financial responsibilities in my relationship regardless of what I'm getting from my spouse. But they was, they're making comments like, you might want to hold back on some of the extra stuff you do because, if you're not getting the response that you deserve, then you've been, basically they say you've been made a fool or whatever, And I understand what they're saying, and I've also thought about what they're saying because I am thinking about holding back on some of the extras I do. The reason I do the extras is because before the 20 years that I put in this relationship, I've always thought about what kind of husband would I be. Now, when I was a single guy, and I wasn't trying to hear the word love mixed into a relationship or the word marriage mixed into a relationship. You can say the word care, but those other two words were obsolete to me. I consider myself a caring person. I would do certain things, but I wouldn't go too far doing what I do now because the simple fact I said, the day that I, consider myself loving someone fully where I'm willing to die for them, I will be willing to do these extra things and so forth. So plus I want to show my woman that I honor her and I cherish her and I do love her, in every aspect that I can show her that. And now before marriage and before I felt like this, I showered my mother, which I never stopped showering my mother, but I showered my mother because I knew that was the one female that was always in my corner, that always had a genuine love for me. The other females, I showed them a caring heart, and I helped when it was necessary. If we didn't live together, but just going overboard, just buying cars and buying all kind of accessories, and nah, I ain't for that. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any females that say anything that I'm aware of that say anything honestly on a negative level about me, about not caring and not being a good dude. But at the same time, none of them have received or the benefits of my charitable love as my wife has, and they shouldn't have, in my opinion. You know, like I said, it's my wife, Christina. So I've been pretty much all of them say you should cut back on what you're doing. So they ought to be so happy about what you're doing. You shouldn't have any problems, in your relationship. They should be happy. They should be willing to do this, do that. They should. I mean, well, basically, I had a birthday a couple of days ago, as you guys know. Well, I didn't get much in return. As far I didn't get a per se paid for money wise gift, which I don't really look for those anyway. Because me, I'm the type of dude. If you show me by action that you care for me as much as I care for you, I'm cool with that alone. But along with that, the kind of gift I'm looking for on special days that's made for me, some good attitude, maybe a plate or two of food, if not a dinner at a restaurant that I'm probably help paying for anyway. But to cap it off, the greatest gift of all is that pleasure, and you guys know what I'm talking about. So that's where I'm at with it. But in women's mind, it needs to come with a bow on it, the kind of gifts they looking for. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not always looking for those type of gifts, but women feel that that's what they looking for. That's what should be given to the spouse if he's taking care of his business. So I wanted to try to get with you guys, give you a little synopsis on that, see what you guys think about some advice I was giving, which I'm always gonna do what Sento's gonna do. I'm gonna be straight up with that's who I am. But at the same time, what do you guys think about if you don't feel like you get what you should out of your relationship from another person in the form of love or respect? How you think you need to handle it for the future if you taking care of the bulk of finances in your relationship, as well as doing extras like the birthdays, the Mother's Days, the Valentine's Day, and then just occasional thinking about you type of gifts. If you're doing those type of things, what do you think about it? Especially this information and advice coming from a female. What do you think we should do? Should we pull back on it, or should we keep it going? Okay, I'm gonna catch the chat up.
It's
real
up
quick.
to you. You up to you gonna catch the chat up first? Catch the chat up first. Then I'll chime in.
All right. Kevin said they can't. Kevin said that's on you. You don't. Picasso said happy birthday, brother. Oh yeah, thank you, Picasso, my brother. Picasso said salute to D Hodges. Kevin said you expected, right? And Kevin also said salute to Picasso. Kevin also said a man is just a man. Is that the question? Nah, man, we're saying if you're going to open a board for your spouse on top, over and above showing your spouse how much you care and love, and a big part of what you're doing is you're taking care of the bulk of your expenses between the two of you, just in the family in general. Then you're taking care. You're doing a whole lot of extra, gifting to your woman, okay? Just to continue to help show how much you love them, as well as other things you do around the house or what have you, or however else you show that person how you feel about them. Should you question I'm asking? Should we as men pull back on some of those extra? But that ain't the only question, man. But that's one of the questions. That's some advice I was giving. The expenses that I refuse to stop taking care of. So trying to see how you guys feel about that advice I was giving, as well as what do you guys think?
You're breaking up, Santos. You're breaking up bad.
how we should handle
Hello. Yeah,
those
Centos, you breaking up. I can't. You breaking up bad.
relationship situations.
Yeah, you breaking up real bad. I couldn't hear you saying, but I got the gist of it.
Um,
I got the gist of what you're saying though. Yo, just do what you feel, B. Plain and simple. Just like you said, you just gotta be you, be you, and just do what you feel. You can assess the situation better than anybody else because you're in it. You know,
it
it's
just
that simple. Like,
from a male's perspective,
mhm.
all around the mulberry. Yeah, did you hear what I said before? Yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, you just do it. Yo, you just do what you feel, bro. Like I said, nobody can tell you better how to deal with that situation than you. Hello? Oh shit, he fell off. Yeah, you just do you, bro. You just deal with it accordingly, man, to what you feel you need to do. That's the best move. I would advice I can give you. If you can better assess the situation better than anybody, you know. So you have to make that determination as to what you want to do. You know. You'll know if she deserve it. If she not showing you, the love and the intimacy that you feel you deserve, want, and need, you just deal with it accordingly. You know, deal with it accordingly. See if she got the love still there. You know, people fall in love, people fall out of love. You know, so really, to me, it's not rocket science, man. You know, you love somebody, you tend to show it. If you don't love somebody no more, you tend to show that too. You start falling out of it. So my suggestion is just do you, man. Just be yourself. Just assess the situation the way you see it. The best advice I can give. That's how I would handle it. That's how I do handle it. Yeah. Like I love it. Love is an action word. Plain and simple. Person gonna show you what time it is. Their actions gonna show you more than anything that they ever say. Santos knocked off, saying you gotta get back on. Text Kyle. Matter of fact, I'll text him. Santos,
Yeah, okay, I'm back now.
you back?
Cool.
You back on?
There we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Picasso.
I don't know if you was
Picasso
hearing,
trying to get
were
in
you
too. You
hearing
might want
me?
to drop a link. Yeah, I heard.
Was you hearing him? Yeah, that's what. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's all the best advice I could give you, bro. Just
Yeah.
be yourself, man. And you, like I said, you in the situation, so you can best assess it. And if you know, if you're not getting, because love is an action word at the end of the day. You know
Yeah.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Absolutely.
So you're gonna show
I
it.
truly believe that.
That's what it is. It's an action word, man. So like I always tell you,
Wow.
one of the greatest things you learn, and I learned it as a kid, that a person's
Hey.
action speaks louder than the words. A person's action is
Absolutely.
gonna always speak louder than words. And it's funny. I'm gonna give you a
Right.
story about that love thing. Now, and a lot of time to this day, like right now, I get into debates like with my family members or people that's close to my family that knew my mother. Like, now this might sound strange to you. Every time I tell somebody, 'cause, you know, now it's gonna sound strange to you, even though you didn't know my family like that. But like me, when I tell like people that's close to my family or like some of my relatives that they bug out because of my mom. Like, but I don't remember my mother ever telling me she loved me.
Oh, I believe. We come from. Now, my mother, she told me a few times we were coming up, but not many, that she
My
loved
mother,
me.
I
But
don't ever. I can honestly say I cannot remember a specific day that my mom told me she loved me. My father did.
yeah. What about
My
as an
father
adult?
was my father. Nah, she never did it like that.
Oh, okay.
That I know of. Like, but she showed it. Like
Showed it.
she showed it through her actions, but she
Right.
never
Right.
like verbally. Like mom of the two, my father was more affectionate with us,
Right.
me and my brothers. Of the
Oh,
two,
okay. That's
you
cool.
know,
That's beautiful,
he was
man.
more affectionate.
That's that. That's
He was
beyond
more
good. That's
affectionate.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, he was more affectionate with us. Like in the sense, no, he would play around with us, wrestle, hug us, you know, stuff like
Mm.
that. My mom, she didn't. I don't remember if she did. Maybe like when I was little, like 2 or 3 before I could start. I don't remember her really being like that, but I remember it in that she showed it by how she took care of me and did what she did. Like
Right.
as an adult, like if I needed her for something as an
Mm.
adult, you know, she would do it. You know,
Right.
very little hesitation and stuff like that. But it was more her action.
Right.
But as far as
Right. I feel
verbally,
you.
I really don't. As far as verbally, I can't really say that or really remember her like always hugging her. Maybe once or twice I can remember her like, you know, I know one thing she used to do like my cheeks, like especially like when in winter time we'd be out cold and the cheeks be red, and she would grab my cheeks and stuff like that. But that's about the stuff I can remember. That I can honestly,
Right.
but as far as her saying it, nah, I don't remember that shit. But when I tell my family or my friend, my brother, they be like, "Man, nigga, you bugging." I know
Yeah.
mommy did that
Yeah.
because she said it to me. I was like, "Nah, I don't remember it." If she did, I don't
Right.
remember it. Like I don't, but she showed her actions spoke. But so that's like one of the things you learn as a child, and I learned that, and I found it to be true. A person's actions, man, speaks volumes. Speaks always gonna
Right.
speak more than words. The
Right.
person can tell you they love you, and treat you like absolute fucking crap. But then you
Yeah.
got a person who doesn't say that shit to you, and they treat you like gold. You know what I'm saying? They treat
Yeah.
you like gold. See, like, and I saw that with my parents. See, but my mother and father, like my pops, he treated my mom. Cause I told you, as I told you before, my father was my mother's second husband.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. That's right. You talking about that.
my father treated my mother like gold, kid.
Right.
You know, he
He
treated
had
my
that
mom
pure
like
heart, man.
he treated my mom's like a fucking queen. Like he treated my mom's good, man.
Right.
Like if she went out and hang out with her friends and they played a little card game and stuff, no matter what time she would come back, like he'd make sure he'd meet her to get with her and shit like that. Like, you
Right.
know, he'd be there for her in a certain type of way, you know, different things, you know, cook for her. Sometimes cook sometimes, you know, they both could cook well, cause shit. You know, my mom, she did a majority of the cooking, but my father could cook too, cause you know, my father from Alabama, so he could cook. So shit, it was a treat when dad would get in the kitchen. We love that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
he treated her good though. Like got a lot of
Right.
respect. And it's funny because my mom's is a few years older than my dad. But
How many years?
I think she's about 2 or 3 years older than my dad was.
Okay.
And
That's close
yeah,
though.
she was 2 or 3 years older than him. And but he treated her real good, man. I can honestly say that. Like I don't ever remember him and all he was married before my pops transition. They was
You know
married
what?
going into before they 30. Yeah.
Your pop saw your mom
Oh,
like.
hold on.
Okay.
Damn,
All right.
my lady calling me. Shit, I gotta answer this.
All
Hold
right.
on.
You got a pager, don't you, bro? One of them old NEC pages right there. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Fisher's father saw his mother the same way
Morning.
Joe explains how he saw his female in his song. Said, let's see how I go. Here you got now. Something about you work when you work more than gold. You know, that's the way he treated his mom. That's beautiful, man. What he was saying, I could echo a little bit of that. I mean, my mom, up until I was 4 or 5 years old, my mom used to, teach us to hug each other, tell each other we love each other, and things of that nature. She would even say it as well. But after I was 5, she didn't do a whole lot of that anymore until I became an adult, and I found myself mimicking the same pattern that she displayed to me. I did that same thing to my kids. I used to, hug on them and kiss on them and tell them I love them for years up until they were, 5 or 6 years old. Probably up until they were about 8 years old. And then after that, they started feeling themselves. I remember my son come to me and he didn't want no hug, kiss before he go to bed. He stuck his hand out for a handshake. I got that from some show or some at school or something. And our relationship changed from that point on as far as all that affection. And but now when I talk to my son and my daughter, no matter if it's text message or verbally, I make sure I tell them I love them. I don't care if they don't say it back or not, which they normally do, but I tell them I love them. I'm like that with my grandkids. I make sure I tell them I love them, because I don't want to wait till I get sick. And
Hey,
then,
Santos.
and
¿Qué pasa, amigos?
try to express my
You're bringing that.
love
You coming in like a
to
robot.
them verbally, and I get sick
You doing that on purpose?
before they express their love for
You coming in like a
me.
robot there, Santos. You coming
Uh,
in like a robot. Good morning, everybody.
I'm-
Good morning.
I want them to be for me. Yeah, in the bad area. That sound
Yeah,
now.
you in the bad area there, Santos.
Hey, hear me, bro.
What's up? Happy belated birthday there, brother.
I can hear somebody.
Swine,
Oh, thank you,
my
man.
brother.
Appreciate you, man. Yes, sir. Yeah. Man, look here, my wife brought me up
I gotta hear that story in the clear voice. Right now, you like a
food
robot
for
right
dinner,
now.
right?
I want to hear that story. You say your wife did something, probably gave you a gift or something.
Yesterday,
Okay, there you go. You back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
and she had some kind of fried meat on there, man. Hey, let me know what I
I'm gonna mute myself to see if it clears up because I might be interfering. Hold on.
sound, but go ahead. Go ahead. She brought me a plate of food yesterday for dinner before my time.
Yeah.
So
You
yeah, important. You can hear me. I'm still a robot.
yeah. I hear you. Yeah. Not a robot,
Okay.
but it's every other word. Is letting you say every other word. It'll
I'm
break
wait
in
till it's
there.
much better before I speak.
You sound like this right here. You
Yeah.
sound like this. When I
I was reading one.
am going the
Yeah, I'm talking in code, man. I'm talking in code because I know the feds list.
Yeah.
I'm messing with
I'm like, break one
How'd
nine, break one
I
nine,
sound
radio
now?
check. Come out.
Right.
Yeah, you clear
Right.
now?
I'm clear. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, go
I'll
ahead,
come back to you,
tell that
what you're
story
saying
you was talking about.
in a minute, Kevin. Now, yeah, my wife brought me a plate of food yesterday for dinner, man, before I was going down for the evening. And I'm looking at this piece of fried meat that's on my plate. And because I haven't been eating, I don't eat meat a whole lot like I used to. And she said, oh yeah, that's pork chop. I said, well, you gonna give me some pork chop for? You know, I don't eat pork. You know what I'm saying? And she said, you know, I'm just playing with you, boy. I said, all right. But what it was fried turkey cutlet. That's what it was. But the way she had it fried up, I wasn't used to seeing it that way. But it was pretty good though. But she tricked me, man. So when you said swine, my brother, that's what it reminded me of.
I said that was right on time, huh?
Right. But yeah, man, you know, I was just talking about, you know, I think you were in the chat when I was talking about the relationship issues and things like that.
Yeah.
You know.
You was breaking down all the topics we can hit on.
Yeah. I have every intention on remaining the person I am, who I am to me and who I am to my wife. I have every intention on keeping that going because that's who I am as a person. But at the same time, I might retaliate a little bit on them gifts for special times. You know, she may not get those extra gifts for birthdays, and now I already cut back. The Mother's Day came. Man, that was the dinner out of me for Mother's Day. You know.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Christmas, I hardly got nothing. Which I don't really look with is other things that concern me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping about the gifts part, but the gifts that's supposed to keep on giving is being held back a whole lot. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, for a man, we don't have to have a lot, man. But, you know, on those special occasions, we do want to be intimate with our woman 9 times out of 10. I know I do. So you can at least, you know, package that up and give it to me. You know what I'm saying? You ain't necessarily got to go to the store and buy nothing for me. Just get on there here and take care of, you know, knock a little cobweb off my thing. You know what I'm saying? We straight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
put a bruise on it or something.
Thing, yeah, do something. You know, at least be intimate at a certain time. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't gonna do it all the time, you know. But anyway, one thing my wife will do, she will make sure I have something to eat. It may not be every day because I don't push her like that, because I let her cook when she feel like cooking. I don't force her to cook. She does it when she feel like it, and that's the way I've always looked at, you know, the way it should be. Because I'm gonna eat regardless, but I like when she's in control of what's coming out of the kitchen. But anyway, but you know, women, one thing I know about women, they're gonna speak a little bit more candid and harshly about what the other woman is receiving in a relationship, probably because they're not receiving it themselves, or they wish they were, or both. And so I always try to be a little cognizant of that when I'm speaking with females about relationship issues. But yeah, I've pretty much been told unanimously, you need to stop all that. You just making a fool of yourself. You don't need to be doing this and doing that, you know. I understand you kind of, you know, I don't say this to them, but it's what I be thinking. I understand you wish you were the recipient of my gratitude, but at the same time, I do appreciate you giving me your advice, if that's what it is, truly. But it could be your biases, you know what I'm saying? So, but at the same time, every time I bring this subject up, I always turn it into my situation. I don't need to turn it into my situation. I got to stop doing that. I do want to talk about how we feel, what women could or should do in response to how if we're men that are treating the women in a certain way, as far as like making sure everything is there for them, they don't have to worry about much of anything. What should we expect from those women? That's really what this subject was supposed to be about, and I went out on a tangent about my own relationship because I guess anybody can understand that I may or may not be experiencing some things that I bring up when it comes to relationship. So anyway, let's speak on that in that respect.
But my initial
Perspective, I
uh,
mean.
my initial answer would be uh, if the woman chose you or you chose the woman, I think
Oh, I'm back
both.
on, brothers.
Okay,
Hey,
all right, cool.
hey, what's going on? Uh,
What's
Got
uh,
up,
Picasso.
Picasso?
chilling out here like a villain with a real good feeling that come out.
I,
Yeah, I think she ought to go all out, and because if the way I see it, if a person is willing to work with you, then then that's the person that you should work with. You
right.
if they're not willing to work with you and they're in your circle, your life, then they're just in the way and they're not
Mm-hmm.
trying to help you at all. So get rid of them. Be done with them. But if that's the person that you chose that person for the, from your knowledge and your experience and so on, how you grew up and how you feel about things. You chose that person from that standpoint, and you feel like at that particular moment in your life, that's the person that's going to make you happy. So once you choose them, now you got to be a little more like a bridge and have a little give and have a little giveaway. So if you go into it solid as a hard person that can't bend or lean or whatever, when the pressure get on you, then you pretty much going right into it the wrong way. You have to be able to give a little bit, so that way that person right there is not being held in captivity. I don't think you know, that's a good way to receive love from a person, to hold them there and like have them tied to the bed or something, and to get your love. I think the better way is to find somebody that appeals to you and and um, and is willing to work with you, and that and she's, I mean, that means that she's willing to do whatever you want to do, and
Mm-hmm.
and that's not even as a wife yet. That's a somebody you just met, that you just picked and she picked you, and y'all say, okay, we a weekend, not yeah, about a whole weekend, and maybe a date in. So at that point, y'all should already, you when you pick, you picking from the how she look on the outside first, because you like, damn, yeah, that look like, it's like you on the hunt, and you find that one, and you go, damn, there you go, right there, one of them 5 point bucks, or however you want to call that shit, and then I don't hunt, but I know
You
them points
well,
supposed to be the
I feel
horns or
you.
whatever. So once you get to that point right there, I ain't gonna keep it too long, so that way everybody can get to say. Uh, Once you get that what you like, and then down the road you see that that's the one you choose her, and hopefully she choose you back, and I think that's a good combination for at the beginning. That's what I got.
Yeah, that's good for the dating guy.
Mhm.
If you're dating, that works. That analogy works better for that. But if you're already married, been married for a while, um, okay, I'm relating this to my personal situation at this moment. I'm married. I've been married for going on 21 years. All right, we got a lot of things tied in together, and the biggest problem I have right now in my marriage is I don't feel fully appreciated or appreciated. Period. To a certain, not enough, in the relationship, and then there's not enough intimacy for my liking in the relationship. Okay, other than that, I don't see. I don't feel that I have a strong claim to a divorce because I'm not mentally in that capacity wanting a divorce at this moment. But what I prefer is for that to be my situation to be better in those areas that I'm speaking of that I'm lacking in, or her to authorize a fill-in, which I know that ain't gonna happen. You dig? So I'm just saying, you know, what you just gave us was good for the dating world, but for guys who are in similar situations like myself in marriage, been there for a long time, and be rather expensive for them to get out of it, and it's, to me, it's not worth going through the expense of a divorce when my heart is not in it, and I don't think it's too much there to warrant a divorce. Right now, I kind of feel like things in my eyes seem repairable, or correct. We can make corrections. So that's another reason divorce is not on my mind. Plus, like I stated before, I'm still in love with my wife, as well as I love her. So she might not see that, but I'm willing to accept a fill-in, even though I love her, because if she tired, you know, when you run a company, you got people in certain positions. When one personnel, you know, when one employee get tired, shoot, you got to fill in, and they don't work their shift. You got to fill in with another one to keep the production going. So
yeah, I hear you. I hear that shit. I told you that shit. I'm doing it again this week. This dude is no call, no shows. They can't get in touch with the dude for his shifts. Shit, I might end up covering that shit. I'm gonna end up covering it again.
Right.
And what you could do too is just cut to the chase, man. With your wife, man, you just, you know, y'all got 21 years in, man. That's a lifetime, man.
Yeah,
21 years is a lifetime.
We done did all kind of counseling and everything, man.
So
she'll straighten up for a minute, but then she get back in that same space.
Yeah, and sometimes y'all got years in, man, and y'all should be, you know, if y'all had, I would like to think that at that much time in, like I see how my parents was, you know, I had a good example of that shit. I ain't gonna lie, I had a real good example. I didn't do well with my marriage, but because I did it for the wrong reason. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't do it for like the reason that they did it, you know. But you gotta just like, you know, like keep it a buck with her. Like you ask her, like, yo, how you feeling? Like talk to me, like what's up? Like how you feeling? Do you know,
well,
honestly, you loving me the same way? Because if you not, you know, say, yo, I want you to be happy. Or if I'm not tickling your fancy no more, and
I like that. That's
that's
one of my phrases right there.
Yeah, that's my shit too, kid. That's the old school shit. You know what I'm saying? That's that old school shit, kid. You know, we older than a lot of these cats. That's why.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was saying. You know, if you're tickling your fancy no more, it's time for you to, I'll let you just go ahead and be happy, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it's like I want you to be happy because I really love and care for you. So I don't want you to be happy just because you're with me. I want you to be loving. I want you to be happy because you're happy from within you because of the situation. So that's what real love is. Because if you really love somebody, you can let them go.
Right. That's right.
See that other shit is that sick love, like that possession love. Nah, man. If you really care for somebody, you really want them to be happy. You want it. It's just like your child. Like it's like when you loving your kid. You love seeing your kid happy when he playing with his toys and she playing with her toys, or he playing and they laughing and joking. You love that because you happy and you love it because you happy for them because you really love them. Same thing with with your wife or your mate or whoever. You want them to be happy. If they can't be happy with you, you really would want you to do that. But see, here in this damn country, all these crazy ass mindsets and ideologies that especially that our people took on under, like I said, under our captor. Because I'm telling you, we done picked up a lot of bad habits from these motherfuckers, man.
Oh yes, indeed.
I'm telling you, this shit done. They done
Yes,
fucked up
indeed.
our brain. They done messed up our brain set, our mindset so much. A lot of the crazy shit our people do now is because all the been under captivity under these motherfuckers for these hundreds of years. We done
Yeah,
took on a lot of their bad shit, man. A lot of
yeah.
it, and
Too
and
much.
so what happens is you're not expressing. Like sometimes you gotta keep it a buck and just go to it. Like, yo, what's up? Like, if you feel it, and if you're not, and just be honest with it, like, and say, don't want to hide it. If you don't feel the same way, yo, it is what it is. I understand. You understand what I'm saying? I may not be happy about it because I want to influence it, but if it's not, ultimately, I want you to be happy.
Mm.
Ultimately, that's what it is. Because that's what remember I told you that word in the language is ashuk.
Right.
It
For
means
sure.
divine
Yeah.
love. Ashuk is
Right.
divine love, and it's unconditional. It's unconditional divine love. You want that. If you want that person to be happy, it's a divine state. You ain't putting no conditions on it. Well, I'm only gonna love you back if you loving me. Or
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
nah, it's all good. Like if you happy,
Right.
I'll be happy. You know,
Right.
if
And
that's the case.
the craziest thing is, like I said, we've been in therapy together 3 times in our marriage, all at my
Mm-hmm.
request over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
she's currently having therapy now
Mm-hmm.
for a situation that happened, back late
Mm-hmm.
last year
Mm-hmm.
between
Yeah, I know
us.
you mentioned.
And
Yeah, you mentioned. Yeah, you
yeah.
mentioned that.
And so, she, it's the situation is. I should put that on the other side. That's all right. Forget it. The situation is, I've already discussed everything that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Are
With
you
her.
happy?
With
Yeah,
her.
are you happy? I want you to be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still in love? If not, I understand. Let's change it or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. And I've even discussed the fact of, hey, if this ain't what you want to be a part of, sorry for the noise.
Yeah.
If this ain't what you want to be a part of, then we need to. Oh shoot! Let me go on mute. I go to train, man. Y'all hear?
Okay. Yeah, I hear.
Y'all
It.
hear that
Yeah, I
train?
hear it. Yeah, I hear it. I hear it coming.
Shoot! I can't even get the phone to change over quick enough, man.
Yeah, be careful so you don't get cut off. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I was gonna say with
Mm-hmm.
a married couple, after being together for so long, and got used to each other, know each other's ins and outs, uh, you probably don't like some things at that point and some things you do, but overall, you took them in under that umbrella, and I think that yeah, when you gotta light another fire on under her ass or something. I don't know. But you gotta log in the fire and keep it going if you want to stay together. If there ain't no kids involved, it's all good to separate and go find somebody else that gonna like make you happy.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you
Yeah,
more and just enjoy you. But that's why
yeah.
I said, because if it's real simple. Like when it comes to the love thing, man, it ain't hard as some people be trying to make that shit, man. Like when you see how Santos talk about her
Uh-huh.
and the things
Yep.
he do and he said he willing to do.
Mhm.
It's simple for him. It's not rocket science. He said he love her still. You can tell by the way he talk about her. You know, he out
Right.
there working now. He out there working now, so he can take care of his family, which starts with her. So
Mhm.
his action is showing that. You understand? So he ain't asking for much. He asking for the basics, the most basic of things.
Mhm.
He not asking for the Taj Mahal. Take me to the Taj Mahal on my birthday,
Right.
and this and that. He asking for the most basic of stuff that you
I
should
don't.
want to do in a truly loving relationship. If that's the
Mhm.
case, But if you don't feel like that no more, and it's hard for you to do that, when it gets hard for you to express that. See, so some people, because they've been with you for a long time, and they hear you express certain things, in their hearts they may feel one way, but they don't really want to tell you how they really feel because they're scared they're gonna hurt your feelings. and hurt you
Right.
too. They don't want to tell you that shit. But in their heart, they know they don't feel the way that you feel or how they used to feel. And they're like, shit, this gonna be a serious blow. And then in his case, he making it clear, and he seems to have made it very clear to her that he still is in love with her as well as love her. And then he do what he do.
Yeah, you on point with that. I still love her. Still, see, my thing is just keeping it a whole buck. I don't want to stop taking care of my wife.
Yeah. See, so that's why I said what I said.
Yeah, I appreciate taking care of her. I want to continue to take care of her. Then we got grandkids that I've made my own. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to stop being their grandfather or taking care of them or whatever. Those are things that I feel happiness about.
Yeah, because
at the same time, I do want her. Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta look at the situation with you, like you making it clear, because it's obvious to me that you the one that's really like pushing that agenda on the love thing towards your wife.
Right.
But like I said, sometimes people may not, and they know in their heart they don't feel that way, but because they see you being the way that you are and know how you made it clear how you feel, they don't really know how to say that. Damn, I don't really feel exactly that same way. I got love for him, but I'm not really like how he feel. And then shit, you holding it down. You out there holding it down. You out there working now. So it's like shit. I'm gonna find another motherfucker like this.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
doing what he doing. So I can't mess this shit up. So I better try, even though so it becomes a conflict in that other person's spirit. Because it's like shit, I don't necessarily feel exactly the way he feel, but I don't hate the motherfucker, but I don't really feel exactly the way he feel. But shit, I can't. Where I'm gonna find no motherfucker like him.
Exactly.
That's gonna hold down what he hold down the way he do it. Because that's gonna be. Because if that was to go to the case, that's a whole. Shit, I got almost 21 full years in.
Yeah.
For her to find somebody else that's gonna do what you do, ain't gonna be the easiest task in the world either. So that's something she could be. That person could be considering too. Like shit, I really ain't feeling this shit like that. But goddamn, I got a lot of time invested in it, and I don't want to lose the perks that come with it either.
That's what I feel about it. I feel that on one hand I feel like they still love me, but like I said, I don't feel that they're in love with me. And then the other hand, I feel that they want to stick around because of they figure their market value ain't what it used to be on the dating level. Yeah. And where they gonna find a person that cares as much and still willing to do for them as I am, and what I'm providing, then and loving those kids the way I have. You know what I'm saying? Because I've taken care of. I've taken.
That's fact.
Yeah.
That's fact. Yeah. You get on. I think
I've taken care of what I didn't birth in this world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. She's never gonna be satisfied. That's one thing. So don't worry about trying to. She's never going to be satisfied for any. You can give her the world. She's not going to be satisfied totally. And
you're probably right.
So you
know what?
She
don't left another marriage before. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm the third. I'm the third husband.
Yeah. So it's within the realm of possibility. But shit, she on the third motherfucker. It's 3 strikes and you out. It's 3 strikes and you out. Now 4 strikes.
And she probably didn't know. She probably didn't feel it was gonna last this long. See, this is the longest relationship she's been in as well as myself.
Ever been into? Yeah.
My experience.
That makes sense, man. That should make all the sense in the world.
Just understand the way the words that you're saying. When you said something about you don't think that she's in love like that. Just know that that's completely okay, because women are so emotional and everything. Their emotional level is not going to be 100% the whole time. So like I said, she's not going to be satisfied. I don't care if you gave her the world and probably Mars. You can give her the sun. She's still not going to be satisfied. So don't worry about that part.
I pretty much come to that same assessment. You believe it or not, I think you own some more than you realize. I think that's the case with this one. with my wife.
Mhm.
Now, like I said, I still love her. I'm still in love with her, and normally the way my love works for me mentally is that no other woman can come in between that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to love no other woman, but I do want to penetrate somebody that's willing
Mm-hmm.
to let me penetrate them on a regular
Mm-hmm.
basis. You understand what I'm saying? There's a
Yeah,
difference to me. You know what I'm
but try
saying?
that on that part right
So you
there.
need, so
Don't
you
give her
need,
all your love. You see
you
what I'm
need to
I'm
saying?
saying,
be. Now
Cause
he
it,
all right now. He
I'm
all
saying,
in. He all in. He
I'm,
love his wife. Like,
yeah, I'm
cause
saying
for
that
him
my
to go
wife,
back, for
she
him to
needs to
go back
clock out
now,
for a few hours and let
yeah.
somebody clock in her place,
If
and
she
then she
can't
can
do
get
it,
back on the clock.
if she
That's what I'm
can't do
saying.
it,
Right.
because he's saying like, look, the bottom line is he loves his wife right now. And for him to go back against that, like you say, don't give all your love. For him to do that would be the end of the relationship right now.
Mhm. But what I'm
You
saying is
understand?
this right here.
For where
If you
he at.
fall head first for this another person, another human being, then that's just what you're gonna do. You're gonna fall head first
Well,
into the ground. So
yeah.
you got
But
to love
so,
yourself better than anybody, and then
oh yeah,
you put
well.
your priorities in order. But you
Hmm.
shouldn't love somebody better than yourself. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because one day there are other women out there. Now you with that one special one that you've been with almost a quarter of a century. You can stick with her if that's what you want to do. You got to work on it. But if she choose to leave, you go. That's where you fall head first. You know what I mean on your head. So on that part,
Now,
when I hear
if
you
she
talking,
leave, I
He
probably
leave, he
wouldn't
can move
be.
on.
If she leave, I wouldn't be happy about the situation of her leaving. But I'm gonna tell you this right now: if she leave, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna sit around depressed.
Yeah, I
I ain't gonna
right?
got
say
you.
I'm gonna be. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be happy about it because I know how I
Mhm.
feel about it. But
My
guess what?
ex-wife,
First
mhm,
thing gonna come to my mind. Okay, she gone.
new pussy.
I don't have to. I don't have to feel guilty about putting myself inside somebody because
Exactly.
that's exactly what
Yeah.
I'm gonna do. I'm
But
telling
she
you
Just
now.
left.
remember this:
Yeah,
But she,
what's
she
better
left.
than old pussy?
New.
yeah, new
That good
stuff
old, that, that
make you
good
smile a
old,
little bit.
that good
New
old
pussy.
new stuff.
So
That good
Hey,
old new stuff.
pugilist.
uh,
I ain't too
That's
caught
some
up in
funny
what the
shit.
women look like wholeheartedly, but
Mhm.
as long as they ain't pure D ugly. Long as they ain't
uh,
too
Lord, they
long as look,
purdy ugly.
yeah, if they ain't
Word.
as long as they ain't purely ugly and
Yeah.
they ain't they ain't too obese.
Oh
You know,
shit.
I don't really
Yeah.
want them obese. They can be like cute
Oh
chubby,
shit.
you know, but
at my
I
old
don't want
job,
them
Oh,
too
yeah,
at
overweight.
my
B.
old job,
That's my cousins,
we
boy,
used to
my
tell
country
each
ass
other.
cousins.
Yeah,
At
Purdy
my
ugly.
yeah.
at
I
my
had to
old
slide
job,
that
we used
in. I
to
know
tell
you
each
like
other
that.
you can put a pig
Yeah, that
on a
motherfucker
monkey.
used to be dying with that shit. Yeah, man, that purdy shit. Yeah, but yo, so that's what it boils down to, man. Like, yo, and like I said, I can see the situation because as you been explaining it to us over this past few weeks, I'm like, shit. She probably feeling like shit. I don't really, because like I said, at the end of the day, man, the action shows you what it is. I'm sure at the height of y'all
Mhm.
shit, when y'all was having y'all intimacy, and it was times when y'all was in the thick of the love together, you saw it. 'Cause she showed you from her side
Yeah,
too. And she
yeah.
ain't
I
showing
mean,
you that shit now. It's a
right,
when they
right.
stop showing you that shit is it's
That lets you know
because
right there.
it's that action, because
That's
love
the
is an
action
action
gone.
word. Love is an
Exactly,
action word. It's an action word. It's plain and simple, man. It's what you
exactly.
do. Love shows you about what you do than what you say. So when they
That's
stop
it,
showing you like that, it's because they don't feel exactly the same.
Yeah.
They don't feel
man.
exactly the
See,
same way.
Man,
in my
you know what's
opinion,
crazy,
love means
man?
a lot of things, but one thing it
Hmm.
is a thin line between love and hate, and so it's
Yeah,
Hmm.
real
that's true.
close. It's real close. All it takes
Hmm.
is a second or a millisecond or whatever. A person can be hating you one moment and love you the next. That's how I used to talk my way into some pussy and back out. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Come on,
Mm.
Pete.
Hmm.
When I say come
Yeah.
on, Pete, I just mean come on back with something,
Hmm. Yeah.
radio talk.
Yeah.
Come on,
So
Pete.
at the end of the day, that's really what it boils down to. If they're feeling you like that, they're gonna show you. And if they not, and to sustain a marriage over that long period of time, that's a long time to be with somebody.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah,
it, it,
that's a big investment.
Yeah, so to be with somebody
those
so
years. And I don't mean financial. I
It's
just
tough.
mean just
Future.
time and
yeah,
all that.
time. Cause shit, finances you
Future.
can always make up, but that time you can't
Hey,
get
y'all.
back. That shit gone forever.
Yeah.
You ain't never getting that
I
back. You
want
can
to
always
tell
make more
y'all.
money. Hmm?
I want to tell y'all
What's
this
up?
right here. How would it
Hmm?
feel? How would this goes to both of y'all right here? How would you feel if you had a foreign girl call you this morning and jack off on the phone because she missed you
A
Who
foreign
call
girl?
you?
You said a foreign
from another
girl?
country? Yeah,
A foreign girl? Mm.
A
yeah.
girl from another
How would you
country.
feel if? Yeah,
If a girl
Price
from
is
another
alright.
country, I'm like this here.
uh,
If a woman calls
yeah.
me
She in that queue.
and she wanna perform on over the phone
Nah,
for
nah, nah.
me,
I'm saying, how would you feel if
I
you
ain't gonna let
did
her.
have a
I ain't gonna stop
woman? Nah, how would you feel if you did have a woman do that, call you early in the morning and tell you how much she miss you and she jack off on the phone right there, and
Oh,
this
I'm
the
gonna let her.
thing,
That's what I'm saying.
compared to
I'm a man first. I'm a
yeah,
man first.
see,
I'm gonna allow her to
that's how it
display
is.
her talents.
That's how it
Hey,
is when
it's a form.
you got a free
It's a
mind,
form. It's a form of
free
cheating,
your mind.
but I
Oh
ain't
shit.
touching.
Yeah,
It ain't the form that I can be called into court for and take all my little possessions. You see what I'm saying?
right,
So
Yeah.
yeah,
right.
she can. Hey, if she got my number, she say, hey, I got a present for you, but I'm gonna have to call you on Duo. Okay, let's
Yeah.
see what you got. And I'm gonna let her perform. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That was a nice way to start my morning off. And she can go on by her business, I can go on by my business. What I'm saying? I
Right.
ain't
Do
got no
your thing.
problem with it. I'm telling you that right now. Yeah,
Do your
Yeah.
motherfucking thing. Do your
yeah.
thing.
Hey, I love my wife, but hey, if I got a chance, man, it's like this for me. This is my philosophy.
Yeah.
I'm a
Nigga said my
man.
philosophy. My philosophy like
Yeah.
KRS-One out this
It's
motherfucker. My
exactly.
philosophy.
You already know. I'm a man
KRS-One.
first. I'm a husband. I'm a father. Uh, I consider myself a Christian. But guess what? Like I said, the first thing I said, I'm a man first. And if a woman is gonna show me her anatomy, or a woman just walking around naked, I'm gonna look at her, bro.
Mm-hmm.
In case I see something that I like what I see. If I don't like what I see, I'm gonna keep. I don't have to look at it long,
Pushing.
But if I like what I
Right.
see, I'm gonna watch
Pushing.
it until she get covered up or whatever. Because, hey, I'm a man first,
Mm-hmm.
and I enjoy the anatomy of a woman. As far as
Hey, what's understood
as
ain't got to be said.
yeah,
Huh?
that's eye candy.
Right.
Like they say, it's eye candy. You know what I'm saying? And look here, um, I'm like, man, I'm just saying. I don't care where I am. If I'm in church and a woman shouting, she take all her clothes. I watch she shouting. I'm gonna be like, sister, you don't need to do that. But I'm gonna be like, sister, oh Lord, have mercy, fine. I'm be thinking in my mind, just keep it
Hey,
real. You know what I'm saying? I might not say those thoughts out loud, but hey, look here. I'm gonna try to let the
hey.
sisters help her,
Oh
but I ain't gonna
shit.
turn my
Mm-hmm.
eyes, man. I'm gonna
Yeah.
by the
Why?
time I turn my head and act like I ain't looking at her, I've already seen her. I'm gonna tell you, I'm putting it
Oh
like that.
shit.
That's who
I be
I am.
trying to
I just
figure out your
Man, she
situation.
had the biggest titties I
I
ever
be like,
seen
why
in
is
my
this lady
life.
naked in the church? I be
Mm-hmm.
trying to figure it out. Like, hey, I know y'all, everybody else gonna stand around
and,
and probably hide her or
and,
whatever the case may be.
and
I'm gonna be like,
well,
why are you in here naked?
Yeah, they be
I'm gonna
damn
stand up in
the
front of
church
her
be a
and
goddamn
I'm
church
gonna
be a
give her my
damn
coat.
church be a damn fashion show and the girls be in there with the tight ass
And,
skirts and shit. I be like, y'all
and,
is not supposed to be dressing
and
like that shit up in here, man. Motherfucker
mm,
say that's why that's why them
see,
damn pastors be getting in trouble all the time.
they had no Steve Harvey suits, huh?
Yeah. Walking around with that tight ass clothes on and shit. And then think
man.
a motherfucker ain't supposed to want none of that.
Yeah. Oh
That's why them
yeah.
pastors, that's
We
why
need to
them
go back
pastors
to
been
wearing robes.
word, hell yeah. They're just like a Muslim woman, shit. All that goddamn this European ass, skin tight ass clothes on up in the church. I'm like,
Yeah.
y'all motherfucker crazy than the motherfucker. Last time I've been in the church, I went past there and went in the church for some shit. I was over there and I was like, I was in the church. I was like I was in a goddamn club.
Yeah.
I feel like I was in a damn
Hey, I
club with all them tight ass dresses and shit on the younger ones, the older
hey,
ones, you know.
I left the
They got
hotel
their
and
own
went
shit, but
straight to the church
I
before.
was like, God damn,
You hear
this
me?
church? Shit, maybe I need it. Maybe I need to convert. Maybe I need to be a Christian and shit
I,
again.
I,
They up in here like this.
I
Yeesh.
had just got out of some legs one morning at the hotel, and then went straight to the. Had to take my mom to church, so I went. I wasn't gonna miss that, so I took it straight. I left right off them legs, and then I went picked my mom up with what I had on at the club. It was straight.
Oh, shit. Yeah, man, straight in there, straight
There was
pimping.
some
My
good
boy
singing.
was straight pimping and shit.
Yeah,
Oh, straight pimping. All right, but we got a
yeah.
suit on already.
Her legs were shaking and everything. That's all I was thinking of in the church. I was like, man, her legs were
Oh
shaking
shit.
and everything. Man, that was some good head
Yeah,
too.
man.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah,
I was in
man,
church
it's
just
real simple with
daydreaming.
that shit when it comes to the relationships, man. You know, that's what I the best thing I can tell you, man. Santos, like, you know, that you're gonna be yourself as best you can, and you know, just go. Because to me, it seems to me that's what, from what you explaining to me, that's probably what it is. Because it's like, you know, because you saying you the third one, shit. After that, you the third one. It's three strikes and you out. She knows this motherfucker good. I can't really. I might not be feeling the exact same about this motherfucker no more, but shit, I can't get this shit up like this. The way this shit gonna leave me. Like you said, I ain't in a position where I could just, you know, go out and get some other next cat who gonna be in a position that you in. You know, you got your own business and shit. You know what I'm saying? You got your own business you doing. You out there grinding, you holding shit down. So to replace that ain't gonna be easy. By no stretch of the imagination. You know? That is not gonna be an easy task. And I'm pretty sure she knows that. And I'm pretty sure she knows that. That shit ain't gonna be easy. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
like, damn,
if
I
she
gotta
was,
I gotta
mhm.
hold this shit. I better figure something out. Damn, but see, they so emotional. It'd be hard for them to show that shit, but like to act like it. You know, some of them is good enough to fake the funk though, but some of them can't though.
Man, I'm gonna tell you this. A lot of these women at a young age, they've been taught certain things, and one of them that was misguided to a point where they just came out and bluntly told them, you need to learn to be independent. You can't just be
Mhm.
independent. Period. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? We already know women like to go on their own little adventures and all this stuff. So get college out of the way early, right after high school, go straight to college, and then when you come out of college, start looking after college, start looking for a husband because
Mhm.
the whole thing is them young dudes. Yeah, they gonna beat you up and tear you up and rip you up and all that good stuff. But they got to get on their grind. They ain't got time. They want quickies and all of that. But she come out of college with all that education and everything. She need to get with a guy that's already somewhat
Established.
established. Yeah,
Yeah. Trying to do
that
his thing.
young dude ain't gonna be able to hold it down. He's still trying to figure out what he wants. So
Yeah.
for him
They
to
want the
grab
hood.
onto a pretty
They
girl
want
at
the
a young
hood. They
age,
love the hood. They love
yeah,
the hood, kid. You know,
they
positivity attracts
they got to get out
negativity.
there and hunt. Yeah.
You know, the positivity attracts
So
negativity. So they
people
like that.
bluntly
They like
tell
that
these
shit. They
kids,
don't like
yeah,
they like that challenge. They don't like no they don't like
uh
the
huh.
cornball type dude, man. They be wanting,
I think that's
you
where we
know,
kind of mess up at
job
when we
dudes.
tell the kids to do certain things, but then don't give
Hmm.
them instructions, the full
Yeah.
instructions.
Yo, it's funny you say that because I remember when I was growing up, I was one of and I actually said that to my moms one time because I was like, 'cause they had this thing in that era I grew up in. A lot of people from the South with school and shit. And because of the things that they had to go through with the school, because like my parents and my great uncles and grandmother and them, they all came up doing Jim Crow. So, you know, most of them went to segregated schools. And then they didn't start getting into um integrated schools till later and shit. Like that didn't happen till much later. So many of them didn't do that. They didn't experience that shit. Like it happened like after a little while after they was out of school and shit like that. So they really didn't get the opportunities to let me see, like try to have those experiences like that, like how we do, how we did. To have the experiences that we had with a more integrated school system and things like that. So
Hmm.
things were so much different in their era in comparison to ours. So when you look at the fact of like we say like with the girls in school and going to a certain point, dating the other guy, they they it's like the opposite, like the old saying, opposites attract. It's like a form of saying it's like a form of just saying it's like that positivity attracts negativity, like because it's opposite. So they tend to be attracted more to that type of doing that, and the situation like you just brought up about telling the kids and not giving them instructions. Like I brought that shit with my moms years ago, and I was like, look, because they had this thing of saying from the south, like with the school. Because I said because I went to that little tangent about the school because of the stuff that they experienced. It was like, well, all you got to do is go to school. And now I finally said I was hear that shit a lot when I got to a certain point. I was like, I
School
said,
for
yeah, but
what?
y'all always said, I said, but for what? For what? To sit there all goddamn day? To sit there and just listen, go to school for what? You know what I'm saying? Well,
Yeah,
goddamn it, all you got to do is go to school for what?
no details.
You know?
You know.
And
Yeah,
that's
that's
the shit
how it
that
was.
and that's what I be meaning sometimes when I be saying that the shit that black people went through in this country,
Hmm.
the
Hmm.
hardships, it's such a detrimental. It's been such a detrimental thing to our psyche as a people. Like to the point where they'll say some shit like, "Well, you got to do is go to school," but won't tell you what you're going to school for
Hmm.
because they had such a our group of people went through such a traumatic experience here
Yeah, that
from
system.
not being able, yeah, with such a traumatic experience from not being able to
Hmm.
read, from not being able to read or write English, not being able to go to
Hmm.
school,
That.
and then finally being able to go to school
Yeah.
and
See,
not being
that's
able to write,
yeah.
not being able to read and not being able to read and write English. You
See, it's
understand?
not a
So,
lot of us that's I've seen a lot of educated parents that even try to homeschool their kids. But
hmm
like, say, my mom, she was more of a wheel, like a wheel inside of
hmm
whatever, like a clock or something. It's got to always keep ticking. It's always got
hmm
to keep moving. So that's all she did from a kid on up to now. She had all been worried about somebody else, putting herself on the back burner and
yeah, yeah,
cupcaking for them
hmm
folks and all of that. You see, you never see your mom. You never know your mom until you see her around a bunch of different other cultures and color people of different colors and stuff. Just
hmm
to be frank with it. So
hmm
when I see my mom, I say, "Mom, your voice kind of changed when we was around them white folks over there and all that,
hmm
Hispanic folks or whatever, And I said,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Other people, yeah,
what's up with that? Is that a problem or something?
yeah. They got
Because
that white voice. They always had their white voice because that's the era.
yeah,
That's the situation that they had to be raised in. Like my mom was an
hmm
educator, so you know, like my mom she could be very well spoken woman and shit, but she could have that white voice like if fucking motherfuckers call the house or she around them, that shit could
hmm
come out. But she was an educated woman, so but so the area that she grew up in, these are the things that they had to do. These are the things that they had to do to
hmm
make a way in this society.
hmm
But part of that the struggle for them in this society is just that. Like all you got to do is go to school, shit like and don't really tell them, like really preparing because that shit was so traumatic and so much harshness in it. There's a part of them that I'm sure that they just didn't even want to deal with that shit. You know,
hmm
they didn't want to
But you
deal
know
with it.
that
Like,
all that buck breaking and all that stuff that been going on
hmm
back in the day,
yeah, yeah,
during the time, because my mom was
hmm
around when they was picking cotton and everything in
hmm
Louisiana, and
Yeah, that's
working for white folks side jobs and
sharecropper.
stuff like that.
The
Yeah,
sharecropper.
and then taking care of her own immediate family, and then her kids and husband, and then the husband. They, and you people come from one state to another one. The man or the woman gonna get out there and get and try to go on another type of hunt. That's how my daddy was. He was out there trying to be all this and that and stuff, and then I just look at him as he failed the family. You know what I mean? Because all that trying to jump on my mom. Mom ain't even that big. She's like 5 feet tall, and this fool over here about 6'2" or whatever he is, and he jumping on her. And she was from Louisiana, so she had 5, 6 brothers. So she used to fighting with a bigger grown man. So she was like, I can handle my own, da 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 da. And I was like, Mom, he shouldn't be putting his hands on you in the first goddamn place. You know what I'm saying? I said, luckily, I wasn't big enough to handle his ass, or even pull a trigger or something on his ass to get his motherfucking ass out of here. Because I say you don't never supposed to put your hands on a woman, and a lot, I tell my mom, I said you could have left. You know what I mean? I said that was your choice. You could have left, and they hurt her. But I tell her, I said, I'm gonna tell you the truth. You could have left, and then she goes, "What? Then I wouldn't have had y'all." And I said, "You would have had us with another guy that you that cared for you and all that good stuff. Not that motherfucker right there. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you like this. I forgive my daddy, but that motherfucker right there did us dirty." You hear me?
Wow.
He did us dirty. My mom used to whoop us with the switch and all of that stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a Southern shit.
He would come in with his straight hands, pow, and I'm talking about have your head ringing. I seen him throw my bigger brother across the room. You feel me?
Shit.
So and choked him one time. You know what I'm saying? From the back, like choked, just walked up to him like I ought to kill you, or something like that. My daddy was a stupid ass motherfucker, man. That's why.
Well,
my brother say, you ain't gonna like nowadays. He say, you ain't gonna talk to your daddy. You ain't gonna go talk to your daddy. I say, I don't know that nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Now you know what it is. A lot of that just that speaks to the point I was talking about. Like, that traumatic shit that our people been through such a harsh way in this motherfucker. They so messed up, man. They so messed up. Like it's just like the post-traumatic slave syndrome, man. That shit is a real thing in our community. Motherfuckers is messed up and they don't know how to be. When you have they don't know how to be. Like it's a generational thing, man, and they don't know how to be. So when I hear stories like that, that's what it is, man. Like they don't really cats don't know how to be, man. When you've been in a situation in a society that is diametrically opposed to you, who you are, and it's not set up for your benefit, really, you don't know how to behave a certain way. And that's why you heard me say earlier about us picking up a lot of these badass traits from them evil ass caucasus, Makasu.
See, I can't even call my mom. I can't even call my mom, but I have to forgive my dad so I can move on. And I tell her, I said, Mom, you got to stop worrying about everybody else. You need to start worrying about yourself. And I give her everything she wants. I mean, I'm trying to work on her house. I'm getting denied at the bank and shit. Because these motherfuckers trying to take the property, they damn self, and all the other shit going on. And I got a whole list of some bullshit that I got to take care of, right? I got a whole list. And sometimes I got about 3 lists. I keep them in my pocket or my bag or something just so I can keep up with dates on them. And I still got to do my own maintenance. I got a CDL testing and all this other shit. And I had an accident the other week, and then police out there in Albuquerque ain't trying to sign the goddamn report. And my job over here trying to tell me that they fault me. How you gonna fault me and you ain't even seen the goddamn report? You know what I'm saying? I need now I'm thinking I'm borderline about to go get a lawyer for their ass and you know what I'm saying? Because I don't give a fuck
Mm-hmm.
about this company because they don't give a fuck about me. You feel me? When it comes down to it, they
Mm-hmm.
don't. And I ain't here for no friends and shit like that. I'm here for that
Mm-hmm.
bread. So, but that bread that is helping me with taking care of my mom. Even though she got her
Yeah.
own benefits and everything, I know that she got cheated out of her goddamn retirement by these folks. You feel me? So
Mm.
I said I'm not gonna let you be out here by yourself. If I'm here I'm alive and doing well because of her, and I'm gonna make sure she doing the same. Ain't no sense
Mm-hmm.
in, man. I had the big house and the big truck and cars and all the expensive shit like that. Thought I was doing it, and I was married and everything. All that shit fell off. I said, shit. Now that I'm single, I want all that shit back, and I want it by myself because I don't need nobody. I ain't trying to buy a house for all these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? If a chick gonna be straight with me and have some kind of loyalty to herself or to me or whatever, and willing to work with me, you know what I'm saying? Not trying to see me in no bad place or nothing. Because I've been with girls that after a while they get jealous of me, and I'm like, damn, I'm treating your ass every day. You know, and you looking and they look at me like, well, hey, it be the wrong women. I picked the wrong ones. I'm trying to tell you, when I pick them, I just need to walk away and go get the other one because that one that I picked is the wrong one. You know what I'm saying? Just like when I'm betting on these fights and stuff, I'll be like, that guy right there going, Derek Lewis gonna win. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying?
Right. And
Just
then he
like,
went out there and got
yeah.
and he went out there and got that ass thrashed. He went out
I
there and
didn't
got
even
that
see the
ass
fight. I didn't even see it.
he went out there, he disappointed. He went out there and got schooled. That dude schooled his ass and shit. He put up
Yeah, I
no
think I
real
listened
effort.
to QKC at VLTV live or something, and I
Mm-hmm.
think I was getting it like that. I was like, this mother, I didn't put what did I put $10 or $20 on his day.
Mm-hmm. Nah, he
You
went
know,
out there and got
I was like that
out there
money
and got
gone.
chopped. Went out there and got chopped up, man. When he schooled his ass and shit.
Man,
But yeah, man,
can,
that's what it
can
comes
you see
down
the
to,
chat?
man. No, I ain't seen the chat.
Oh, you can't. Oh, okay.
I'm about
I
to
was
check
gonna
it,
say
man.
Eli Zachary in there.
Hold on.
I was gonna tell him, say, man, we need to go to that gun range. I got, I ain't got that 300 blackout.
Uh,
I need to go on and put some wear and tear
um,
on it.
Santos said he's still backstage. Hold on, let me see if I can get him back on.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can get Kyle to get him back on.
Yeah, it's a lot of damn traffic out here. Yeah, if a person like Santos been with his woman a quarter of a century, you might as well
On
stay
there.
with her.
Yeah, but he ain't happy. But if he keep going the way he's going, if he keeps
Yeah.
going the way he's going, he's not going. He already not happy now. But the
Oh,
situation is, it's only going to get worse.
but he ain't happy because she ain't. He don't feel like she is.
Yeah,
But like I said,
yeah.
she ain't
Like
satisfied.
it's only going to get worse for him. So you say just stay there. Like you living your life, man. You living your life
Yeah.
to make yourself happy. Like I told this sister recently, I was like, she a religious sister, like I was like, she believed in God or whatever, the spirit force, whatever. So I always tell people, look, think of it this way.
Hey,
I said,
Puge,
whatever
real quick.
God,
Hey,
yeah,
Puge,
right.
real quick. My bad.
Oh, it looks like
Centos,
I'm
man.
back on. I'm back
Centos, you
on.
get kicked off one more time, dude. All right,
Man,
you got
hey
one more
man,
time.
I'm about to
Mm-hmm.
talk to AT&T, man. I'm
God
tripping, man.
damn.
It's happening in places that it normally don't happen. I don't know what I know what it is. It's the NAC, man. It's
I'm
the
gonna have to
NAC,
get,
bro.
What
I'm gonna have
about
to get the thing.
AOL?
I'm gonna have
This
to get the thing from Cal. I'm gonna have to start getting the thing to sent from Cal so I can keep everybody on and shit.
man, somebody
We're
buy
getting
this
off.
man some better Wi-Fi, man. Good God Almighty.
I don't even use the Wi-Fi. You know what? Certain areas
I'm
are
on
not doing
Wi-Fi now.
5G.
Yeah, still.
I'm
They
in
still set it
5G
up.
right now, but certain areas that
You ain't got
normally
no 5G where you at. You in the sticks.
I
They
had
still,
4G then. That's what I noticed.
yeah,
I'm
they
5G
still,
again.
It's your
yeah, they
last
still
time,
set it up.
Centos. I ain't gonna keep bailing you out all damn night.
Yeah, it's gonna be last time this morning. I got I'm starting to get phone calls now.
All right, go ahead, Puge.
All right, yeah. So what I was just saying. I was talking about like with Santos, like in that case, it's like you in that long relationship, he you know he if he happy now, but if time go on and it keep going the way it's going, you know, you're not gonna be happy in that shit. You know what I'm saying? So you saying just stay.
Right.
He need to just stay there. He need to just stay there. No. What I was saying was this. Yeah, I was just telling this young sister this. I was telling her that look, you know, on the religious thing, like, cause you know, I was like, you know, I said, look, think of it this way. I said, God, however you see it, whatever gave you your life as your possession. That's what the Most High gave you. He gave you your life as your possession. It's for you. Not for so it's for you to do with that possession he gave you, what you feel or how you see fit. So if you're not happy, it's nobody else's responsibility to make you happy. Your responsibility to be happy resides solely on you,
Right. Right.
not nobody else. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand. It's not nobody else's responsibility to make you happy.
Yeah.
It's you. It's
That's
you.
real.
It's nobody else's responsibility to make you happy. It's you. So you got to make, like one of my spiritual teachers, man, I remember years ago, he said one of the hardest things, one of the most difficult things for a human being to do is to pick the right person to be with. Because most of us get it wrong a few times before we finally get it right. The overwhelming majority of us. Very few of us come out the gate and pick the right person from high school and you work that motherfucker to the very end and you happy all the way through. Most of us get it wrong a couple of times before we finally get it right. You know, that's one of the hardest things to do is pick a person that's right for you. My mother helped me understand that shit. I told you my father was her second husband. My mother was like, fuck that. If you ain't happy, leave that motherfucker. Go find somebody else to be happy. She said, cause you only got one goddamn life to live. She said, this shit ain't like a cartoon. It's not like a cartoon. How an anvil could fall in your head, you're gonna get smashed, the shit get popped back up. You're like, nah, that shit don't work like this. Ain't no cartoon. She said, you got one life to live, so you better make the best with it. So if this shit ain't working, is find somebody else that you can make it work with. And I was like, yeah, and I always take that to mind. I got that from my mom. I didn't get that from my father. That was my mom who schooled me on that shit. And I live according to that too. So you gotta make yourself happy. It's nobody else's responsibility but yours. Plain and simple. So when it comes down to that, that's what ultimately it falls on. Like he said, well, and they've been together this long, he might as well just stay there. I said, what? He gonna stay there and be unhappy? You know? He gonna stay there and be unhappy the rest of his days? That shit will kill you when you old.
Yeah, get
Being
that young
miserable.
lady.
No, I'm saying if he just stay there and he ain't happy and it just get worse, because it's only gonna get worse, it's not gonna get better.
I just realized that she older than him, right? The one that's
Yeah.
get
So
him a younger woman where he'll be more
My
interesting
wife.
with
My
the
wife.
younger woman.
yeah, so but what I'm saying is this, like if you like you say, like you make a statement, well, they've been together this long, you might as well just stay there. But if he's not gonna be happy, why should he just have to stay there and not be happy? Because it's gonna lead to other things. Because just your luck, your energy will give off for something else. The energy is real. No matter what you believe, that shit is real. So if you're not happy and you're getting downtrodden and getting miserable and shit, and that will attract something because negativity attracts positivity. So that shit that attracts something here just his luck. If it ain't getting better, he'll attract some old fly little thing or some shit to his liking will come to him. And then you end up getting engaged in that shit. Next thing you know, you in an entanglement, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you end up in that shit. That's how it works. Those energies you give off. So, you will hope to think that it just get better between them if it can. But if not, you may just sometimes it really just be the best bet just to move forward. If that's the case, like as opposed to just staying in it and being because not happy. You know what I'm saying? When you control your ability, because you can't make because much as he loves his wife, he can't make her feel like he want her to feel. She has to feel it herself. You know what I'm saying? He can't make her feel like he want her to feel. She got to want to feel that way in her heart. He can't make her feel that way.
She's not
It's
gonna be
on her.
satisfied no matter what. So with knowing that, he can give her everything she wants as long as he okay with giving it to her. But as far as he got to deal with the reciprocation being low coming from the other end. But he got a choice. Here's
Oh yeah,
another human
absolutely.
being.
But he know that though. But he know
Yeah.
that it's a choice. So that's why he's choosing to still do what he do because he's choosing to still do
Mm-hmm.
that.
Man,
He
let me
know
ask
that.
this
That's
question:
his
is he
choice.
comfortable, or is he comfortable, or
Ask
do he
him.
want a change?
You gotta ask him.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Oh
Are you
Can
comfortable?
y'all hear me, man?
Yeah, I
yeah,
hear you now.
No, me.
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh, you mean about what
You
When I
breaking
say
up.
comfortable, I mean
comfortability
lazy.
are you speaking?
Lazy. When I say comfortable, I mean lazy. It's just a better word.
Lazy?
But in the
Yeah.
relationship,
That means
you
two
mean?
different things to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's two
Yeah.
different things. That lazy don't mean
Oh,
comfortable, and
okay. So
how I know it.
who
No, comfortable where you
no,
at. You don't feel like getting up and doing nothing else.
I'm not,
Oh,
I don't
you asking if
know
he
I'm
comfortable?
lazy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I don't know I'm lazy about the relationship because I want us to do and I want us to be loving to each other. I want us to do things together. So mentally, no, I don't feel like I'm lazy about the relationship. But what I do, I probably my actions probably speak a little different in the sense that I'm my efforts that I've been doing, I'm starting to change on that as far as my energy levels about the effort that I've been putting into it because I'm not reciprocating,
You're not getting the
not
reciprocation.
even
She's not
partly
reciprocating.
in return on that, right? The effort that I'm trying to put into it. So
Yeah,
I'm getting a little tired of that.
and that's tough, man. That's tough. And I
Yep,
respect. I ain't
yep.
gonna front. I respect Santos, man. To be a brother, a man. He not ashamed of that shit. He not acting that overly tough. Like he wearing his emotions
You
for
you
his
gotta be
wife on his
real, man.
sleeve. Like he wearing his emotions like as a man on his sleeve. A lot of brothers can't do that shit, man.
Mhm.
Like how he been expressing himself on here. A lot of brothers
Mhm.
won't do that shit.
I
They
Yeah,
would
like the way
not
he
do that
expresses
shit.
loyalty.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
like
always
a
keep
lot
it
of
real about myself, man.
yeah.
That's the only way I know how to do it, bro.
So I applaud him, man, for having the courage to say that with other
Mhm.
brothers on the phone like that, because a lot of brothers could be having to tell, oh, this nigga a soft nigga or he weak or something like that. But he expressing
You,
that shit. He
you know
expressing
what,
that shit, and
Future?
that's a real man thing to be able to do that
You know what,
with your
Future?
brothers, like that, man.
You know what
Mhm.
else, Future? It's the fact
Mhm.
that everybody don't understand, but he do. He understand that that's a mother, that's a daughter, a aunt, and a sister, and probably a godmother. The whole thing is that it's other people watching him, and he got the respect. He respect her, and which nobody got to worry about. But that everybody's watching him, He's on stage, and they're gonna treat him the way depending on how he treat her, and but us outside looking in, we don't right away are aware of all these things. We just see two people in a relationship and what they're going through. But yeah, she's him himself is just like her. He's a father. He's a son and a brother, uncle, and so on. And you know, we're people outside looking in are not ready aware of those parameters. They don't, they're not looking at that. They just looking at like a how you say like a two-dimensional eyesight vision or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying, Picasso. You actually living up to your nickname, Picasso. That's some real insight you're laying down right there, because at the end of the day, I'm all about family, man, first and foremost. And the family dynamics have been building for 20 plus years. So as far as all those persons that you named that are related, that we're related to, they do see it that way. It was, you know, most of them probably think everything is perfect. You know what I'm saying? But that's the way a lot of relationships look, perfect on the outside.
Yeah.
When you're looking when you're looking from the outside and don't know what the inside is all about. So
Absolutely.
you know, for me, it's always, I made a promise that I'm gonna do all I can to hold it together before I even ever met this woman. You know, I promised the Lord that I would do everything I can to, you know, keep my marriage straight. But you know, like you guys are saying, you know, and I'm starting to believe that I don't think there's anything that I can do that's gonna make her feel a different way, because if she don't feel a different way by now, after all these years, and all I've done is increase my actions for showing her I love her, then it ain't gonna change, in my opinion. I have hope that it will, but I don't, you know, just speaking about it, I don't, you know, my common sense tells me it's not going to, you know,
Yeah.
and
Well, yeah. That's a good chance. Like anything is possible, man. We say,
that's true.
all things, as we say in the culture, in our practice, all things are possible within the all. The all is absolute. So anything is possible. You can't say, it's like you say never. All things is possible within the all. So, you know, it's quite possible, but but it could be unlikely, you know. Very
Yeah,
possible, but unlikely. So, you know, and at the end of the day, it gotta be her. Like I said, he can't make her feel
right.
no way. You know, he can't make her feel no way. Like,
She
remember I was just on the phone. Remember I was on the phone and talking to you, Santos, a little while ago. And I said, hold on,
yeah,
my lady calling me.
right.
Now she was calling me. She at work, right? And
Hmm.
she was calling me, you know, because she wanted to spend time with me.
Right.
You understand? She calling me like, yo, let's go. I want us to go get something. Go get something to eat over at this vegetarian place we go to. But she want to spend some time with me
Yeah,
because that's what she feel. You understand?
yeah,
She want to spend time. Like when you feeling for somebody like that, it's gonna make you take those actions. That's what you want to be with. You want to do something like. Cause we ain't seen each other in a while. 'Cause I've been doing all this damn overtime. I've been doing all this OT at the job, and she's working. And
right,
we ain't been able to spend no time with each other for the past 2 weeks. So she's like, "Fuck that, yo. I want to see you. I want to spend some time with you. Doesn't really want to
right,
take you to go eat." You know, so that's what you're talking about. Just it's the basic shit. But it's
yeah,
there because me and her spark is there. When it's there, it's there. Like
right,
it's an action thing. You gonna want to be with that person. It's just like when it's not like I always say. That's why you keep hearing me say it's not rocket science. When somebody's feeling you, they're gonna show you. They're gonna take the time out
yeah,
and show you. Like it's just like you liking a chick, you liking a girl, you got your phone, you get a woman phone number at the club or wherever you meet at the mall, wherever.
right.
If you like what you saw or like what you heard, you're gonna
Hmm.
text her. If he ain't texting you, or if she ain't texting you or calling you, or you ain't texting her and calling, like I told this young sister that I said, if he ain't doing that shit, he ain't feeling you like that. Straight up. I said, cause when he is, he gonna show you.
Right.
He's not gonna just tell you. He
Absolutely.
gonna show you. He gonna straight
Right.
show you. He gonna show your ass. He ain't gonna just be talking this. He gonna show you by what he do. So you can't make nobody want to do nothing that they don't
Right.
want to do. They gotta want to see it.
They gotta
I
want
said
it
right now,
themselves.
when you see Acentos, he making it clear. Well, at least through his action and when he's relayed to us how he feel about her and what he's willing to do and the little things that he would like for her. But it can get discouraging, man. And I don't care how old you get. That shit gets discouraging. And I think it's worse when you get older. Because the older you get as a human being, the better human being you should be.
Yeah.
So you should know how to do things better. So
Better.
when you young,
That's
when you should
That's
know how
very
to do
true.
things better. So you should know how to show you should know how to show love better when you older than when you was young.
Mm-hmm.
You
It's like
understand what I'm
living
saying?
again.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you should be able to do these things better than you did when you was a young person. When you're learning things, you're gonna make trial and error. So you
Mm-hmm.
should be able to show love better as an older person than you did when you was young because you got more knowledge and wisdom at that time. So if you can't do it when you're older, there's something wrong there.
That's that saying that's in the Bible. Like everybody's trying to get to where Jesus is supposed to be. Like, but we're never gonna be perfect. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, but they go to church to practice on trying to be perfect. I guess.
You strive. There is no such thing as perfection, man, and nobody was
Right.
perfect. Nobody. These stories and these allegories and these things that we use. It's a lot of things is just allegorical. They're supposed to help teach us to be better people, but because perfection is not. It's an illusion. It could never exist. Why? Because in order for something to be perfect, you would have to have the contrast. That's if you don't have the contrast, you can't have perfection. Because if perfection existed, it wouldn't be perfect. It would just be. It would just be because that's all you would know. Because you wouldn't have the opposite, the contrasting format to say something was perfect. Because if
I got a
everything was
question.
perfect, if everything was perfect, if perfection existed,
Mm,
you wouldn't know it to be perfect. You would just know it to be, because that would
Is a
have been
wo-
the only existence. That would be the only existence was perfection.
is a woman perfect for a man?
Is a woman perfect for a man by way of
Yeah.
nature?
Uh,
By way of nature, I'll say they're good for a man.
so my mind be thinking and stuff, and I just throw that out there. I
Yeah,
was like,
because perfect. Because like I said, because when you say no,
mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you say, is he
Right
perfect
there.
for a man? But
Uh-huh.
that's a good question. You said, is he perfect for a man? But
Is a
clearly
woman
but
perfect for a man?
the
Yeah.
woman is a woman perfect for a man. Now
Yeah.
think about it. Now this is your intellectual thought here. I'm glad you said something that's an intellectual thought. You said, is he perfect for a man? If he heterosexual,
Right. I was speaking in
if
general.
he, but I'm
I I,
saying that's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
look
You
at it
can't, but
no other way.
no, but you
No,
can't
I
say
don't
that
look at
because
it.
you got
No.
gay, but you got gay people. They don't a gay man ain't gonna say it like that.
Hmm.
I'm like, hell no, that bitch ain't perfect for me. I want a man.
Yeah, that's if he's not really. I mean, it's a man, but I
Nah,
look
his
at that
mind don't think
woman
like
and
that.
man.
His mind don't think like that. Look,
Yeah.
you got to say to yourself, look, I'm gonna go to y'all to the God fearing people now.
Hmm.
These people exist, whether you think it's right or wrong.
Uh-huh.
They
Somebody gay?
exist. Yeah, and everything else,
Yeah.
they exist.
Oh yeah.
So y'all
They
saying
exist,
if
but
you
that's a
believe in
preference.
God, if you believe in God, no, you saying that. That's your opinion, B.
Hmm.
That's your opinion.
See, that's a
There's people,
preference.
if you live it
Uh-huh.
now, that's your opinion. You can't put
Yeah.
your opinion on
Hey.
that shit because you basing
Hey.
that off of your thoughts. The most people who have those thoughts, that shit come from religious principles, man.
Reason why I say that is
Because if you know
because
somebody, because if you know
if a
somebody, look, if you know somebody that was gay and their heart they feel that way, because even though the gay lifestyle is out more now than it ever be, there's
They
still a
can't.
stigma on that shit. It's still a
That
stigma on that shit. Even though it's
they
out
would
more than
die
it's
out.
ever been. No, but even though it's more out now than it's ever
This the thing.
been,
They would die out.
but it's still a stigma on that shit though. Even though it's
They
out more than it's ever been.
but
More than
they
it's
would
ever
die
been.
out. They would
You
die
know?
out because they're not able to. They're
So,
not meant to reproduce.
but see, this is all about. See, this is all about how the perspective of shit. All about the perspective of things, man.
But is
Like
a
because a
woman
person that's
perfect
gay,
for a
if a
man?
person that's gay, that's if you heterosexual. I'm gonna say yeah,
Right.
because I'm hetero. I'm hetero, but a
Yeah,
gay
yeah,
person
yeah.
gonna say no.
Yeah, I don't care about the gay
No,
part.
but what I'm saying
That's
is
another.
you asking no, but you asked the question. Like,
Right.
and for me, you
But you
asking
answered
another
it.
you
You
answering
answered
another
it.
heterosexual
Yeah.
man. Of
But
course, I'm gonna say yeah. But
what he
we
said,
don't
because
know
we got to
if
think
it's
about the audience. We got to think
yeah,
about
and
the setting
exactly.
that we
There
in.
you go, Santos.
You know,
Because
we
you
got too
don't know
many
who
people
on here.
that can hear us.
You don't.
Yeah, but
That's right. You don't know who
I
on
can't
here.
speak on if it ain't heterosexual.
No, but what I'm saying is you asked a general question.
Right.
What if
Yeah,
it's
on
gay
YouTube.
people? What if it's
You
gay?
asked
What
that
if
question
it's
on
so this is
YouTube.
YouTube. This is YouTube. There's
Yeah,
millions
but
of people who can listen to this.
I'm not speaking about the anybody gay or anything like that. I'm assuming that
We know that, but
we're
No,
we know
we
that,
know
but the
that.
audience,
But what I'm saying
the
is
audience may not.
it's a big ass. This is a big platform.
well that's the thing. I didn't pick the audience.
Yeah, but I'm saying you asked a general question. So if a person
Right.
happens to be gay on here, they gonna a gay man can say no, they ain't perfect. No, they ain't perfect for me,
Well, you
Right.
answered my
and they
question.
wouldn't be wrong. And they wouldn't be wrong for them.
You
But
answered
for
my
me,
question.
but for me, but for me,
Yeah.
for me, I'm gonna
That's
say
what I'm
yeah.
saying. You
For
answered my
me,
question.
right,
Going down the
I
gay
can't.
road, I can't
Yeah,
do.
yeah. But I'm just saying.
I can't
I just
speak
say
for
that to
somebody
say.
that is.
Look, I just
I
say
mean,
that
we
to
got to get
say.
somebody on here that is, but I can't
Yeah,
speak for them. Yeah.
yeah. I just say
I,
that to say. Because
I,
like Santos brought up a good point. We on YouTube.
yeah.
This shit could go out to millions
Well,
of people.
let me tell you too. I'm not. What is it? Have a gay phobia. I train with gay fighters all the time,
Hmm.
and didn't even know it at one point. And when I
Yo, let me
did
tell
know
you.
it, I just make sure they wasn't groping me.
Look.
You know what I'm
The
saying?
reason why I say this too, you know how people
Mhm.
say, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, cause like I know from friends and even my family. Like I told you, my mom's my first husband, my oldest brother and sister. Like now, my oldest brother from my mother's first marriage, he was gay,
Uh-huh.
right?
Mhm.
And when I was young, I could see the feminine shit in him. You understand what I'm saying? I could see
Right.
that shit in him. When I was a little boy, I was like, yo, he act like a girl. You understand what I'm saying? And I could
Mhm.
see that shit in him. So that's why when people be like, yo, you know how some people like they born like that shit? I saw that shit in my oldest brother. When I was a
Mhm.
little boy, I was like, he act like a girl. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's why when they, that shit gonna be like, oh, it's just a preference. I don't agree with that shit. That's some shit going on with them motherfuckers. And because in order for a woman to go to have a child, if she have a full birth, to go to full term, that's 9 months. It's a lot that can
Mhm.
happen in that 9 months with inside of her. It's a lot of biological things that could go on that could affect how we think a motherfucker should be. That's why I don't accept that shit no more like this, that or it's just preference. Nah. Because to me, despite the fact that it's out more than it's ever been to the public ever,
Mm,
in my over 50 years of life, it's out more than it's ever been. It's still a stigma on that shit
right.
in our
Mhm.
community. So for a person to come
See.
out and say that shit, to come
Mhm.
out and say that, to admit that shit still, it's more than just a preference, man.
Mhm.
For some people. Now, for some people, it is a preference, sexual
Yeah.
preference. But some people,
See,
it's more than that shit. Because,
on
like I
that
said,
part.
I remember seeing
Yeah.
my older brother, like, and I saw that feminine shit in him, man.
Right. See,
You know what?
I've seen it coming up too, but I would never say. I mean, this is the thing with me. I've heard a lot of debates on that, and I found out that if even gay people that knew what they were doing, not necessarily wrong, but it falls more over into the preference section when I hear these major debates. So that's what I stuck with. But a person have to experience or know what I know to understand where I'm coming from, which I can't expect everybody to know. But but I throw in that they can't reproduce, so they were meant to reproduce with the woman. So that me thinking off of what we was talking about earlier, I was about nobody's being perfect. I was thinking to ask everybody, like, when you see this fine woman, that was my original question that I didn't ask. Have you ever said that woman is perfect? Because she got that ass, the titties, the face, all that working together.
But what is she perfect for? Is she perfect for your life, to be with her the rest of your life? Or is she perfect for the moment, sexually, lustful?
Well,
There's a difference.
The first contact with a woman is gonna be appearance. So you're looking at her and go, that's perfect. Now after getting with her,
you ready to knock off?
out a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, you get all that horniness out of the way. Yeah, you find out what one date, 2 date, 3 date, and you got to get in there and figure out what she really about. And a lot of people go off of 5 years, but some people are faster than that. They do 3 weeks, 3 dates.
What's the first thing we think of a woman when we first see a really fine woman? She's pretty in the face, fine body, she's dressed nice. She just got it going on.
She smells good.
Single. She's single. Yeah, smell good. She's single.
Yeah.
Find out she's been single for a while. What's the first thing come to your mind?
First thing come to my mind is she mine.
First thing come to my mind is she must be crazy. Why that's the only way she by herself. If I see her and she look good, I got to think another dude gonna see her and feel she look good. So
that's what people thought about
for 5 years. She might be crazy.
It's funny you said that shit, Santos. I said that shit on the train years ago, and these girls heard me say that shit, and they started laughing.
They knew you were right.
I said, look. I said, as fine as that lady was, she ain't got no man. There's something wrong with her ass.
Every time.
They started dying laughing.
Yep.
But the reality is, like, I'll just say that to say when we talk about the idea of perfection, like, we're like, yeah, she's perfect, but it's always everything is in relation to the individual that's viewing it. So when you say that, she's perfect, but what comes after that, even though you might not say it outwardly, but inside your spirit and your soul, is like, she's perfect for me. The for me is always coming, even though if you don't say it outwardly.
But we don't know. We don't know that. When we looking at
I'm just going on the surface. I'm just on the surface. I'm just talking about surface. I ain't talking about, like, because you still got to get to know her. Just because she's physically your kind don't mean that she's pretty good for you, because she could be beautiful on the outside and be an absolute rotten person.
She looks like the perfect woman you want to spend the rest of your life with, but then when you unravel that paper, get to the candy bar, you find out she might have some.
She rotten. She rotten as hell. Yeah, she rotten as hell on the inside. So when it comes to that, but I just say that when it comes to, our overall thought processing, and when it comes to certain things, it just the overall thought process on how you view things, and a lot of things of how we view a lot of shit is connected to the religions. A lot of that shit, how we view things, is connected to these religions. Straight up, a lot. That's how it's really embedded into humanity. A lot of the viewpoints we have on shit. It's like how you look at certain stories like from the Bible, and they depiction, like, even how we view relationships with man and female. Like I told you, like, I was Nubian Islam Hebrew, so I practiced the Hebrew faith, and I led into the Islam. It was connected. because what I was practicing, it was connected. Because
Right.
how it was connected from one into the other was because in my studies, we was Nubian Islam Hebrew. It dealt with the fact that we connected to both faiths by way of Naba or Nabi Ibrahim or Abraham. Because Abraham is where you get both. Both groups came out of that one man. You have the Arabs from out of his son Ishmael is where you get the Arabs. They came out of Ishmael or Yishmael, and out of his son, out of his son Isaac is where you get the Jews. Out of the Jews come out of Isaac by way of his son Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, right? And that's how you get those two groups. But they're both the seed of Abraham, right?
It's
And
supposed to be the lineage of Jesus also.
but Jesus came after. He came out of them.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying the lineage of Jesus leads back to Abraham. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he came later because you got to remember.
Yeah, it came
you got
later.
because you got
Jesus is
the
the
Israelite,
13th.
you got the Israelites tribes, and Jesus would have came out of Jacob's tribe, which is now known as Israel. And
Yeah.
Jacob had sons, and one of his sons' name was Judah or Yehuda. And out of
That's
Judah
Israelite.
the tribes that out of Judah is the tribe that Jesus was actually raised under. Because if you this is what I mean, Santos, when I say when you got to do your research and study. Now, Jesus is. I'm gonna show you the science of this. How most Christians don't know this. Now, when you say most of them would clearly say easily, oh, Jesus was from the tribe of Judah. The ones who did some studying, but what they don't know is this: the reason why Jesus is considered to be from the tribe of Judah in that story is because of his stepfather, Joseph. Joseph
Yeah,
was from the
yeah,
tribe of Judah.
yeah.
Mary was not a Judean. His mother wasn't.
That's
She
right.
wasn't from the tribe of Judah. Joseph was from the tribe of Judah.
hmm
His stepfather. So he was raised as a Judean.
Okay, let me ask you this, and I think we're on the same page. When you in your study, the religions that you've studied outside of Christianity, I know you studied Christianity, but I know you
Hebrew
you
and
worship
Islam. Yeah.
other religions. When you guys taught that Mary was that Jesus was born, he was miraculously put into Mary,
The Immaculate
as
Conception. Yeah.
as a bastard child, but not bastard the way we mean it here.
hmm
So,
Yeah.
let's talk to.
Yeah. That's how we. Because in the stories you got the because when you learn a story, you learn it from the Christian and the Islamic perspective. So in that story, basically, that's how you read it in the Bible. It says that she was she had, when you say the Holy Spirit, it say it came in unto her, and
Right.
she conceived that's where the Immaculate Conception. Now the Immaculate Conception goes all the way
Yeah,
back.
immaculate.
The Immaculate Conception goes all the way back to ancient Egypt or ancient Tamaray, which is called Egypt. It's the Immaculate Conception story. It didn't begin there. It started in ancient Egypt with the story, what they call the Osirian myth, or the Osirian story, which is the story of the god Osiris, his wife Isis, and the birth of the birth of Jesus' character is Horus. But that story is actually a couple of more thousand years older than. This is why you hear them. This is why you hear people say that they plagiarized that story of Jesus, and it's actually the story of Horus. That's why you hear that, because when you see that, it's a famous statue of Isis suckling Horus, but you also have that same image of Mary suckling Jesus. But they came thousands of years later, a couple of thousand, about 3,000 or 4,000 years later after. But in that story, the original story, which is an ancient Egyptian story, which is the Immaculate Conception, is that you had the god deity Osiris, and Osiris was slain by his brother Set or Sutuk. He tricked him at this party, and he made him get into this box, and he locked the box, and then he cut the box up into like 14 pieces, and then he scattered the pieces of his brother's body to different corners of the corner of the planet Earth. His wife, the god queen Isis of the magical word, she was heartbroken. So what she did was she went and found all the pieces of Osiris's body. And she found all his body and put it together. The only shit she didn't find was his phallus. She didn't find his phallus. She didn't find his phallus. And she took a falcon bird and put it in that place. And she was the one with the magic divine words. And she laid next to him and said the words, the divine words of magic. And she was immaculately pregnant. She had the immaculate conception, and she was pregnant with Horus by laying next to her dead god husband. And the spirit of Osiris resurrected in the deity Horus. Horus is the resurrection of the god Osiris. That's the original immaculate conception story. But that's from ancient Tamaray, which is called ancient Egypt. That's an old story. That's why you have a lot of people like that shit is a plagiarized story. A matter of fact, remember what I taught y'all? What I just was telling you about the Council of Nicaea? What Constantine? That was one of the big contentions. That was one of the big contentions because he invited a whole bunch of theologian scholars that came together at that council. And that was one of the big issues at that council. The ones that didn't agree, the ones who decided not to be a part of that shit, it was one in particular that one specific guy that turned away from that shit. He was like, nah, because they wanted to use the Immaculate Conception story. And his big argument was like, you can't use that. You can't use that shit. That's an Egyptian story. That was the big reason why he didn't want to be a part of that shit. He was like, nah, how y'all gonna use that? That's the Egyptian story, that Immaculate Conception. And they was like, nah, we putting this in these books, in these stories. We using that shit. And he was like, nah, I ain't with it. And because there was a lot of them that didn't agree with what they was trying to do. And they wasn't with it. And then supposedly, he took action against them. And one in particular, he managed to escape and get away. But one of his big contentions as why he didn't want to participate in this new creation that they was putting together was because of that Immaculate Conception story. Because he was like, nah, I'm accepting that shit. That's some Egyptian shit. We not putting that shit in there. I don't want to be a part of something with that got that in there. That's one of the things that was expressed in that as well. But that story, like you asked about, is that in there? Yeah, in the Hebrew, in the Islamic. Because see, that's only in the Islamic. That's only in the Christian and the Islamic story. It's not in the Jewish story. Because I told you, the Hebrews, the Jews, they don't. Well, let me say this part. Like the white Jews, they don't accept that Jesus story. Or then you have a group of Jews, white Jews now, called Jews for Christ now. But the overall Jews that you know in the world, they don't accept that. They don't accept that. Although now you have, like you said, the Hebrew Israelites, the black ones, they accept Jesus. Like the Hebrew Israelites do. But like the regular Jews that you see, like Greenberg, Goldstein, Stein, or the Hasidic Jews, nah, they don't accept that. So Christianity and Islam is where you get those concepts. Because like in the Jewish faith, in the Hebrew faith, we don't have the heaven concept. Heaven is a Christian concept, and it's really more of a Christian concept than an Islamic concept. It's not really a Jewish concept because the Jews don't, because they still, them white Jews like those Hasidic, they still waiting for the Messiah. They don't think that he's arrived yet. So for them, there is no hell, no heaven. There is no heaven like that. That's why they think like when you're in the grave, you just in the grave. It's called shul, being in the grave, that you're waiting for this great event to take place. But that's a whole nother story. But they do in that story, the way I was taught it is that you have the angelic beings, Michael, Uriel, and Gabriel. They approached Mary while she was out fetching water or some shit. And mind you, Mary was very young at the time. Like Mary
Yeah.
she would have been like 13 years old, the equivalent of 13.
Okay.
But whenever you see the depictions of her, they always got a full-grown woman playing her.
Yeah, but I always thought she was real young too.
She
I
was
just
13,
didn't
she
know
would have been
exactly what
there
her age was.
But you gotta remember, in Hebrew, 13 is when you become a woman. It's called and for a boy it's called a bar mitzvah, and for a woman it's called, for the female it's called a bat mitzvah. So 13, she would have been considered a woman at 13, although here in America we would consider that a girl, a kid still.
Right.
But in the Jewish law, in the Hebrew law, at 13 you become adult, because you get your bar mitzvah for a boy and your bat mitzvah for a female. So she was 13,
Hey.
so she was
All right.
considered. She would have been considered,
Thank you.
a female, a grown, an adult, so to speak. By law, she would have been considered an adult. But they said at that point, when she had her period and stuff like that, you could have a baby, you considered to be a woman.
Yeah.
So she was actually young. So supposedly in that story, she was approached by them three. She said to them, no, she thought they might try to hurt her. She veiled herself. She said they might try to hurt her, and they were like, nah, we're not here for none of that. We're here to give you the tidings of a divine son and all that, all the pageantry of that shit. And they left Gabriel with her. Michael left and Uriel left. They left her with Gabriel, and Gabriel is the one who put the Holy Spirit in her and shit. And that's where you get the Jesus story and all that other stuff that that took place after that. And it's in both. It's in both the Quran. Because I heard you say earlier when I got knocked off before, I heard you talk about how the similarities you saw between the Quran and the Bible. Yeah, because Christianity gave birth to Al-Islam. That's why it's a similarity. That's why you see Christianity gave birth to Al-Islam.
Oh, okay, excellent. Okay.
That's why it's such a similarity. That's why the stories you see in the Quran are the stories you see in the Bible. So you see Abraham in the Bible and you see Abraham in the Quran.
Right.
So you say Abraham in the Bible, or in regular American English you say Abraham, but it's Abraham. And in the Quran you pronounce it Ibrahim. Same story, same person, just same stories.
You want this one over there?
It's all the same story.
Sure. All right, my friend. He hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
The guy took the paperwork back with him last night. Yeah, I didn't have any this morning. All right, my friend. I'll see you later. All right, man. I'm back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I'm already finishing up. And you know what's crazy thing?
Say it again.
You know what's so crazy?
What's that?
So it's crazy because when I really started studying this shit, it was amazing. Like, you know who's the most named character in the Holy Quran?
Who?
The most named character in the Quran? In the Quran is Jesus. Jesus.
Well, I knew he was in there. I knew he was in there because I've heard him being mentioned throughout all the years that I've had any kind of encounters with Islam. Well, like the Nation of Islam, I'm gonna put it that way.
He's the most named character in the Quran.
And I've had some. The study on the surface study in school that I've had about Islamic religion, it touched on him also.
He's the most named character in there. Outside, and I'm not saying it because somebody say, "Oh, what about Allah?" Allah ain't a character.
No,
Allah is the most high. But
see, reason I asked about I heard what you said a minute ago about Mary before you told us the origin and the history and the parallels of the stories about the Immaculate Conception.
Yeah, conception.
When you said Joseph was a stepfather, that's the same belief I'm taught. And so I was just wondering, what else about that do we know of? Because I was also going to ask you if there was another Immaculate Conception pregnancy back then that you had ever heard about.
Yeah, that's the Egyptian one, which is the older one. That story came from Egypt. That's the older one. That's the one with Isis, Osiris, and Horus. That's the
Yeah.
original one. That's the
I
original
hadn't heard
Master
I hadn't heard
Conception.
that in a long time, and I was never sure. I think the way I was told to me was it was told to me like it was more of a mythical story versus
Hmm.
a story that
Yeah.
something that actually happened. So I
Hmm.
never been sure about that. And it never
Yeah.
stayed on my mind like that.
Hmm. Yeah. Because actually, like I said, but you see how you said that? You talking about the
Hmm.
Egyptian story, right? You talking about the Egyptian story? You
Yeah,
heard
what
it was like mythical.
the one with ISIS.
Yeah. Now you
Yeah.
see it, but I'm gonna show you how. Yo, this all go to show you the mindset and how you think of things. Because we accept everybody, because of how we've been indoctrinated. You accept
Right.
the Bible story as the Bible story is mythical too, unless you believe in it. Like ain't no proof. Like I told you just now. Like I just told you, like about they saying that like the way they sell it, like there's a bunch of Hebrew slaves built those pyramids. There is no proof of that shit other than in that Bible.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
There is none. You can't find no
Yeah.
documents on that shit
Yeah.
other than that Bible. And the same thing. So it's funny you said like you looked at that story as mythical, but we'll accept the Bible shit as fact. We will accept that
Yeah.
as fact. And anything else that's mythical. And accept that shit as fact. But there ain't no proof of that either. What's the proof? Like I ask people all the time. Now you got let's take the Exodus story. The Exodus story, you got the great Pharaoh Ramesses, the great, and you got Moses, right?
Yeah.
Now, Moses was the good guy in the story, Ramses was the bad guy in the story, right? Now check it. They have Ramses' body preserved. So they have his body in the museum, right? Ramses the Great. Now that's supposed to be the guy from the Bible. Now, where's Moses' body at? How come they got the bad guy's body, but you don't got the good guy's body?
Yeah, something to think about.
To prove that this shit really took place. You know why? Because those stories is fabricated the most part. But you know how you fabricate something? By attaching it to something that you can prove. If you were to remove Egypt from out of the Bible, it has nothing to stand on. You know why?
Right.
Because you can go to Egypt right now. Like you
Right.
just asked earlier. You just asked earlier about taking a trip there. Why?
Right.
Because this shit really exists. You can go there and see that shit.
Hmm.
So all I have to do is attach myself to that thing. I could be lying, but I could attach myself to something that's real, and it'll give me almost instant validation. So if I say, yo, I went to Egypt, if I create a character from ancient times and I say that this character he existed and he lived in Egypt or he passed through Egypt, it almost gives my character instant validation.
Hmm.
Because Egypt is a real place that exists to this
Something we
very
can
day.
touch, feel, see, and
That's right. You could go there and see those pyramids right now. So if I attach myself to that real thing, I could be lying. I don't have to be telling the truth, but I attach myself to something that is concrete and can be proven. So, well, if he's saying that, well, it must be real. It must have really happened, you know? But if you ask these questions, okay, why do y'all have Ramses' body? Where's Moses' body? But they'll come up with a convenient story. Or God got mad at Moses for something he did by the river Jordan, and he wasn't allowed to go into the land of Canaan or some shit like that. That's a convenient cover-up. You understand? That's like a real convenient cover-up that you can't all of a sudden you can't show me this individual, but you can show me the bad guy.
Hmm.
You understand? You can
Yeah.
show me the bad guy's body. You can show me the bad guy's father body. You know? And then when you ask them, if you go to Egypt and you look on the walls and you look for the names like Moses and shit, you won't see it. But you see Ramses' name. You see his name all over the fucking place. And you'll see statues with him and you'll see his name all over the place. You're like, yo, where Moses' name at? Nah, it ain't here. Why? They got another convenient good answer for that shit too. They said that when Seti, Ramses' father, Seti the Great, when he found out about Moses being a Levi from the Levi tribe, he got Moses' name removed from everything in Egypt, all the monuments and this and that, so on and so forth, right? That's how they try to sell that shit in the Bible stories or in the Ten Commandments movie. But yet, if you go to Egypt, you're not going to see a lot of places. You're not going to see shit where shit is carved out. and then they can say, oh, this is what Moses' name used to be at.
Yeah, I
You
got
won't see that. You won't see it. So at the end of the day, it has to be validation. Like, look, you can validate. You know who both your parents are, right?
you. Mm-hmm.
You can prove that shit, right? You can validate it. You got to be able to prove some of this shit too, man.
Yeah.
You got to be able to prove some of this shit to make it real. But human beings have a tendency to want to connect to something. So sometimes, like religion is speculative. It's a speculative thought. So if I ask the question, does God exist? And I tell people, when I ask you that question, take your time to really think about that. And I say, just think about it like this. Would God exist if human beings didn't exist? So a lot of people give a quick answer. Yes, of course. I said, no, take your time to think about the question, B, before you just answer it. You know? It's like I was telling my kids the other day again, I'm like, most people think that they're a lot smarter than they actually are.
Mm-hmm.
You know? You gotta research that and think about it outside of that normal box of thinking.
Right.
Certain things you can't do. Like if I ask you, I want you to tell me, give me something that's not a person, place, or a thing.
You ask me
Could you
now?
give me some,
Or you
yeah,
just
could you
speak?
Max, could you give me something that's not a person, place, or a thing?
I would say God. If we're speaking of the religious,
Yeah, but see,
spiritual preference.
but God could fall under the character as a person or a thing. So I said, give me something that's not a person, place, or a thing.
See, okay, thing. I don't think about that. I was gonna say person. I don't look at it as a person.
Yeah, so you can say a person, place, or a thing.
No, I mean it's gotta fall under one of those categories, at least a thing. Anyway.
Exactly. Because even if you say God is not a man, because you got some people that say God is a man. But if you say God is not a man, he would be some kind of thing that's different. So he would fall under the category of a thing. Like whatever that existence is, it's not a man. Or you got some people that say they is a man. Because if you're a Christian, you do believe that God was a man. Because Jesus was a man. But you said Jesus is the Son of God and God. He's both. Jesus is considered the Son of God and God. He was the Son of God before he got crucified, and he became fully God after the crucifixion. After he went to he would have became full God at that point. So you have people that accept that as God made himself into a man through his own self, through his own son. Yeah. He made himself be able to live the life of a human being by being him. By being Jesus. That's he made himself, he took himself and made himself to experience the human experience by being Jesus. That's what that's supposed to mean. That's what that's supposed to mean.
What do you know about I've on the History Channel a few years ago, I ran against a documentary that says that the Holy Grail for the manger that like the cradle that Jesus was in when he was born. Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be in Ethiopia.
Yeah. I seen that. I saw that.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is your thoughts on that? What do you know about that?
Well, the
Ethiopians.
Ethiopians.
I'm thinking Ethiopia is a good ways away from where he was born, right?
Well, Ethiopia is right over there by Egypt. Ethiopia is across Egypt.
Well, you gotta remember, I checked it out geographically. That's why.
It's right there because you got to remember. If you remember in the Moses story, when Pharaoh kicked Moses out of
that's
Egypt,
right. Yeah.
Where did he end up? He ended up in Ethiopia.
Yeah, that's right.
Because it's right across the desert. Right across the desert is Ethiopia.
Yeah.
So they're right next to each other. So they're not far. They're not far at all. It's like Bed-Stuy. That would be like Brownsville and Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. They're not far from each other. So So it's said that that's there. In relation to because you got the original Ethiopian Hebrews, You got the Ethiopian Hebrews
Yeah.
as well.
Matter of fact,
So
now that I think about it, there was some Ethiopians that were eunuchs. What they is that what they call them? Eunuchs, the guys that they didn't.
they got castrated. They got castrated.
Yeah, they cut it. Yeah, cut their
Cut
loins
them
off.
off. Yeah,
Yeah,
the eunuchs. Yeah,
yeah. I think they were of Ethiopian descent, weren't they?
some of them.
Some of
Some
them.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a lot, man. When you do the research in Centos, bro, you'd be amazed, man. When I started going down that route, man, it's just so much information, man. Like it's like mind boggling, man. And it led to the creation, and it's crazy because a lot of this information, like this shit really exists. Like, and it has led to all this stuff that people believe in now, today. And that's why I bring up the reference of like when we was young with the gay community now being able to get married. Now, if you would have told us this shit when we was 15, we'd have like there's no like we could have never seen in our mind that that shit would become a reality. How they able to get married and shit like that now. And the things that they could do.
One of the things that keep me so tuned into my Christianity as far as belief, when I say Christian, I'm referring to believing that
Now, how you believe it?
Christ, Jesus Christ is Son of God, and so on.
The way you learned it. That's the way you learned it.
Yeah, the way I learned it, and the fact that his birth is supposed to be the way he came about through Mary, immaculate pregnancy and things of that nature. All of that, I'm hearing and understanding that it actually supposedly happened one way or another. And then the birth of him. Then now, he rose. He's supposed to have been died. He was killed on Friday and rose on Sunday morning. And his body has never been found, from what I understand, to show that he didn't that they don't have a body to show proof that he didn't rise from the dead. However, just the birth alone lets me understand that there was something miraculous about himself, tied into God. And so it's some deep stuff, man. It really is.
Look,
but
it's best way I can explain it to you. You remember this movie? We grew up as seeing this shit as a kid, and I think it's the best. And I love it because I think it's so dope how it's
what
right
you talking
in
about
your.
earlier.
It's right. No, it's right in your face. It's right. They put this shit right in your face. Like one of my spiritual teachers told me, he said they put the truth right in your face. Like you remember one of the most famous Christ movies you ever saw growing up as a kid was called what? The Greatest Story Ever Told. Shit is a story, man.
Greatest
It's
story ever told. Yeah.
It's the greatest story ever told.
They said greatest story ever told. Yeah.
Yep, it's the greatest story ever told, and it's a great story because you got so many people that believe that shit. Like hook, line, and sinker. Like I'm gonna show you how the comparisons. Like you said the thing. Like you said I like how you said that about the thing that made you feel about Jesus was unique was how his conception and the uniqueness of it. But if you really, I'm gonna show you how. To me, when you learn how to read it, because like when I started studying this other stuff with the Hebrew stuff and all this other shit, and then learning the languages and the dialects and what the shit was meaning, like and that thing, like it's just like how I'm gonna give you an example how we can see shit. Like you can read the Bible and see things. Because I noticed once I started learning from when I got my Bible from my grandmother to when I got involved in all the other stuff I got in and started learning the translations and the different languages and the stuff like that, how I read it so differently. But I had read my Bible from front to back when I was a little boy before I really got heavy into that introduced to that other information. But when I read it after I learned what I learned, it looked like a totally different book. Totally different. Don't even look like the same book because it's just like how you can make people think the way you want to think. Like, now you know how we went to school and they taught us like that. They say that how they discovered America. The Europeans came, they discovered America.
Yeah.
But they totally negate the fact of like how you gonna discover something where somebody else already is. Like They totally did negate the natives that was here.
Right.
But
Exactly.
they'll tell you about when they're telling you the story in school. They're telling you about when they got here, there was other people here, but they totally ignore that shit, like negate that, like that shit was not real. But there was human beings here already, so you
That's
ain't
right.
discovered shit. You
Right.
found something. You didn't discover. You found something. So same thing with the Bible. Like now the thing that's supposed to have made that was whatever made Jesus special is the immaculate conception, that he had a mother, no father, type birth. Like he had no physical father, no brother. But
Right.
then when you read the Bible, you start reading your Bible at the book of Genesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the book of Genesis is the
I'll
creation of
tell you
man.
about it.
The book of Genesis it means the book of genealogy. That's why it's called Genesis.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
book of the genealogy of man, right? But
Right.
you say the thing that made Jesus special was that he didn't have a mother or he didn't have a father, right? A physical father. But shit, Adam didn't have a mother or a father. But we don't look at Adam special.
Right. I forgot. Yeah, that's right.
Adam didn't have a mother or father.
Right.
He had no male according to the Bible. Like I'm going by the Bible, so I'm staying right there. But according to that, but we don't look at him like we look at Jesus. And according to the Bible story, shit, he didn't have neither one.
Yeah. You know
You know?
that was on my mind when I was a teenager, real
Yeah,
heavily. Why we
really,
don't look to Adam like we do Jesus?
really,
And the
really.
Lord created him in His own image.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You see?
yeah. I've always, I mean, when I was a teenager, I thought about that strongly, man, and
Really.
went back
See,
and
that's
forth about that, but
that's
I
that
let
free
it go.
will of, but see, that's that free will of thought. When you allow a
Yeah.
person to be able to use their free will, that's what makes a human being unique. Is that will, that free will of thought. But see, they'll
Right.
suppress that shit. See, but when they don't want you to do that, they'll suppress it. Nah, don't let them motherfuckers think. Stifle that shit. Because free
It's
will
all
thought
right.
is a
You
free
fix it.
will thought is a problem. So they want to stifle that. But see, you said you was thinking about that when you was teenager, when you was youngster.
Right.
But they want to
Right.
stifle that shit. And they'll make you think you're wrong for thinking that shit. That's a way of killing that thought.
Right.
You understand? Kill that thought. We don't want that kind of shit to come in because that motherfucker start trouble. He end up starting
Mm.
trouble. He end up going to church starting some shit. And that shit'll fuck up my money in the church.
Right. Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So you're not supposed to be able to think freely like that. But you have to look at that shit. So it's all about how you see it. Like we'll take this story and be like, oh, what made him special? He ain't got no physical father. But shit, that first character, he ain't have neither a mother nor a father. He's created the image of
Right.
God. So why we don't look at him as special?
Mhm.
So this is how you have to learn how to view it. And once I started really getting in more in depth into that shit, I just started seeing the contradictions and the fact that so many things was hidden and so many things was taken from things that came before it. Like things that came before it, because you're limited, and that's the one thing I didn't like about, like, I've gotten into debates with Christians from different places, like, is that they some of them be so limited in their view of study. Like, oh no, I needed the Bible, I don't need nothing else. No. Nah, not if you really if you truly trying to find high spirituality or even God. Like you limited yourself to just that one book. I don't need nothing else but the Bible. Then you limited, B. You limited. Because your very book that you proclaiming to follow, the very first part of that book is a Jewish book.
Mhm.
The Old Testament is Jew. Is a Jewish book. Those stories in there. Your very law that you proclaim to follow as a Christian, which is your 10 Commandments, is Jewish law. So how you gonna say you only can trust that shit when the first part of your book is not even Christian? The second part is the Christian part, the New Testament.
Yeah. Right.
The first, but that's all in that same book. The Bible got the Old Testament in it first. So I'm like, yo, that the logic behind that shit to me, once I got knowledge itself, like, was like, God damn, this shit is crazy. How they got this shit, how they got people believing this shit so emphatically without really using their mind to do that. But that can happen when you purely in belief, because it's speculative thought. When you purely into belief, they tell you, oh, walk by faith, not by sight, and all that shit. That's just a way of making you not use your divine mind. That's a way of making you not want to use your divine mind, the God that's in you to think. The God that's in you to think. Because if you take the fact that man, if you taking the fact that man was created by this divine spirit, we call him God, and it says that God took man's body after they fashioned it of the dust of the ground, which would have been the soil, and he blew into Adam. And the Hebrew word is Adama. Adama don't mean
Okay.
just the Adama, but it would mean more like life's blood of tribes, but it's more a multiple thing. But they just reduced it in English to Adam, like it's make you think it's one person, Adam, like it's just one man, right? Adam, like because it's hard to translate from Aramaic Hebrew into English to make it and make it not sound contradictory. But this shit contradicting like a motherfucker if you do it like that. So it was hard for them. It's hard for them to. It's not easy to do because, like I said, when you see in the Bible and it says I think I got my Bible here on my phone. I keep it to talk to people, to show people versus to read. It's difficult. Hold on. What the hell is this? The A would be yes. I may not be. Hold on, my lady texted me. You know, be able tomorrow.
You there? I mean, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm still on now. My lady just texted me.
Okay. Okay. If you gotta get with her, man, that's fine. We can pick it up.
Nah. She just asking me something.
Okay.
We'll be getting up later. Yeah, so when you hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you still here? Yeah, so
Yeah.
what happens is that when you those translations,
What language should I translate to?
No Google. My Google thing just came on. She thought I was talking to her.
Since I'm not sure what language to translate, I'll stop for now.
Yeah, stop. Yeah, so like when like I said, you know, I heard you earlier when y'all was talking about like the translation, like the King James version. That's English. So King James was the king of England. So that's when they translated into the English for them. And you know who basically who wrote that shit, right?
Wrote what? The Bible?
In the King James version. You know who penned it, right?
King James had it written for his understanding and to fit his lifestyle.
Yeah, for the English people, but
right.
He commissioned it. But I'm saying, do you know who actually penned it?
Do I know about his kingdom?
No, King James commissioned it, but you know who actually penned it? Like wrote that shit. The reason why you say the Bible is written. It was William Shakespeare in them. That's why when you read the Bible, it's like thou art hither. That's why when you read it like thou art hither and shit like that. That's why it's written in that thing. They're the ones who wrote that shit. They actually penned it. King James commissioned it. You know, he commissioned it, but the actual writers was them, like William Shakespeare and them. That's why thou art come ye hither and shit like that. That's why it reads like that in English.
But that's all the way they spoke back then too.
That's English. That's how English speak.
Yeah.
That's that old. That's that old English.
Yeah.
You know, that's that old English right there. You know, and in that old English, that's the way they spoke. And you know, and like I said, that's where you get that saying that there is always something lost in translation. That's where that comes from. Because like I said, when you start translating from one language to another, you lose something, you know?
Right.
You lose something. The words don't mean exactly. Because, like, for instance,
Right. Looking nice out here. You there? Yeah, yeah. Hey, Fuge.
hear me?
Probably jump. Can you hear me?
You hear me? Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, I'm getting some
Yeah,
phone calls coming through. I probably got to jump out.
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have to jump out too, because she touching me back. But yeah, that's all that shit is, man. Like I said, it's just a matter of, like I said, you would just it's just a matter of research, man. At the end of the day, you know, and like I tell people, I think a lot of people they be scared because especially you've been practicing something for such a damn long time, and you're like, well, if you take it away from them, like you like, what am I gonna have? I ain't gonna you gonna say I can't have God? No, you can't have the divine force. Of course you can. You know, of course you can, because
Yeah.
the shit because you got yourself, because it resides in you. You know, it resides in you. You know, plain and simple. You know, like you ain't gotta look. You ain't gotta look nowhere else for it. You look within yourself for it. It's that close to you. It's a part of you. You know, if you especially you and you should believe that if you should believe that if you Christian or Muslim or something like that, you should believe that because it said that God blew.
Hello. You there?
How a balloon, you know how when you blow into a balloon and that should be all, you know how a balloon when you get it out to pull it out the bag, it be all limp and dead looking. But as soon as you blow into that shit, that motherfucker come alive. It start
Yeah.
expanding and moving and blowing. So that's literally a piece of yourself you put into that balloon.
Yeah.
You blew your own breath into that balloon, and you made that balloon. You made that
Gave life.
balloon get animated and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
So that's all it is. But yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna be deal with her. She keep texting me back and shit. But yeah, it's all good, man. You know how we do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I'll get up with y'all tomorrow because I'm later on.
Okay.
Get up later on. I'm fucking doing some OT again
All
tonight
right.
and shit. So man, enjoy your day, man. Stay safe out there on that road.
Yes, sir.
Stay
Yes,
safe
sir. I
out there
got
on
2
that
more
road, man.
stops. It'll be over. I should have used the bathroom at my last one, but I didn't. I wanted to get on up the road. Got that 11 o'clock appointment, man. I'm trying to make. So, but yeah, I'll get with you, bro. I appreciate you. And
Yeah, no doubt.
you called me and left me a message last week, didn't
Yeah, that was me. I
you?
text you
I
too.
thought.
I text you.
Yeah.
I text you
Yeah,
after
I got it.
let you know it was me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I think I got you saved in the phone now too.
Yeah.
All right, that's what's up.
All right, then.
bro.
I'll holler at y'all later. All right,
All right,
then.
that's a bet.
Stay on.
All right,
All right, peace.
Excuse me. Peace. I should have went on down some more. Before I got done. That's all right. Do it right here. All right, everyone. Appreciate the ride. Appreciate the hangout. Casso, appreciate you coming aboard, my brother. Eli, appreciate your comments in the chat, my brother. Let's see. We got Anwar Willis, salute. Kevin, appreciate you riding with us overnight and your comments, my brother. Kevin Evansets, and let's see who else we got here. C. Jones, and then we got Highwayman. shout out to everyone that joined us in the chat earlier, as well as later in current time. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the comments, good or bad. Just appreciate the company. I want to say shout out to Cal for being such a team player and allowing us to use this platform to ride out through the night. Appreciate you putting me back on every time I got knocked off. And appreciate our Champion Heart coming through as well. Anybody we didn't name or I didn't name, charge it to my heart and not my head. I mean, charge it to my head and not my heart. I get that wrong every time. It's not something I'm wanting to do. It's something that I'm just, some names I'm forgetting to shout out to. But anyway, y'all stay up. Have a great day. Stay safe. Until next time. Boogie nights. Oh. All right. Later.